got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray, when they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I bring the heat, I bring the heat, I bring the heat. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I'm unbreakable, can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable, I feel it now. Nothing can stop me, nothing can stop me now. Nothing can stop me, I'm unbreakable.
넘기고 하나.
How do you secure an objective? No idea what you're saying. 레전드 레전드.
잘 잤나요?
전 꿀잠 자.
그 이제
아마
시작할
maybe?
거니까 10분 있다가 들어오시면 됩니다.
10, 9, 8.
진짜예요. 7, 4, 6, 4, 2. Alright, Daniel, go first.
고고고고고.
Let's go. 우승!
할 수 있어.
파이팅!
이렇게 조용히 들어가는 거야?
안녕하세요. 와, 사람 많다.
진짜 많다.
야, 카메라도 많네.
엄청 많네 카메라.
와.
올 하는 걸까? 우리는.
저거 뭐야? 사람 있는데?
필템님인가?
누가 뒤돌아계시네.
와, 휴.
직소 느낌이다, 직소.
직소?
집에 못 간다.
직소.
오, 뭐?
아, there he is.
LCK 단합대회 크루들의 야유회에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 바쁜 일정 속에서도 이 멀리까지 자리를 빛내주셨군요. 저는 LCK의 지속 성장 발전을 위해서 불가피한 사정으로 빠졌습니다. 자, 오늘은 LCK 출연진이 모두 함께 한 자리에서 소위 킹 TBT를 하는 자리를 마련했습니다. 오늘 하루만큼은 직급은 올렸고요. 직종도, 티어도, 나이도 다 소용없습니다. 그래서 제가 빠졌습니다.
They said your tier doesn't matter, age doesn't matter.
야, 오늘은 우리도 티어 다 빼고 있으니까.
오직 단합만 있을 뿐. 그리고 또 하나 우승 상금 무려 100만 원!
좋아.
현장에서 직접 지급합니다. 100만 원! 우와! 이거 완전 개이득인데! 나도 갈 거야!
낚시 아니죠?
과연 100만 원의 주인공이 누가 될지 기대해보면서 지금부터 여러분의 큰 환호, 함성과 함께 SK 야유회를 시작!
와, 갑자기 잠이 확 깨네. 자, 오늘 단합대 앞두고 대표 두 분이서 선서를 준비한 걸로 알고 있는데.
대표도 있어?
대표가 있어요?
짬순으로 했네.
선서, 우리 LCK 크루들은 오늘 이 단합대회를 통해
We, the LCK crew, through today's Kingtivity event,
하나된 마음으로 서로를 응원하고
pledge to cheer for one another with one united heart,
더 큰 빅재미와 더 날카로운 분석을 위해
to deliver an even greater excited and even sharper.
오늘 하루 열심히 불태워
잠시만요, I'm going to do that one more time. To deliver even greater excitement and even sharper analysis.
오늘 하루 열심히 불태워
We will give it our all today and burn bright together.
최선을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
And firmly commit ourselves to doing our very best.
LCK 크루 대표 윤수빈, 아틀러스.
On behalf of the LCK crew and Atlas.
하루 이어서 오늘 오프닝 세레머니를 장식해줄 분들이 있다고 들었는데 먼저 와디드와 디곤 듀오의 준비했어? 와디공주 모셔보겠습니다.
기대된다, 기대돼.
네, 오늘 노래를 준비했습니다. 저희가 잘하지 못하지만 열심히 하겠습니다. 열심히.
잘해야 돼.
잘해야지.
잘해야지.
잘해야 돼.
잘해야 조회수 나오지.
무섭다, 무서워.
견제가 벌써 살벌하다 여기.
어떡해.
이걸 한 와, 이거 어떡해! 와, 이걸 어떻게 해?
As a child, you'd wait. 연습 많이 하셨네.
감사합니다.
아, 너무 고퀄이잖아.
잠깐만. 비상! 비상!
또 팀명을 뭐 지어왔어요, 이상하게. 뭐야. 롤데이 프로젝트 모셔보겠습니다.
아이돌.
잠깐만요. 준비 완료.
Oh, Helios looks so good.
동선 좀 잠깐 짤게요.
아니 어떻게 아이돌 그룹이다.
하고
설마 타잔?
해일잔.
정글이 가긴 해.
우리 보여주자고.
오케이.
우리 파이팅 한번
진짜 열심히 연습했습니다. 오케이.
하나, 둘, 셋, 파이팅!
벌써 졌어.
미치겠다.
우와, 뮤직뱅크다, 뮤직뱅크.
They brought up the camera.
Prince, are you okay? Okay.
괜찮아요?
I'm good.
할 수 있어.
잠깐만. 와우.
머리 생각보다 잘 추는데.
잘 추는데?
잠깐만 이거 맞아? 야, 잠깐만.
잘한다 잘한다.
오케이.
Look at Helios! Look at Helios!
아 어려워. 아니 이거 너무 어려워.
역시 LCK 얼굴들이다 근데.
I'm never watching this ever in my life.
아니 근데 진짜 그룹으로 한번 데뷔해야겠는데?
그룹 내에서 편차가 너무 심해.
아 근데 그게 매력이에요. 그게 매력이야. 성장하는 중 스케일링. 혹시 저희 이제 집에 가도 되나요? 집에 가도 돼. 이제 집에 가야 될 것 같은데. 아니야.
어떻게 와디군즈가 보기에는 어땠어요? 누가 더 잘한 것 같아요?
아무래도 저희가 비주얼 센터가 없어가지고 저기는 헬리오스라는 강한 비주얼 센터가 있는데 그쪽에서 좀 밀리지. 상대가 안 돼요. I think we lost.
Yeah, me
Like
too.
they got Helios.
Yeah.
오늘 우리의 목적은 단합이고 그래서 저희 제작진에서 조금 약간 황벨로 일단 세 팀을
아 팀이 있군요.
먼저 약간 좀 까부는 걸 좋아하고 감투 욕심 있고
감투?
감투는 일단 나랑 거리가 먼데.
약간 명예욕이 있는 사람. 네.
이거 아닌데.
자 A팀 꼬꼬.
욕심이 약간 나를 이렇게 밀더라고. 나 그런 사람 아니에요. 뒤에서 즐기는 스타일. 뒤에서. 내장. 좋아한다.
잘 보셨어. 진짜 어렵다
진짜. 자 B팀 와디드. C팀 헬리오스.
잠깐 여기 사이에 잠깐만요. 아니 명예욕 3대장 밸런스가 근데 괜찮아요.
진영이랑
진짜 잘 맞았는데?
네, 그리고 이제 여자 아나운서 분들도 이제 나눠야겠죠. 네. 자 A팀 윤수빈.
A팀 좀 센데?
헬리오스님이랑 놓으면 둘이 계속 싸울 것 같아서.
맞긴 해요.
자 B팀 배지.
아 저기 세다.
뭐 지금이야 좋겠지. C팀은 자연스럽게 이빈님.
오케이. 우리 댄스 팀이었잖아요.
네.
댄스업 있잖아, 댄스업.
글로벌을 나눌게요. 글로벌은 자 A팀에
오셔야 돼. 디고 가야 돼. 디고 가야 돼.
잠시만요, 아니 이건 좀 확실히 밸런스가 좀 안 맞는 것 같습니다, 이거.
벌써 우리 조합이
벌써
좀 좋은데.
세 보이는데.
B팀 억스.
오세요. 너무
C팀
괜찮은데?
아틀러스.
좋다.
다음 그룹은 반로벌입니다. 하프 글로벌. 네. 반로벌. 자 A팀 발데스. B팀 엄티. 반응 느렸어 지금. 반응 느렸어.
우리 이겼어.
그리고 C팀은 울프.
웰컴.
또 어디 가고 싶으세요? 어디든 상관없나요?
네, 이러면 한 명도 없잖아요.
그러게요.
그러네.
자 대본상에는 나머지 분들은 복병이라고 되어 있긴 해요.
병이요? 다크호스. 조커 카드 같은. 다크호스.
셋 중에 한 팀에는 스태프가 들어가게 됩니다. 먼저 호니님. 오! 본인님은 B팀.
되게 좋아해. 되게 좋아해.
프린스는 A팀.
We knew it. We knew it. Now we get extra smart staff member.
이제 C팀이 한 명이 없으니까
네.
저희 스텝 뽑을 수 있죠?
여러분들이 출소할 수 있어요.
나쁘지 않아.
그러면 저기가 캐릭터 선택장이에요? 저기 저 의자.
픽창이야, 픽창.
저게 픽창이구나.
픽창이야. 아, 일단 든든하네요. 다들 좀 우상이셔가지고 오늘 분위기 좋게 좀 잘할 수 있지 않을까 싶어. 어때, 포디님 우상 맞죠?
되게 할 말 없을 때 하는 말 같아. 든든하네요.
든든하네요.
착해 보이시네요.
애는 착해요.
믿음직하네요.
하나, 둘, 셋, 악 한 번 하자. 하나, 둘, 셋. 아! 기세가 좋잖아.
우리가 여긴 이기자고. 팬이 너무.
I feel like they were right when you said perfect balance. Because we have youthful exuberance over here, and then double dads. So we're ready to go.
자, 일단 팀복으로 환복하시고.
네.
Okay.
Our team name. And
레드 버프라고 할까요?
레드 버프 좋아요.
Okay.
red buff and
팀명 그거 하고 팀장 누구 하죠?
팀장은 헬리어스님이죠.
오케이.
제가 할게요. 팀장.
And 팀 9호.
팀고 레드.
아, 약간 파이팅 있게 해야 되잖아요.
거의 레드 버프 이렇게 할까?
Oh, I like that. Red buff. Yeah. Oh, the buff really feels powerful.
오케이.
I like it. Okay, what's the last one?
토크?
근황 토크?
아이스 브레이크?
갑자기.
울프님 애기 몇 살이에요?
일곱
7살?
여덟 달 됐어요.
8개월?
8개월 됐어요.
그러면은 오늘 기저귀랑 분유값 벌어야겠네요.
Double dads.
원래 아빠들은 위대하거든요.
그리고 저희 애기들 있으니까 이거 촬영 나중에 나오면 너무 부끄럽지 않게.
일단 팀장은 감투를 좋아하시니까.
너무 좋아요.
좋아하시는 분.
이게 한 번 쓰니까 벗기가 싫어.
이름 정해야 되는데 우리 팀명 뭐 할까요?
I think so many of us have been around the world, gets to go to worlds. So what if we're a global team? Global gang. GG. GG.
글로벌 갱, 와.
Oh, you're so smart. No, wow, it's a great.
와, 내 지능캐다.
그러네.
지능캐네.
그러면은 9호도 약간 센 걸로 가죠?
Gang.
저 마지막에 GG 이거 할까요? 글로벌 갱이니까? GG.
갱. GG. 그럼 어떻게 붙여야 될까?
약간 뭐 갱갱갱 하다가 이렇게 다른 팀들 보고 이렇게 다 하고 GG.
리피트.
GG. Gang.
오케이. 뭔가 GG보다 갱이 끝이 세 보여.
아, 좋아요,
그치?
좋아요.
근데 지능캐다. 좋은데? 기분이.
I'm just super competitive.
He just wants to win.
이쪽이 밸런스가 좋아. 저도 나름 밸런스 캐긴 합니다. 작은 육각형으로 이렇게. 또 다른 게 있나요? Any other
Maybe like LCK knowledge.
SK knowledge는 오빠 하면 되겠다. SK 관련된
그래도 제가 좀 오래 많이 했으니까.
브레인을 직원한테 주고 수빈님이 연차가 엄청 많으니까 a lot of years working here, right?
그러면은 저는 그거 할게요. 헬리오스 부시기 이런 거.
헬리오스 저게 너무 못 매달리지 말고. 더 넘어야 되는 산들도 많아.
아차차.
그럼 여기 중에 어디가 제일 약해 보이시나요?
Weakest team is right there.
위키스 팀?
Yeah, weakest team.
Why?
I don't know. They're too nice.
아.
우리 팀장부터 정해야 돼요. 팀장? 근데 팀장은 정해져 있어.
그래요? 저도 제 마음속에
정해져 있어 이미. 나는 일단 팀장은 혜진님이 하셔야 돼. 혜진님? 무조건 혜진님이 하셔야 돼.
혜진님 팀장 동의하겠습니다.
그치?
I am with the 혜지
그래.
team.
능력 순으로 가는 거야.
짬 처리하는 것 같은데요?
팀장을 여기가 하고 여기 이제 통역병이잖아.
난 트랜슬레이터.
무관으로 여기.
아, 알겠어.
번역.
오케이.
그리고 이제 팀명. 팀명 뭐가 있을까? 아까 너 막 아이디어 하나 있다고 하지 않았어?
아이디어가 뭐냐면요. 약간 페트와 매트 이런 느낌을 해가지고.
페트와 매트.
약간
그러면 엄트와 와트?
그래서 우리들의 이름에서 좀 따와가지고 약간 옥티와 벤 약간 이런 느낌으로 해가지고 그러면 다 글자가 하나씩 들어가니까 엄티, 워릿, and then 배, and then 포니.
얘가 와가 돼.
내가 와구나.
엔드가 되니까 여기가.
맞네.
에이,
아, 센스 좋다.
여기 희귀한 이름이 있으니까.
센스 좋다.
오케이.
센스 좋다.
막내 이랬습니다.
게임에 들어가기 전에 각 팀을 소개하는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
Yes.
All right, we're a global gang.
너 다시?
GG 없었어.
박자가 안 맞네, 박자가.
박자가 안
맞네. 나 저기 그냥 피지컬만 좋지.
Yeah.
자, B팀 소개해 보겠습니다. 자, 팀 소개 가볼까요? 하나, 둘, 셋.
옥티와 베이비.
와, 파괴적이다.
약해 보여.
귀엽게 옥티와 벤이라고 이름을 지어봤고요. 자, 그럼 팀 구호 한번 갈게요. 하나, 둘, 셋.
여기가 진짜 선물이다.
선물이야.
C팀은 먼저 하기 전에 저쪽에 사실 스태프분들이 엄청 막 긴장하면서 기다리고 계신데
저희는
사람들 모르겠지만 한 명 반글로버 한 명도 있는데 저희 지선 뽑았습니다.
지선 왜?
지선 보스.
So our team name is
레드 먹는 거잖아 우리가.
버프 중엔 레디지.
먹으면 돼. 알지? 정글이 먹으면 돼.
밸런스가 완벽합니다.
자, 첫 번째 게임은 롤 관련 인물 사진 퀴즈입니다.
와 이거 나오네. 롤 상식인 거잖아 어찌 보면. 인물.
와.
Every player in international esports, like if we have it across all of esports, we're going to totally win.
Probably LCK.
Probably LCK.
설명을 드릴게요. 자, 인물의 사진을 보고 5대5 동시 대결이에요. 네, 다 같이 참여하는 겁니다. 시작.
류.
하나, 둘, 셋.
스맵.
넘기고. 둘,
제발.
셋. 3초 안에 대답해야 됩니다.
네.
지금 연습 게임인 거죠? 아니에요.
리얼.
진짜 리얼?
아, 바로 갑니다.
아니 근데 아니 뭐 하지? 아니 불리한데? 나 진짜 내려 찍어 그냥.
나 여기 누가 막으면 찍어, 나도.
네, 파이팅 유수리 파이팅. 갱.
뭐 하지? 손 여기서 시작합시다, 우리.
내려.
여기서 시작합시다.
귀.
B, 오케이.
자,
관리 좀
슬라이드.
해봤네.
공평하게 하자 했잖아요. 우리 공평하게 하자 했잖아요.
말파이트.
땡! 땡!
안 돼.
항의하면 감점이야.
항의하면 감점이에요.
오늘 끝나긴 해요? 저희 집에 갈 수 있어요?
go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mic into the storm.
젠지 화이팅! 긴! 캐니언 화이팅! KT 롤스터 화이팅! KT 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Ox, the AA broadcast once again. And I'm looking forward to today's matches quite a lot, Ox, because KT managed to win against T1. It is absolutely ridiculous that it happened, but it tees us up for this first matchup kind of beautifully.
And the last time I saw Genji, they got 3-0'd.
Yeah, it was the last time I saw them too.
Need a little bit of redemption, I feel, based on that performance. Obviously, we know domestic Genji is a whole other beast, so I expect them to be in good form, but, you know, you're coming up against KT on a high, and we all know they're a team who continues to go up and never goes down again.
Not sure about that necessarily. I imagine that there could be some variance in how KT plays, but right now, they're at equal first. We've only had 2-0 so far in the LCK, so we have a 4-way tie for first place after our first 4 matches.
And I think it's just, you're kind of shocked to see some of those names at the top. You know, HLE, 10th place in the LCK
I
Cup.
know, really turning it around.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen, first to 800 games, and I mean, Keen has just been on an absolute tear in recent form, but such a long career as a top player in the league, and such a wide breadth of champions played as well, which he's really been adding to with Fearless being incorporated in the league.
Yep, he's also a 10 times millionaire as far as gold earned is concerned. I love these just completely ludicrous stats that aren't all that relevant to much of anything at all, just the amount of games that you've played, but
you're
still.
Assuming if it's like each is like a gold coin, like 10 million gold coins is a crazy amount of money.
It's a decent investment.
Yeah.
Right? You're supposed to invest into gold. Speaking of gold, the new support for KT, let's hear from Effort.
안녕하세요. KT의 서포터 에포트 이상호입니다. 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서 이겼던 것 같고요. 오늘은 제가 캐리해 볼 생각입니다. 제가 작년에 통으로 1년을 쉬면서 좀 경기를 보는데 되게 다시 뛰고 싶더라고요. 그래서 그게 제일 컸던 것 같아요. 주변 지인분들도 다 좋아해 주시고 가족분들도 다 너무 좋아해 주셔서 너무 뿌듯합니다 지금. 아무래도 두 번째 판 넥서스 깰 때 그때가 첫 승의 순간이기 때문에 그때가 가장 기억에 남네요. 앞으로 최대한 팀 컬러에 맞춰서 좀 화합이 잘 되는 그런 서포터가 되도록 노력할 예정입니다. KT 롤스터 화이팅!
첫 경기부터 KT전 쉽지 않을 것으로 예상되지만 LCK컵 챔피언의 위력을 보여드리겠습니다.
LCK컵에서의 성적이 좀 많이 아쉬웠어가지고 대로 잘하는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
KT 만날 때마다 쉽지 않았던 상대였던 것 같아요. 작년에도 중요한 순간마다 저희를 꺾은 게 KT였거든요.
중요한 경기 때마다 젠지를 이겨왔던 것 같은데 올해는 첫 경기부터 패배를 안 되겠습니다.
작년에 패배는 패배일 뿐 첫 경기 이겨서 좋은 흐름 만들도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 잘 준비해서 준비한 대로만 하면 이길 수 있다는 자신감으로 임하겠습니다. KT 롤스터가 간다!
Yep, I would say leaving losses in the past is definitely a good idea for Gen.G.
Well, they specifically said last year's losses from the past. They had some losses this year, but they probably want to
No, but like maybe they can leave all of the losses in the past.
Just all of them.
Leave them in the past. The past is the past. Today is a brand new day. And Gen.G are going to walk out into Lol Park for the first time for the LCK 2026 season here at the Chijijik Lol Park. I'm looking forward to seeing what this team has done to bounce back, because it was a very difficult loss against G2 in first stand. It's what we've been alluding to this entire time. And I think that getting back on the horse is going to be really, really important here in their first match back.
And I think the reason we tend to over-focus on their losses is because they just win so much.
Yeah, there aren't very many of the losses, are
They were the LCK Cup champions, they were our LCK champions last year, and so when they do lose, it's such a rare occurrence that it sticks out in our memory, but
The only loss they've had this year was against G2.
Yeah. I mean, they had only dropped 2 games going into that series, so we're used to this team winning so much. We're used to them being the team to raise the trophy as they did last year.
Exactly right. You can see that is their LCK trophy they are standing beside now. You can see pretty somber faces on Gen.G. I think that they might be a little bit more elated after a victory. But we'll just have to see whether they can take down this new and improved KT roster that really has seemed to get behind their new support. I think Effort didn't exactly have a standout performance individually in their first match back, but I really liked how KT had kind of changed and evolved as a team around having that new voice on the bottom side of the map. And speak of the devil, and they shall appear. KT roster to make their way out onto the Chijijik Lol Park stage for the second time so far this season. The first time was beautiful, and man, you looked at this schedule for KT, and you were like, oh man, it's doomed. KT fans are like, yeah, we've been here before. But they managed to 2-0 T1 in their first match. Can they do it again? If they do it again, like think about this round, like round 1, in the bag, baby.
Yeah, it's a big confidence boost, and I think Effort, they needed that stability in the bot lane, had a really solid performance, but I think the whole team was kind of overshadowed by Perfect and the performance he put in. A player who struggled to sort of match the highs we sometimes see from him. But I mean, if he plays to that level, I mean, he has to match up against Keen. It's a tall order, but he took down Doran very convincingly in that previous series. So another big name ahead of him. We'll see what he can do.
I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, there is a lot of history between these two teams as well. Very fun to see BDD, who was the title player for Gen.G for so long, up against Keen, who of course was on KT in some of their better times as well. And so going to be staring across from one another, and we'll see whether KT can do it like they did in those semi-finals up against Gen.G at Worlds 2025. Once again, they could pip them at the post, as it were. What does pip mean? I've never really understood that.
It just makes me think of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Pippin?
Yeah.
Hey, Pippin to be at the post. This is when Pippin's standing next to a post.
Yes.
That's what it is.
We've gone to the bottom
it
of it.
all
Nailed
makes
it,
sense.
yeah.
Billy Boyd. It all just comes back to Billy Boyd, doesn't it, in the end? It's all right. Players getting ready to dive onto the Rift here for game number 1. Man, that just has completely thrown me through a loop. I think that there were other things that we were going to talk about, but we're just going to have to shelve them for now because I pipped us. I pipped us off the script.
You really
completely.
pipping us to the focus on this.
Oh no, not more pippins.
Yeah, well, at least we're feeling quite merry now.
Oh, there you go. Got to include both of them, otherwise, yeah.
You can never have one without the other.
Get upset.
There's going to be a match today that we are going to talk about at some point, but
yeah, it hasn't started yet. We're allowed to talk about pippins and posts and stuff like that. I think it's completely fine.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, Aiming and Ruler have been up against each other many, many times throughout the years. I'm interested in Effort versus Duro. The old versus the young. You know?
Yeah.
This could be like an opportunity for Effort to show that he's still got the hands, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's going to work because Duro's really, really good. His hands are very, very good. But it might be, this could be a very, very good test. And if Effort manages to pass it, look at that. Looking quietly confident on your screen right there.
Yeah. And, you know, we had him on the space in the last series for an interview, and he was talking about how, you know, Cuz really helped bring him into the fold on the team. Obviously, they had that pre-existing time together when they were on T1.
Yep.
I think jungle support was really important at First Stand. Going to continue to be so. I think Cuz and Effort have that pre-existing synergy, but Canyon and Duro have been a really strong duo as well, more so this year than last year. I think they were a bit more disconnected then.
Yep.
And could be a big factor in this series. Can they link up? Can they impact the map? Can they get the ball rolling sooner rather than later?
Well, we are going to get into the draft now to see exactly what balls are going to get chosen. It wasn't a great transition. I'll work on it.
Okay.
First pick going to go over to Gen.G as they had right of first selection, and so they will be on the red side as KT decided to go on towards blue. Shyvana going to be banned as she will be throughout the week, but I don't think that she'll be played even if she wasn't banned because this is the hotfix version. And so first ban to come through here for Gen.G. Do they want to be swapping Oriannas and Azirs, things like that? That is going to be the question mark here. The Nautilus is going to be the first one banned away, which I find quite intriguing. Maybe just an instant Ashe Seraphine could be like what they're thinking about. I don't know. What does Nautilus ban scream to you?
Yeah, I don't know, because, I mean, I feel like as much as Nautilus can be a big threat, I think he's also a threat to things like Yunara, you know, when you have those hyper carries are quite mobile. Is an interesting one. Pantheon is more what we typically expect. Rumble has been taken away. Karma is another ban that is just... Rumble and Karma, the two picks have been perma-banned every game so far.
Yep.
And so far, something we've seen as a trend is Ryze and Azir have just been the first picks.
Yep.
In 3 out of 4 series, they have just been
Who's
the first
won?
picks. Ryze.
Like every time, basically.
Well, it hasn't even been Ryze against Azir. It's been like Ryze has been first picked. And
Ryze against?
Not Ryze. It hasn't been Ryze against.
It's a great band. Really, really good band.
It's been like separate. So now Ryze has been banned. It feels like Gen.G might be setting up for an Azir first pick. But even though Azir has been first picked whenever he can be, pretty much.
The Orianna first pick.
Games. Okay, yeah, he's been banned out. So those two off the cards.
Is there another mid laner that's sort of blindable? After, like, if Orianna gets banned here, as it will, do we pick mid here, or do we just lock in a Vi or a Jarvan or something like that for Canyon to keep your options open?
I think there's no huge pressure to take mid now. You could even look towards like an AD carry if you wanted to. There's also like strong picks, things like Ambessa and stuff that have seen a lot of priority.
Good point.
You can flex between like jungle and top. There's a lot of good junglers open. There's like Xin Zhao, there's like Jarvan. They're going to go for the Aurora. I mean, Chovy had that insane game on it in the LCK Cup, and it can be flexed between mid and top.
Yep, so, Keen, a very good Aurora player himself.
I guess with the mid pool being thinned out, looking to prioritize that.
Is there anything that can very comfortably go into an Aurora, though? That's the question. Is Ezreal Karma looks to be the option here, as I was wondering when Effort was going to be forced onto something that isn't an Enchanter, but so far it has been Seraphine, Lulu, and now Karma.
Yeah, and Ezreal Karma going through is kind of crazy. Again, Karma is being banned every single series till now. It's also the fact you're getting Ezreal and Karma, which is the duo
and
you kind of look for.
Has been like, he's the self-proclaimed best Ezreal. He's said it many times. But they're going to be up against the Ashe Seraphine. The Ezreal Karma is extremely strong. Is it strong enough to be able to take down this lane?
I think a lot of it comes down to execution. There's a lot of poke from the Ezreal Karma, but it's quite skill shot based. I honestly think that it's going to come down to execution in this 2v2 matchup. I do think it's easier for the Ashe Seraphine. There's a lot of damage is harder to avoid. But to be fair, Karma Mantra Q is so big. It's so hard to dodge.
It really is. You said skill shot based. I'm like, is that really? We've seen it miss, but we laugh at it when it does miss.
Yeah.
It's not something that should really be
It's more so the Ezreal. I think the Ezreal is the big factor. If you're not connecting the Mystic shots, you can really just struggle in that lane. Jace coming through. We've seen Jace popularity fly up. I'm surprised they didn't take jungle here.
Yeah, I was thinking the Xin Zhao was going to be a shoo-in.
I think Xin Zhao's good, but also like stuff like Jarvan into the Ashe Seraphine specifically has a ton of value. Just something that you can really just put pressure down. I think the main thing is we're talking about like the 2v2 matchup bot being about execution. I think it's more so which jungler comes bot first and executes the enemy bot lane.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's going to be a big factor.
Well, Annie going to be taken away here. We're just going down the list of things that BDD could play in the mid lane and taking them away from him. Right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 mid lane bans.
Yeah, and obviously the Aurora taken away as well, just really thinning the pool out. Pistol options, you know, Ahri got a little bit of a nerf, but still playable. Still like Galio.
Yep. I actually really quite like Galio. Imagine if it was like Galio Nocturne or something to be locked in here for KT.
That would
look pretty good.
See, it'd be a big threat. My only concern with Galio Nocturne is that, like, I really like the Galio with, like, immediate CC to set him up. If you had, like, Galio Nocturne Rakan, that'd feel great. Because otherwise, you know, people can flash out or disengage before the tether comes in. And then the engage might not fully work out. But it's still a big threat. And if you catch someone isolated, they are just going to die.
Could just be a Jarvan if they would like to. KT, we'll see what they do decide to go with. The reason my mind went to Nocturne is because Cuz looked pretty good on it the last time they played.
And Genji focused more bans on mid here instead of cutting away at the junglers. So it looks like they are going to go for the Xin Zhao pickup.
Xin Karma, pretty strong.
Yeah, I think Xin with enchanters is just so good. And the fact that you had the option to pair it with Karma, the alternative with them pairing it with Seraphine. Something we saw.
Oh,
sorry.
He's gone.
Yeah, something we saw often paired with Ashe Seraphine was the Mundo.
Yeah, true.
So could lean towards that if you really wanted to, but there's still a lot of good junglers available. I think Jarvan just kind of still there. Nocturne still works.
What's the blind top lane pick as well? Cassante. I guess that that works.
Keen Sante, it's a classic.
And what is it? Oh no. Oh, Daniel. Oh, Daniel. Does he do it again? Does he do it again? Oh my, imagine if it happened. Imagine if Perfect picks Vayne into Keen and beats him with it.
And they flex the Jace mid?
Yeah.
I mean, they could. They could.
Yeah, the Jace didn't actually play into my mind. I was distracted a little bit there. As the Nocturne, like we were talking about before, is going to be picked up on the other side. As Effort, obviously going to be hovering the Nasus. A very normal thing. As you've got some water over there. Good.
Yeah.
I saw it in the prompter that you need to hydrate. Zoe, a consideration here for BDD. Man, they are going all in on poke. There is no engage. They are just going to outrange and out-annoy you.
So I'm a little concerned with how this KT composition has played out, because you obviously have this poke setup, which is really strong. But as you said, they don't have the reliable engage. It's just kind of run at them if we want to get on target. Otherwise, we are just...
No. I don't think they should ever run at them.
Well, yeah, but
they should run away from them.
If they find an isolated target, it is just run at them. Otherwise, it's just playing for poke. But on the side of Genji, you have a lot of dive threat. And once the Nocturne goes in, you have like the Seraphine ult can go across the top. You have the Ashe ult to follow up. There's a lot of pick potential on Genji. And generally, poke compositions don't do well when there's a lot of long-range pick and engage that can come through. Like if you're playing Zoe and trying to set up on a flank to get angles, Nocturne can just go for you. And he can spell shield the bubble, and then what else do you have in terms of peel tools? So I think I'm a little bit concerned. I do think KT's composition, if executed well, has a lot of potential, but I think Genji has a bit more of a straightforward see champion, kill champion vibe to what they've brought to the table.
Yeah, I'm interested in how it's going to go, especially for this KT composition that is going to be very difficult to execute. But if a poke composition like this does get ahead and they are able to play it out well, it can feel so impossible to do anything into. But you do have to play it very, very well. And there is a decent amount of hard engage on the Gen G side of things. It is a very stock standard style of composition here. And Gen G have been so good at making it work no matter what. Even if KT's off to a phenomenal start, I don't think we're ever going to be counting Gen G out. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift 4 game number 1 of KT versus Gen G. Cuz already hitting Chovy a bunch of times. It's a little bit cute, as BDD is going to be here as well. Does not quite find Paddle Star damage, but is going to get control of the wave. That's pretty nice. One thing I do want to talk about is the fact that Canyon has once again chosen the correct skin on Nocturne. Spooky Ghost Nocturne is 100% the greatest. And you can, like, why would you ever play the weird red drill?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Spooky Ghost exists. That's the one that you play. That's the rule.
I will say something from Cuz waiting there. Okay, that's some big poke.
Yeah, it's
from Cuz waiting there and denying Chovy. He forced Chovy to start W level 1 and stopped him from getting a ward in the jungle. So actually pretty solid advantage there overall. Effort's getting some good poke down already on a Duro. Duro not being able to dodge these Qs, and everyone that hits, you're getting that lower cooldown on the Mantra, which is obviously way harder to dodge.
Yep. Pretty big deal. As BDD taking a bit of damage here from Chovy, gets that Electrocute proc, but otherwise things are looking all right. It's an airy take here for BDD as well, as Effort is just continuing to be frustrating. Does miss the Mantra Q though, so we need to add a little bit of a chuckle. So not exactly optimal. Keen taking a lot of damage here towards this top side of the map, as we do have vertical jungling ensuing here between these two squads. And I imagine for KT, that feels pretty good. Their jungler is on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a big advantage. Leveraging the really strong level 1 off this Ezreal Karma so they can push in. And, you know, Canyon's kind of read this quite well. And it's just matched on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's just already there.
Yeah, so despite the fact he didn't get that ward in, didn't get that information, he's responded as he should. And Ruler and Duro aren't really in a position where they can be dove, so the end result is not really a huge punish for Gen G in this situation.
Yeah, not too bad. Canyon getting some vision over as well, so not going to miss out on too much. So it is just going to be a mirrored start here for both junglers. Canyon, good adaptation, as Rift Scuttle is going to be going down as well. So everything even. You can see KT with about 100 gold lead. That is largely due to the fact that Perfect is having a very good time in lane, as you would expect as the Jace into Cassante. Does now moving over a ward though, as we can see. Effort is just being so frustrating here. He does find Ruler with that Mantra Q. Aiming did go back, get that early tier. Isn't doing a whole lot of extra damage though, as now BDD taking a fair bit himself. Canyon looking for a little bit of a drive-by as the Dustbringer doesn't quite connect. Is Perfect going to do it again, man? He's been racking up these solo kills so far. Is it the year of Perfect, actually? In the LCK Cup, we started with the year of Dudu. I tried to make the year of Vikla a thing. That didn't age all that well. Maybe moving into the LCK for 2026, it's the year of Perfect.
It could be, you know, it's looking promising right now. And I love how we just keep switching.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go.
That's the angle.
It's going to be everyone's year at some point.
Yeah, we'll get through most players in the league, I hope, by the end of the year.
Yeah, that's
everyone gets their time in the sun.
All right, Keen is just weathering the storm as best he can, though. Obviously, this is a difficult matchup for the Cassante, as we mentioned before, but right now looks pretty good. Perfect, and it is his year, as we just stated.
I think one thing with this bot lane matchup is the Ashe Seraphine gets so much power at level 6, whereas the Karma really doesn't. The Ezreal ult, not as much immediate power in lane. I mean, the ult, obviously, if you can connect it, is great, but it's very telegraphed, whereas an Ashe ult, if Effort steps up post 6, he's probably just dead.
Yep. That's why they're trying to get as much poke and damage down before said level 6 does come on through, as level 4s have been hit by both of the bottom laners for KT. And Ruler actually going to be forced back here as Effort with the Inspire going to help him tank that turret shot, but just being as frustrating as possible. do have Chovy leading as far as farm is concerned here in this mid lane, and able to rifle through these minions as well, as we can see. Double amp tome has been picked up just to help him destroy that backline, and there it is. Now Cuz moving towards that top side of the map, though, is now Keen going to get booped back by that hammer. Perfect, still looking for some options. Flash does come on through here. He's level 6, so they're making sure that all-out does not get him to safety. And he is trying to get the kill back, but it doesn't work. And First Blood goes to Perfect.
Just an easy gank setup there. Keen trying to find an angle away and is unsuccessful. Doesn't burn his flash is one thing, but still ends up going down.
Very cute, though. Like, I actually liked how Perfect played it because he did not hesitate flashing out of the way of that Q, and we saw just how close to death he actually came after that all-out, all-in happened from Keen.
Full respect given over to Keen.
Oh, man, that was scary. The bubble is going to connect here onto the Nocturne, though, as Canyon is just dead. Kill goes over to BDD. They lose out on the Drake, but KT 2-0.
Did he spell? Was he? Because sometimes you can, well, you can spell shield the dragon damage to get the attack speed. I'm wondering if it was on cooldown, because he didn't spell shield to like right at the very end. Very weird not to spell shield the bubble in that situation. So, yeah, I'm a little confused there. I feel like if he'd spell shielded the bubble, he would have been fine.
Let's have a look.
Maybe he just didn't see it with the dragon, because you see here, he spell shields then, very late.
Yeah, so maybe it had just come back up.
That's what I'm thinking, because, you know, you can spell shield the dragon attack to get the attack speed. So it may have just come up, or maybe he just didn't see the bubble and he got caught out. Either way, it's a good collapse from KT. They get rewarded, even though they missed out on the dragon. Now, it is Chemtech Ocean first 2 dragons, so immediately I'm thinking, ooh, that's pretty good soul.
Heck yeah. As effort. Looking for Duro here. Does manage to snare him momentarily, but he should be all right. Is this Seraphine after all?
Okay, Ruler is about to hit 6. Duro is about halfway there.
Ruler has a pretty good first back, too.
Yeah, this is the point where we can really see this matchup pivot quite heavily. So Effa has to be careful, especially because a big defensive factor for Karma is having the Mantra W. That heal is so powerful in early 2v2s, gives you so much extra health. If your Mantra's down...
Oh, here's the paranoia. As Perfect trying to get himself out of there, but he is feared up and destroyed. An easy gank here from Canyon. And first ulti being good is a fantastic start here for the Nocturne.
Very straightforward, you know, answering back that earlier gank from Curse and getting a good, successful first Nocturne ult. Keen even gets the Crystalline Overgrowth to help him out with that first plate.
Yep.
But yeah, I think if Effort ever uses his Mantra badly, it's just so easy like that.
Yep, for example.
Yeah.
Let's see whether Ruler does pull the trigger. Level 5 for the Karma, but doesn't exactly need level 6, as we know. As aiming, Arcane shifting forward, that's dangerous. Beat Drop is going to miss, though. And KT still keeping themselves relatively healthy in this lane. As Cuz looking to start off these grubs. Definitely good for a Jace composition. You want to be playing a fair bit of 4-1, I could imagine, with a poke comp like this. Because 5v5 is not exactly going to be aim of the game, as True Shot Barrage connects here onto Ruler as the arrow is traded. There's the Encore onto Effort. They want to try and kill him, but the high note not going to be enough. And Gen.G did throw the kitchen sink at them. KT just kind of caught it.
I feel like Gen.G's bot lane are playing this so defensively. Like, you had those really powerful ultimates, but they're playing really respectful in ways I just don't think they needed to, if I'm being honest. I mean, this was the gank earlier, not much to say about it, a very easy setup, but they're giving so much respect to Effort, and you saw how close he came to dying when they connected their ults, but they were already backing away. And I think they really should have leveraged that ult power a lot more, but they're playing on such a defensive way. Seems a bit weird to me. I think Ruler and Duro definitely could have pushed a bit more and looked for a kill, because Effort was down Mantra, playing very aggressive, playing up in their faces. And in the end, it's them who are forced off, them who are burning summoners, so...
A little bit interesting. It also does show Canyon towards the bottom side. You can see Cuz already just absolutely obliterating his jungle on the top side of the map. As Canyon will discover BDD, who portal jumps around momentarily. Cuz comes on over, though, and so Canyon not going to be able to do too much here to the Zoe, despite BDD taking a bit of damage.
Yeah, Canyon's ult just comes up now, so... I don't think he would have gone for it necessarily, but didn't have that threat at all in pocket, so I'm not really looking for anything on the back of that. And now bot lane, Ruler did burn his barrier, Duro burn heal, a little bit less tools available. And aiming still having that cleanse just means he's never really a great target.
The double blocks on the cannon to deny it there from both of the Gen G bottom laners. Pretty cute stuff as the Ignite comes through. Yeah, I would be infinitely frustrated if I was aiming, understandably. Canyon does put his Hex Plate together. There's going to be first item done here for the Nocturne. Still, Cuz with a little bit of a lead as far as that farm, and he also collects his first item, feeling very, very nice with that Sundered Sky already done. And there's the True Shot Barrage over Ruler, just to buy them a little bit of tempo here in this game. Right now, KT still sitting with a 1,000 gold lead, but this is a composition that wants to be ahead, right? It's so interesting when you have comps that have very clearly different ways that they want to win the game.
Yep.
And Gen G, weathering the storms certainly will work for a comp like this, right? Front to back team fighting composition in the later stages of the game is certainly going to work. But KT, if they do hit critical mass, then they should just never have to really worry. As long as they can play good defensive League of Legends, then they can just deny Gen G these team fights and take all of their stuff.
That was a good play from Perfect. He spotted Canyon on that ward and just immediately flashed out. Canyon was gonna ult. I mean, it was very obvious. Yep. And then immediately Cuz just goes for the dragon to trade. I said that was a good play. He is sticking around. That may convert it into a not good play.
Yeah, he may just die anyway, as it's going to be a Mountain Soul this game, and Perfect is also going to die. Keen tanks up this turret for quite some time, but he can do that. He's pretty tanky. And Canyon is going to survive there as well, so another gank on... Oh, never mind!
What?
Perfect gets the kill back. Why did he walk back into the turret? What just happened? That got a Ghost Blade! Perfect hit an item spike because of that kill!
Okay, so it went from good play, converted to not a good play, and then Keen converted it again into a good play.
Good play, Perfect.
Good play. He just knew.
Yeah. It's his year after all. Okay.
Those are one of those plays, we call those mind control plays. Clearly just
I personally call it a whoopsie. Let's have a look at this again and see how it all kind of transpired.
Yeah, we saw this stuff. Some good jukes from Perfect to buy time. Oh, the last minion just died to the other minions, and he thought he was going to take another tower hit. That's... Honestly, I'm going to say it. That's really funny.
Well, Perfect is just going to find Canyon here. Spell Shield is decent. Wants a couple more autos, but doesn't quite get them. As now BDD finds the bubble onto Chovy, and there it is. Perfect goes forward, and Chovy gets taken down. Portal jump, beautiful there from BDD. It was effort that got the kill. Certainly not the best, but now they're 4-2, and BDD finds another one. Beat Drop is going to buy enough space to deny the Paddle Star. But still, KT, this is exactly what this composition wants to be doing.
And Perfect just getting so much value. Honestly, I think he was a little bit unlucky because Canyon's Spell Shield was
about to time out, right?
I think it was so close, and if that Shock Blast connects, he's just dead. And then you get the kill mid as well. Not for him, but assisting with it would have been such a... I mean, already is a massive play for KT, but 2,000 gold lead this point of the game. They're feeling really good about it. They did also manage to get that second Drake. They have Grubs in pocket, looking pretty positive, and Duro and Ruler never really recovered in the spot lane 2v2. It just felt like they never offered that much resistance. Canyon never got a chance to go down there, and they hit the level 6, never really capitalized on those ults. So first tower going over to aiming an effort.
And KT playing around the map really beautifully as well. You can see they get all that pressure on that bottom side of the map. They take down the turret. They utilize that to also get a blue buff. As Flash out here from BDD. That portal jump means he does have to come back though, and I think he is just dead. Does avoid a bit of the damages, never mind. Oh, the Dustbringer. My God, if BDD had survived there, it would have been absurd.
I think mentally, if he'd survived there, it's just game over.
Yep, I think so too.
You wouldn't be able to handle it. Chovy might be in trouble here.
Yeah, there's the Encore to try and keep him alive. The beat drop there as well, but in goes Cuz with the upgraded Audacious Charge. Perfect is now trying to dodge some Qs here out of Keen. Does manage to do so, as that was some fancy footwork. Still doesn't matter, he's very dead. But Gen G did have to work a little bit harder for it. Let's see whether Cuz and Effort can actually make it up here in time, and it looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, Keen happened to commit the flash there, giving a lot of respect to that tower that obviously took him down earlier.
Yep.
Still KT with lead, still them making some good plays, but some answers back from Gen G.
Arrow. Just nails aiming. doesn't have his cleanse up and available, and Chovy goes between the worlds. The flash out there is Cuz going to protect him from the angry raptor. You love to see that, but aiming now without a flash.
Aiming pretty lucky to survive there, and I think his cleanse earlier was on Duro's ultimate, where, I'm going to be real, he did not need a cleanse. It was when they were walking forward onto Chovy, and he cleansed, like, he could have just tanked it. But I think a lot of AD carries do this, where you get hit by a CC, and you just, like, automatically cleanse it.
I think it's a decent, like, muscle memory to have, you know?
Yeah, but sometimes this ends up happening where it's like, oh, I got hit by CC cleanse, and then it's like, you know, this happens, where a CC you actually have to cleanse,
yeah, exactly.
Meaningful comes in, and now you're banning flash, and it's a lot more meaningful. And now we're going into this dragon fight in 40 seconds, no cleanse, no flash. Aiming is definitely a target for Gen G.
Perfect's footwork has been absolutely fantastic. That sidestep looking very, very good. Utilizing these Swifties to make sure that the walk strategy is working out as best as it can. Keen, though, does have a level advantage somehow, and now a CS lead that is quite decent.
BFX has been in great form. It's just really good to see. And, you know, he's always been a bit of a monster in solo queue, but it's been a struggle to replicate that in competitive to the same level. But it's been such a great start to the season, and continuing that in this matchup. I know we obviously have 3 deaths, but
Ruler gonna take a little bit of a nap here as the turret does go down as well. Cuz flashing on top of the Ashe. There's the paranoia, but it's not gonna save the AD carry, and it's a double kill for Cuz as the bottom lane is wiped out. Shelly gets another charge, and KT, they did not skip a beat after their 2-0 over T1. Looking fantastic here in this mid game.
Cuz playing it so well, flashing over the Seraphine ult to dodge away from it, and just sticking to Ruler like glue. Aiming no sums, no problem. Don't need them if they're the ones going aggressive on the enemy AD carry and finding all the angles.
And that was an all-in with this, you know, smoke and mirrors poke style composition. When Cuz is fed, it doesn't matter. This Xin Zhao is just the front line. Give him an Inspire shield and he'll just kill everyone.
Ruler just eats everything here, and then that flash. The flash ult
and it
knocked
pushes
Duro
in as well. My God.
It was so well played there by, I mean, Cuz and BDD as a duo played that so well to set that play up.
Wow, who would have thought?
Yeah, wow.
We've never mentioned it before, but still working very, very well together.
Sometimes the classics they just work.
Yeah, they're classics for a reason. And right now, looking absolutely fantastic here, as even Effort has a 1,000 gold lead. Largest lead in the game here is for aiming, though, as this Ezreal about to hit that 2-item spike that we talk about all the time. I know a lot of you are probably frustrated about it, but it is important, and he is about to get there. It's going to mean that KT will have so much firepower as they come out of this mid-game, and looking for Soul Point in 4 minutes' time after managing to take down both turrets in the mid lane, as I hear Wolf somewhere saying that's the Zoe turret, and they did manage to take that and its friend in the mid lane, which feels very, very good for map control for a composition like this. Having map control as a poke comp is paramount, and they have it. Aiming does manage to get that item spike that we were talking about as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming up, KT.
They're in a great spot right now. Also, if they end up getting Mountain Soul, just that extra durability makes it so much harder for those knockdown engages to work. This composition from Gen G, it's not an issue if you're ahead, right? You have the burst to blow people up, but it will start to feel like it lacks damage if you fall behind. You know, you have a tank top, you have like a knocked-in Aurora who have not the most insane amount of damage between them, those champions. And then an Ashe. Ashe is one of these picks where, you know, if she can hit targets, her sustained DPS is decent, but it's not one of those AD carries where you think like, oh, mountains of damage coming out of an Ashe generally. And I think into this KT composition, it's just hard for Ruler to consistently auto-attack, you know, when you're being threatened from, you know, Cuz, BDD, Perfect.
It feels like
threats.
It's like one of the on-hit Varus problem as well, right? Like you just don't have that amount of mobility to be able to hit the targets if they do have a frustrating level of range. And like it's not even necessarily range, it's just being able to move around everywhere they want to all the time. Zoe and Ezreal, this has been a combination that has been utilized for a really long time now. And it just allows you to have so much mobility and continue to do damage. As you can see, Kane takes a lot of damage underneath this inner turret.
You know, a composition with Ezreal, Zoe, Jace is risky. You know, you start missing skill shots, and where is your damage? But if you're playing like this, where's the risk?
That's exactly right. Just be good, and it'll work out. That's precisely what KT are doing. They also have Cuz, who is an incredibly dangerous Xin Zhao right now, and that allows this Ezreal and Zoe combination to just run amok.
Yeah,
they always know that they have that defense.
We actually see Genji have put Canyon and Chovy in the side lane.
No. How did he get over there as Ruler takes the Battle Star? That's the dash cannon going to connect as well, but isn't going to do too much more. Still, it just provides enough space to take this inner turret, as now you've got Perfect getting engaged on by Canyon, the flash, but the Fear still connects, and so Perfect is very, very dead. Chovy collects it there with the dash cannon of his own. And Genji are able to at least get a punish to stop some of this tempo that KT have put together.
I just feel like they lost so much prior to that. Like, Chovy and Canyon went top, and we're like, let's try and find someone here. But KT were playing through mid and bot.
My goodness.
These bubbles are so frustrating. It's
Such
such a big
pretty
threat.
good at Zoe.
And now you've lost so many structures. You know, you lost your mid tier 2, your bot tier 2. It's really difficult to walk up. And there's no Mikhails on the side of Genji. Hasn't been built yet, so these bubbles are...
I guess Seraphine wants to build lots of items, doesn't she?
Yeah, we have sometimes seen, like, I mean, the core is the Echoes of Helia and the Diadem, the tier item, but we have seen them sometimes delay it to get the Mikhails.
Wouldn't mind to see it as Chovy goes between the worlds. BDD just trying to get out and utilizes the dash cannon in order to do so. Really nicely done as Aiming and Ruler fighting one another. Aiming realizing that Duro was on the way. And now Effort moving on forward. Beach Ball going to go entirely wide. As there's the paranoia. Effort watches the Nocturne fly over the top of him, but the flash into the wall there from Canyon is not really what you wanted to see. Is now BDD, he's flashing away as well. The all-out comes in, he gets a big old shield from Effort, and they go 1-for-1 as now Cuz is looking to try and take down Keen. The cavalry arrives, and KT look to convert it into this the mountain soul point.
And KT just all there to cover their mid laner. BDD does go down, but the response is swift, and Genji just look out of sorts. You know, Canyon flashing into the wall. Chovy getting caught by the bubble on the back end.
And BDD just should have died way sooner than that, right?
Yeah. I mean, the big thing, he picks up the flash here. So they're like, okay, he's going to flash over the wall. Canyon wants to follow him, but just face plants.
Yeah.
And then he survives for such a long time, and then just as he's about to go down, he gets to sleep onto Chovy. So it's a 1-for-1, and all of KT are moving down to respond. Keen goes down too. And suddenly
getting another kill as well. This Karma is 1.6k ahead.
And this one has kills. You know, this support does. I think it is Duro is going for himself, but having that already in pocket, it means things like the Ash Arrow, the ult for the Seraphine, just so much less threatening.
Yeah, and it's not even on Duro, right? He's 1.6k behind. Like, he just can't afford it.
Golden supports can be very useful.
Yeah. And so far, Effort has turned it into a bunch of value. As KT, with control of this river, Genji did manage to get their red buff. There's at least that. Ruler goes over and collects it. But, I mean, when this comp gets a Mountain Soul as well, like, that was the thing that they were lacking, was a front line. It's not really going to be an issue when Cuz has an extra shield as well as Effort's shield. Like, he will be a bigger tank than Keen.
And now KT just trying to set up around the Baron. Choke off Genji from approaching. They are looking towards the mid tower here.
Oh, could be a rotation over though, as we can see. True Shot Barrage is going to soften up Chovy and Ruler.
I think one thing
just going to be able to buy the space here to manage to take down this turret as the arrow is going to connect. It lands onto Effort as there's the paranoia as well. Effort taken down immediately. Blast Cone is going to break up the fight. But Genji have already taken one. Between worlds goes Chovy, is now Perfect. Needs to be careful. The all-out onto Cuz takes him out of the fight, and Keen is going to be able to lock down the second kill. 2-0 in favor of Genji. And now they may not even be done yet. The bubble is going to connect, though, onto this Cassante. And man, almost just explodes immediately afterwards. Still going to survive, as KT still with a fair bit of damage left available, but without the utility, it's going to be really difficult to stop Genji here.
Stopped.
Yeah, he did. Okay, does this mean that they can stop this Baron from going down? Because KT kind of likes it when they're sitting in the pit. Exactly right, this poke could be devastating.
Keen teleports just to get that shield and get back into the fight. And it should mean that KT are going to get out of there. But the True Shot Barrage does a fair bit of work. Canyon taking a lot of damage. The shot blast rate. Oh my God! He just walks in and takes it off the shelf. And now Effort's back. Perfect's back. They're looking for more as Canyon trapped inside the pit and aiming. Gonna take him down. Arcane Shift required to get over this wall as Genji are desperately trying to salvage the situation. And there it is. To the skies goes Perfect, and Effort says that's a third one for me, baby.
And just when you think Genji have found the comeback, they take down the support, they take down the jungle. It's BD. Oh, BD in trouble.
Yeah, catches this.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, never mind. This is actually just all part of the plan. And Effort going to be able to lock down that kill as well. A flash forward from Perfect as he takes out Ruler. And Duro going to follow suit as he presses W. And down goes the Seraphine. This should be the end of the game as KT 3-0 in the LCK for 2026 when they faced off against T1 first. And now Genji. Paranoia going to be used, but it's just going to switch off the lights like a kid having fun. And KT will deal with these Nexus turrets and take us to game number 2 with match point. This KT is not the one I was expecting for 2026, but it feels good to watch him.
And I don't think the one that Genji was expecting when they came into their first match of the season, but it was a convincing win. And I think across the board, you know, Perfect has been in such good form, but to me, mid-jungle in this one, the engages from Cuz in that mid-fight was massive, but BDD stealing the Baron. And the sleepy...
You know what the worst part is? He's playing Zoe, so he literally skips in and steals the Baron and then skips away.
The thing, I feel like we've seen other games of Zoe, and it just doesn't work the same.
No.
It's just BD just does more damage, lands more Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, is more for threat. It's such a suffocating pick. And, you know, we've seen it come out late and Fearless. This is game 1. This is just, yeah, I can play this, I will win, I will carry, and he definitely did so.
And this is obviously a practice composition as well, right? We've seen comps like this so many times, and I think as soon as they locked in the Ezreal Karma, they're like, oh, it's time. We can make this poke comp work, we can utilize winning lanes. Splitting the jungle as well was absolutely paramount, right, to how they were able to leverage that lead in the bottom side of the map. I think from the beginning to the end, it was beautifully played from KT, and we'll see whether they can do it again as we head towards game number 2. Thankfully, it's a best of 3, so Genji has a chance to come back, but the fact that they even need to is crazy against KT in 2026. Oh, what a time to be alive. Okay, we're gonna go to a short break. When we get back to space, gonna break this one down. We'll have game 2. We'll see you soon.
천천히 봐줘 이거.
노플이야.
아, 얘네 싹 다 놓고 싹 다 놓고.
여기에 일자리 누구
윗자리
있을만해?
갈게, 우리 윗자리. 모든 걸 더.
얘들아 주더라도 포킹하면서 천천히 봐. 나도 가고 있어. 천천히 봐.
다 노공이야 다 노공.
얘들아 안 쳐도 돼 급하게. 급하게 하지 마봐.
야 여기 간다.
산테라 녹턴 노플이야. 산테 녹턴.
얘다 노공.
나 가고 있고.
얘 싹 다 노공.
산테 녹턴 노플.
얘들아 포킹해봐 계속 길게.
슬슬 들어가는 거 어때? 나 오로라 볼 수 있고. 오로라 볼래 얘들아 오로라 보자.
먹었다 빼.
아래도 오로라 노플. 산테 보자 산테 노플.
길게 보자 길게 얘들아. 길게 봐 길게.
맞아.
이게 여기 쫓아 못 가게.
보자. 와봐.
길게 갈게 길게.
우성 형 가보던지. 나 미칼 돼.
더 갈게.
가도 가줄게 형.
어둘래 이거?
너무 좋아 보인다. 더 가는 거.
야 탑 인사 갈게.
미드 가면 끝날 것 같은데 나 필 있어.
미드 가볼게 일단.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here. I am Valdez. I've got Wadid and Umpty with me, the two Korean pro gamers. How are you guys doing today after that wonderful KT victory in Game 1?
I don't know, it feels like almost Korean analyst-esque, but yeah, I'm glad to be here. I mean, again, KT, it was not a luck. They're winning against Genji. They just won against T1 as well. They're actually playing so good. I think the game-wise, I think in-game-wise, I think it was really, really hard to execute it in terms of the draft, but I really liked it.
I agree, because the poke comp, which is and playing with the Joey, Israel, Karma, and then the slowest tempo jungler, which is Sinzao, it was really hard comp to execute, but they played quite perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, we all know Azure Karma is really OP, but you can see like they have such a great team fight comp Genji. So you have the Nocturne for the side lane, which Perfect was struggling about. But I think KT, they had the insane lead from the laning phase, so that didn't mean anything. And I think, again, like I'm so blessed by BDD. So, and also you explained how hard for Zinzao to play this game out, right?
Yeah, because Zinzao has a slowest tempo, and then Nocturne is like using the map wide. But the thing, what happened is like Gin was actually losing the lane quite hard. And then Joey was like having a good time, and then Israel Karma was winning hard. So Nocturne was quite busy to visiting everywhere.
Yeah, he really had a hard time. I felt like Canyon was in a good spot, but he couldn't quite carry the game alone because his team was so far behind. And we got to take a look at this highlight one in the mid lane. It was a crazy play from the side of KT that got so much momentum for them early.
I mean, again, KT doesn't have the engage tool, so I think they have to play perfectly. Otherwise, they're going to get engaged by Ashe and Seraphim. But here, BDD starts with the sleep here, and Cuz flashing over the Seraphim ulti and targeting down Ruler here was insane play.
I agree, and then the thing is, the KT's comp, when they group, they have to force something, and then if Genji just like, you know, dodge everything and then they just like defends it, it's Genji's tempo again, but they just forced it really well, and then the poke comp looks OP.
Yeah, I mean, they got so much momentum, and then they make a play like that, and it feels like the game is kind of unlosable for KT, but it's still going to be difficult for them. And we should take a look at Highlight 2 as well, which, you know, Genji, they got a pretty good team fight. They got a pick with this Ashe arrow, and then it looked good for them until BDD showed up.
Again, like, this is the power of the team fight comp. They have Nocturne, Ashe, Seraphim to engage, so they just cut out the Karma here, and I think everything looked really good for Genji because they were just struggling a lot when they grew, but at the end they had some kills on the side lane and they got all the shutdowns, but the issue begins with the team comp that KT has here. Like, I think the poke comp always can do something, even though you are less people around the Nashor, you can always poke them down. So I think it was like crazy this kind of play out by BDD and all the players from KT.
Yeah, every poke comp is very risky, so that's why even though you have like 5,000 related gold, you can lose at one time. But they actually play really slow and slow. I don't even know if they didn't steal or something, but they could just win the team fight still with like long chasing.
For sure.
Yeah, so this Baron could, like, even though like BDD stealed wonderful, fantastic, but even though he didn't steal, the fight is gonna be very tough for Genji here.
Yeah, it was really good chase, and I think every single time you gotta think about it. If you're playing in poking comp, then you can never really get the free Nashor. And I think after this, like, they just collect some kills and collect the Nexus as well. So it was pretty clean game by KT, even though the team comp was really hard. Again, like, I think this is kind of like, it was crazy team comp. Like, you just play into Nocturne and you gotta like play it perfectly. And I think KT, especially on the top lane, Perfect getting solo kills and getting early leads against Keen. He played Cassante, but like, he just gapped in lane.
Yeah, and then I would say this comp is hard to execute,
but this comp is like dream of the players. If you play perfect,
for sure.
If you play 100% perfect, you will win the game 100%. But KT did it, and then they actually proved their place.
Yeah, I mean, KT looking like a really strong team so far at the beginning of this LCK, especially with effort coming in. It's actually really insane what they've been able to do. Taking down T1 and now up a game here against Gen G. We'll have to wait and see if they can close it out right here. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I love it. We've got like a Korean desk for today. It's just kind of cool. I'm really glad that we have Umpty alongside us, alongside Wadid as well. And speaking of Wadid, KT might join G2 as another team that are capable of beating Gen G. And then via transitive properties, KT might be therefore better than G2 as well, right? And the LCK could theoretically almost be on top. It would be up in the air, right? Because both of them have been able to beat Gen G, right?
You know, I'm starting to wonder. You know what? As we see Keen getting his...
Congrats on 800 games.
Yep. Hoping to bounce back on that one. I'm starting to wonder, when was the last time that Gen G lost their first series of the season?
Ooh.
It must have been a long time.
I'm interested. I don't quite know. They are going to switch sides, though, as we can see, deciding to go onto the blue side, giving KT first pick if they would like it. They did acquiesce. And so KT now over onto red. We'll see what they're going to be snagging as their first option. The Karma has now been used up, and Fearless dictates that we might have some different bands to come on through, although I imagine Gen G probably still pretty okay with taking away a bunch of mid laners to make sure that BD has the most difficult time. However, he did just have a pretty amazing Zoe game.
Yeah, they banned all those mid laners. He picked Zoe. He carried and stole Baron. So
11 HP, by the way. Having a look at the highlights there. Oh,
and like
goodness.
100% credit to BDD for that. But also, when there's no other jungler, that shouldn't happen.
Yeah. The smite that you steal as Zoe is not quite as strong.
I did just do some quick looking up. I haven't fully cross-referenced this, but they did lose their first match of the season in 2020 summer. So it might have been that long, because their records are like insane every time since then. I checked some of the other ones. That might have been the last time they lost their first match.
Did they play the opening match against DK that year?
It was actually against DRX.
Huh? Well, there you go. DRX in 2020 were a pretty different looking team, though, if I remember correctly.
But that, again, I haven't fully checked it out, but from what I looked at briefly, that might have been the last time. If they lose today, if they're one game away from it, if they lose today, it might have been 6 years since they last dropped the first game of the season.
All right, but I've got another side of it, right?
Okay.
If they lose today, right, every single time where they've won over the last 6 years, they lost Worlds.
Wow.
So maybe starting off with a loss could help. I have no idea. Let's just have a look at how this one is going to go. We might get our first 3-game series of the season.
Pantheon Open, Rise Open, Azir Open.
Azir Open. And the Rise is going to be snapped up immediately here from BDD.
Yep, so no, Azir has been picked in every series that he's been allowed to be picked and been open.
Pantheon
hasn't won a game yet. Pantheon, very good. We're big Pantheon fans. So Pantheon has won every game so far.
I wonder what this means for Cuz, because there's quite a few junglers that are now sort of taken away, what with Fearless and with that Jarvan ban.
Also, the fact that they got the Anivia ban, which is now like the double impact, because you can't play the Anivia mid, but also Anivia support's been a problem.
Yes.
Sometimes for the team playing it, sometimes for the other team.
Yeah, it wasn't a problem for KT, let's just say that.
Yeah, but the sort of double impact of that ban, there is still the Cassiopeia as an option for Chovy, but we've seen that counter be kind of not always the most impactful. Looks like Cuz is eyeing up the Wukong, although actually they're going to grab the Sivir first and foremost. So we've seen so often Sivir into Varus. You can match the wave clear, you can just spell shield to poke, really stable lane. Also pretty good in the Pantheon in general. If you can dodge any part of his combo, whether it's a stun or, you know, a big spear when you're low HP can make a big difference.
Ooh, Effort Bard. It's been a while, but Effort has been playing Bard for a very long time. This was one of the champs that he quite liked back in the day.
So not securing a jungler in this rotation for KT. I guess maybe thinking, look, we don't get Pantheon. We're fine. There's a lot of junglers still open. There is still like the...
Do you know what I really appreciate? I'd already written down Vi, but then they picked Sivir.
Yeah.
And Sivir has Vi in her name, so it was very easy to adjust.
I mean, there's Vi open, there's Wukong open. There's still options available that they can lean on.
And Cuz has a pretty wide champion pool as well. I think he's happy to play a whole bunch of different things. His Mundo is something that he's always really enjoyed. And there's a lot of bans that they're going to have to throw out if they really want to make sure that Cuz isn't comfortable in this game.
So we get the Azir Ryze matchup. Honestly, something we haven't actually seen that much. Both picks have been very popular, but not really facing off against each other.
Yeah, I do feel like this should be an okay matchup for the Azir, just due to the range advantage that you would have. But Ryze is Ryze, right? Like, he just is really strong. And you can just wander to other lanes and get advantages that way. As the Alistar going to be banned away here as well. Not allowing Duro to have the cow. Although I don't know whether you'd really want to play Alistar into Sivir Bard.
Yeah, maybe Nico comes through as a ban as well. Could be something they look towards. Obviously can match the range a good amount. And also has that engage potential. Ambessa, you know, we saw some Ryze Ambessa, obviously the point-and-click CC to set up the public execution. But also, I mean, it functions as a flex, but probably expecting it in the jungle. Does mean that Wukong that was hovered earlier is still potentially available if they want to get their hands on it.
Yeah, we'll see whether that is going to be a choice. It feels a little bit like a slow starter here for KT.
Yeah, especially Wukong into Pantheon. Pantheon can do so much early.
Well, Rakan going to be taken away here, denying a fair bit of engage KT. That seems to be what they're worried about. But that Nico that you were talking about, still up and available if they would like to go that direction. Would give them a fair bit of control in the lane as well. Wouldn't mind seeing it out of Duro. And they are going to at least hover it for now, and there is the lock.
Yeah, so Nico did get that nerf that meant her W cooldown starts when her clone expires. So definitely was a bit of a hit, but still so much threat. Can build Rocket Bell and should build Rocket Bell. I think that's the key thing we're hitting on.
Effort, that's not Nasus. Wait, Effort. Wait, where's the... Come on. Oh my good, he didn't hover Nasus. Wow. He hovered Teemo instead?
What is the world coming to?
I have no idea. I don't even know what it means. So I'm trying to decipher it.
Cuz going for the Aatrox, you know, a pick that we were talking about slow starters, not the best early ganker, and also playing into the likes of Varus, Azir. Might well...
That's a Jhin. Keen's playing Varus top.
Into
they have been infected by the LEC.
Yeah.
They're like, the LEC is the best right now. What have they been doing? What is some of the tech that they've been up to?
This is honestly a pretty smart flex because you got to shift the Varus away from the Sivir matchup where, you know, Sivir's picked into Varus as a neutralizer. There should be a better time for the Jhin Nico. It's a pretty good matchup for them. I mean, the Sivir's, it's not going to be terrible, but you also get a range top into Renekton. This is not going to be a fun matchup for Perfect. And it's crazy that this is a time where I'm saying you need to keep Perfect down, but based on how he's been playing, yeah, you need to keep Perfect down.
I would agree.
You need to keep him down. He's been popping off.
You are picking Jhin into Bard. Doesn't feel fantastic due to the curtain call interaction with the Tempered Fate.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, though, is there's not a ton of engage on this side of KT. So if you're using the...
Their engage is sprint at you.
Yeah, and then if you're using the bottle to stop the Jingle...
It's so good, actually.
If you're using the bottle to stop the Jingle, then you're not using it to engage. Yeah,
that's a good point.
You kind of have a bit more limited tools in terms of that, so...
You're also not using it to disengage as well. I feel like the Bard ultimate is what separates good Bard players from the great ones, and it's when you are able to utilize it. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get onto the Rift for game number 2. My goodness, that was an ear-splitting KT.
I had to hold my thought for the fan chance.
Okay.
But I do have to disagree with you a little bit. You said what separates the good bards from the bad bards is the ultimate.
The great bards.
The great bard, sorry, is the ultimate. I've watched a lot of Carrier, I've actually learned what separates the good from the great bards is how many sick Q flashes you can do in a game.
That's a good point.
That's what it's about.
I apologize. We had a bit of a break. Just obviously I'm slipping. All right, Genji taking a little bit of damage here as the ricochets are flying on forward. As Perfect, I think, is going to spend a lot of time lurking in the reeds. I know it's a brush, but he's a crocodile. That's what they want to do.
Hey, that's a good place for him. He can just farm up the experience and not interact at all.
All right, Cuz
is going for an early invade.
Question mark. Well, Canyon is just going to run away from his Grump. Got the info that this was happening on that ward next to the Raptors, and so Cuz just going to walk on in after taking his red. Does give him a lot of extra combat power, and so therefore going to be just given the Grump.
Yeah, I think Canyon honestly, Cuz is a jungler who really likes to push and challenge and take these sort of windows where he sees an opportunity to invade and to mix things up. But I think Canyon is also just so good at reacting.
Yeah.
Quickly responding and just not missing a beat to move away. It is still an advantage for Cuz, don't get me wrong. But Canyon doesn't lose any more time than he has to.
Yeah, mitigating downsides has been something that he's been very good at throughout his career. All right, Perfect. Now time to finally pick up some farm. As Keen is going to make it as difficult as possible. First plate will be going over to the Varus already. And that is precisely what you want to be doing here in this matchup. Perfect does at least get himself the cannon. Is now BDD running towards Chobi. Flash quite early on in that exchange. Really feeling the pressure.
Has just been something else. He had that matchup into Faker where he was playing Ryze and the Orianna and he just dominated. So, I mean, Ryze is such a strong pick. Everyone has been popping off on Ryze, but BDD in particular seems like such a problem if he gets his hands on this pick, particularly just in lane. We all know Ryze is going to get Actualizer and just start one-shotting people, but if he's winning lane as well, he gets to that point a lot sooner.
True. And Keen going to press W and push Perfect out of the lane. At least he did manage to get a few CS, but you can see the Crocodile is having a tough time. Cuz at full health here, going to be spotted by Canyon, but I don't know whether the Pantheon is going to be happy taking this particular battle, and he is just going to walk away from the Rift Scuttler. There is another one towards the southern side of the map, so he should be able to just go over and collect that one. You can see pings out from Cuz, knows that that's where he's heading, and Effort is actually going to look on trying to disrupt what's going on here. Baylight does come on through. All right. I do really like the Bard sounds. How do you feel about the Bard sounds?
I like the Bard sounds.
I'm a big fan. All right, Keen down quite low. Doesn't have teleport, remember? Won't have that until the quest is completed and does have to use the flash to get out of the way. So it's going to take a while, although I guess Home Guard and stuff like that should.
The wave's just not in a good spot, though, for him. Basically, what happened is Keen started to move towards the river to try and help the Scuttle Crab, and Perfect managed to catch the wave and hold it in that uncomfortable spot. And now Keen being down the flash, especially because BDD is going to hit 6 in not too much time. I know where I'd be realm warping.
Absolutely. This is the first top Varus that we've had here in the LCK. Obviously, around the world, it has been a little bit more popular.
We've been protected from it, which I've been happy about.
Keen, though, trying to get some redemption from the last time he played an AD carry in the top lane, though. See whether they can find some success. So far, it is working out quite well, outside of the fact that he did have to blow that flash relatively early. He should still have a lot of control in this lane to really frustrate Perfect, who has elected to go towards a early Merc Treads by the looks of things. Doesn't want to get CC'd too much. And it's kind of awkward just buying items into an on-hit Varus just because he does so much of all of the different damage. I guess now it's more magic with the way the build has evolved.
Yeah.
But it's just really annoying.
Well, it's kind of like that thing where early on, even if you're going, the more magic-based build, it's like Kennen when Kennen goes Doran's Blade in lane. And it's like, yeah, he's doing a good amount of magic damage, but also you're getting hit by a lot of physical.
Yeah, he just hits me over and over again.
Yeah, and then if anything, you're getting hit by more physical from the Varus because his Q and his E, even though he's not maxing those, still do a good amount.
Slice and dice, and Perfect is going to throw down the Dominus. Stun does come on through there as the exhaust is now being used up. Let's see whether he can hold on to this position. Gets that Fury back, but the Cold of Meat comes through, and Cuz just here a little bit too late. That is first blood and a solo kill for Keen. He doesn't have the flash available though, so he will be going down, and Cuz is going to lock up that one. So KT immediately answering back, but still a great kill here for Keen, who really wants to stay ahead in this lane.
This is the frustrating thing about playing into this Varus, because you would think, right, no flash, Renekton gets on top of him, but he has exhaust, right? And the power of the ultimate, just the stacking of the Blight doing so much damage, lethal tempo as well in the extended trade.
Oh, Canyon paying BDD a visit here, who does just put Chovy in prison and then wander away. Phase Rush working out quite nicely here, as he should be able to run back towards the mid lane as well. Cosmic Binding utilizing the Scuttle Crab. Very cute there from Effort.
Remember they nerfed Phase Rush? No, me neither.
Effort doesn't have Magical Journey anymore, as now Duro looking for the angle flash from Effort to get him out of that one. That snare could have proved his death, especially if the Blooming Burst was up and available. So does have to use everything in order to escape. All right.
Yeah, so actually here, ends up getting the exhaust down and just buying so much time with it. And once lethal tempo is stacked up, Perfect just kind of runs out of damage and flashes in a straight line is the unfortunate thing. So the piercing Q just kind of, you know, pierces both where he was and where he ends up.
Yeah.
A little bit panicked, I feel like, from Perfect there. If he'd flashed a bit better.
Yeah, could have also like done the weird flash up into the other brush for the juke.
I think that's
could have been a cute play.
Oh, he's very dead.
Yeah, he's if at first you don't succeed with just one person, bring all of your friends. And so BDD probably going to get gifted this kill as well, as Keen almost able to take down Cuz here. Oh my. If Cuz had died there, it would have been catastrophic for KT.
So close. You know, you get a cooldown reset when you proc the Blight stack, so managed to get another rotation through. And such a close one, and especially consider the fact he didn't have flash, didn't have exhaust. That was just him and his ult. And also, I wanna point something out. Look at his items.
Yeah.
He didn't have the dagger, by the way. He had plated steel caps and a
Kindle gem.
No,
he just had a ruby crystal?
Yes.
Oh god.
That's all he needs.
Well, I'm a bit frightened for when he gets some real items. It's going to be problematic. Here, Perfect.
I do like the use of the realm up, though. This is definitely what you should be doing. The flash was down. It's good timing. Taking
you can see
it when the flash was unavailable.
It didn't really cost BDD that much either. You can see he's still within touching distance of the CS margins. Chovy did get a plate in the mid lane, but that is about it. So we're going to have a look at it one more time. Cuz and BDD making their way up into the top lane.
Yeah, the angle's just great to cut off Keen, but also Duras is not able to get there in time. So he gets the ult down, piercing arrow with a bit of charge, and then because he pops the Blight, he actually gets another piercing arrow.
Oh, man.
Very close, very dangerous.
Yeah, that Chains of Corruption can be a real problem to KT in this game, as Effort going to have to magically journey his way out. And Canyon over here starting us off for the first dragon of the game. Going to be a Chemtech once again, which is kind of interesting. Back-to-back, same first dragon.
Will it be Chemtech Ocean?
Could be. But we'll just have to see.
I like when we just get the look towards it. Oh no, we looked away.
And it is!
It is! Oh, okay. So good souls back to back.
This is like, you know, like there's all those weird things where people are saying like they bought Riftbound boxes and like all the boxes are the same. Like they bought one box and then the next box has the same cards in it in the same order. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, do you remember when someone was like, oh yeah, actually Chemtech souls are more common, and then it actually was.
Yeah, I mean it was because of you, Ox, as we know.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you have seen the error of your ways.
My bad.
And we are now just getting Chemtech Drakes first every single time. I don't think anyone's really complaining. Chains of Corruption going to connect here on to Perfect. It takes just a little bit too much damage. As Keen happy to tank up the turret just to get that extra auto off. And Perfect does have teleport, so he can make his way back here. But man, it is just not a whole lot of fun for the Renekton.
Some of you watching may feel sorry for Perfect. I want to remind you, he played Vayne top in his last series into Cassante, so no, don't feel any remorse.
Nope.
You know, as much as he's definitely not having a fun time and this matchup was horrible,
you're saying he deserves it.
Kind of. It's karma.
Yeah. Although she's fearless banned.
True.
Still.
He did also play Jace last game, so...
Do you think that Perfect is dead?
Do you think that's a normal minion?
It's behaving quite oddly. As Perfect slices, gets out of the way of the snare, but hail of arrows. I think the dominance wasn't entirely necessary, but I do like that he procced it anyway to make sure he didn't die. Speaking of dying, I think that Ruler might be in a bit of trouble here, although what tries to flash out of the way of a turret shot here does Effort. Not entirely sure about that one, as now Cuz with the World Ender procced. I don't know whether he's going to be dead just yet, but the curtain call comes in. He flashes into it. The deadly flourish, the flash from Canyon. Beautifully played. You've seen the player cam there as well. Pretty happy with how that one went, as now BDD in trouble. Realm Warp not going to work out here. And Duro going to turn up and help Chovy grab the kill. Gen G just spring to life here at 11 minutes.
They just wake up. You know, on the cusp of Gen G losing their 5th game in a row, which is honestly kind of unprecedented with the form that we've seen from them in the past few years. They come alive, and I will say, a little bit of help from Effort, who had a bit of an oopsie, but
I want to say, Ruler played that so incredibly well.
Yeah, read the flash from Cuz. Just beautifully played.
Just hitting everything. Speaking of which, Effort once again in a rough position, will be taken down. No reloading for this guy, just going to be landing that fourth shot, take out the Bard. And Effort not exactly having the greatest of times here in this game.
No, he is not. Struggling a little bit right now. 2,000 gold lead already for Gen G. And we'll see a replay here. So, yeah, Effort's, he's tanking. It's like, okay, I'll flash the tower shot. Doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
Sad.
And then here, I think the main thing was when the ult comes out from Ruler. So it's this next shot, reads the flash so well.
Yeah, reads the flash and then hits max range Deadly Flourish. Yeah, and I can imagine, I understand why Canyon was reacting like that. Emperor's Divide here in the mid lane as well, just to make sure that BDD was killed by Duro.
Yeah, Duro getting in range, making sure there was no way BDD could Realm Warp away from that one.
And pretty excellently played here in this little interim of time for Gen G. KT certainly still have tools to win fights later on, and they're not massively far behind, but 2,000, when you have this composition that can really run you over, if it does get out of hand, it is starting to get out of hand. And with a Pantheon, it's such a good win more champion, right? And it's Canyon playing it as well. We know that he can certainly pilot it to a victory.
It has just been winning, and I was wondering, you know, which is going to be more powerful? The fact that, you know, so far Pantheon's undefeated, Azir's only lost, seeming like the Pantheon more powerful.
At this point in time, that is absolutely what it's looking like. As Keen here, still yet to complete a full item as of yet.
Yeah,
we'll be grabbing the Dusk and Dawn as he does go back home.
We'll get the super quick light stacks. This is the point where I think Perfect... No, I was going to say stops having fun. He was never having fun.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, when did he start? Oh, last game. Yeah, he was having fun.
I think retrospectively, right now, he's going to look back at the earlier points in lane and wish he was at them. He didn't realize those were actually the good times.
Yep.
Now it's the really bad times. Now it's like, oh man, take me back.
Yeah. Well, KT just hanging out here in this mid lane. 800 gold is the advantage here for Ruler. In fact, Gen G with leads all over the place. But it's his top lane that is the largest one in really making it work, as Deadly Flourish onto Cuz. Does get a bunch of his health back, but that's a decent Pop Blossom. Duro likely to get punished for it, but Cuz is already dead, and never mind, Duro survives. Aiming is now just in no man's land as the double kill comes in for Canyon, and Perfect just running away from the situation.
And I think that was the right call from Perfect, but Gen G just crushed KT in the fight. But he felt like there wasn't much resistance, and now 4,000 gold lead. They get their second dragon. Should be a very strong soul. Pretty much guaranteed.
Yep. BDD upgrades some shoes as he completes the quest, but Gen G with all of those completed. The fact that BDD was so slow on that is kind of interesting. I guess spent a fair bit of time roaming. As we're going to have a look at this one more time. So and Cuz just kind of missing all the cues.
Yeah, they target him. The ult from the Bard comes in, but doesn't stop Duro. Cuz is down immediately, and they just turn on aiming. Spell shield doesn't come out. I think he just didn't expect Canyon to jump in. I think he was expecting him to go through the portal. Based in his position.
Keen doesn't need help. Duro, this is mean. That's all right. Effort going to be roaming up here as the Magical Journey brings him over. Keen's underneath the turret. Not sure about that one, but Canyon turns up and down goes the Crocodile. Effort is just dead, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be another one over to the jungler. 4-0-2 now for Canyon. Feeling fantastic on the Pantheon.
Well, I think Keen appreciated the help. I think that's what we can definitely say about that one. Aiming, I was going to say dodges all the shots. He doesn't, notably. Tank's the most important one in the end, and now has to back off.
Somewhat suboptimal.
Canyon will just on the traps.
My goodness, yeah. BDD just looks like he was trying to dodge a Gangplank ultimate there momentarily. Does manage to do so, but Chovy is just hanging out here in this bottom lane. He's been pretty quiet so far this game, and will be racking up a bunch of extra money. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, he's like, I'll just kill the tower. Guys, help me kill the tower quickly.
Yeah,
I'm tanking tower. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good.
And they did also help him kill the Crocodile.
Yeah, Keen's been having some tower-related mishaps this series. So,
yeah.
That's been his main opponent, we'll say. Well, BFX too, but...
Effort's main opponent has been basically everything here in this game, as Keen is going to show up and demonstrate exactly my point. Oh dear. The Bard has not really been working out. 0-4-0 right now. As Chovy is on an inner turret, Slice and Dice gets perfect in amongst it, as aiming turns up as well. And the Emperor's Divide will just mean that he gets away with no real worries at all.
He can just slide out, and KT put a lot of effort towards trying to make these picks happen.
See what you did there.
Just not...
All right, let's see whether they can actually get themselves a kill onto Keen. He flashes to get himself out of the way, but he actually wants to stay in the fight as he takes down Cuz. Perfect goes in, and out he will go via the Death Chamber. Ruler just puts a 4th bullet into him, and KT just cannot find anything that works in this game.
It's just not happening. And honestly, I was going to say, right, they have a lot of wave clear, they can stall the game out. At this point, do you even want to? Maybe you just...
Yeah.
Maybe the wave clear is working against them. You want to go to game 3 a bit sooner rather than later because they are struggling.
They want more time to theorycraft what they want to do in the next game. As Curtain Call going to be thrown out here, and aiming does not have Spell Shield. Let's see whether that 4th shot's going to land. Effort going to tank it up.
You know what? I think one thing we always complain about is how big Bard's hitbox is. Really chunky. It definitely helped out there, making sure.
Certainly did. Honestly, he's been hit by a lot of things so far this game. He's really been making use of that large hitbox.
Yeah, happens again here. Gets hit by the root, and then he's like, "Oh, guys, I'm
going to get out to save." Damn it.
He only got 100 gold for that. So you know, at this point,
high value.
Was it worth
Should
the
have taken a cannon. Oh god. Well, Keen going to be able to get that snipe off there as well. And yeah, perfect. Just slug to the noggin, and will be taken out by Ruler. 3-0-5 for the Jhin. And Chovy with the dash cannon. He certainly was one of the first people to just build dash cannon on absolutely everyone.
He's the one who's propagated it, you know. Yeah. He was the Rod of Ages propagator. Now he's selling Rocket Belt to everyone.
It's not. What's a Rocket Belt? It's a dash cannon.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I know that's what it's actually called, but dash cannon just feels fun to say.
Yeah.
Even though it's wrong, I'm going to keep doing it.
It's sometimes wrong to build it.
Yep, it's kind of my brand, saying things wrong. As a commentator, probably not a great thing for your brand, but I'm going to stick with it anyway. It's Cuz finding some Qs here, but he's also going to find a whole bunch of damage. Tempered Fate going to connect onto only Chovy. That just buys him a little bit of time as KT are forced to back away. BDD rotating over, but he's on vision. So is Perfect, in fact, as there are just traps everywhere that he needs to deal with. And Chovy is going to find his Shuriman Brethren. Deals with that shield immediately. BDD is going to move over. Pop Blossom connects onto the rise, but now Duro could be in a little bit of trouble. That should be the trade back, but a 1-for-1 isn't necessarily working out here as aiming is delivered to safety with the Realm Orb. Has to flash as Ruler's bullets are magnetized. And Canyon going to throw out the ulti, but isn't going to be able to find the Sivir. As effort, backing there is not going to be safe. And Keen is just taking turrets into the bottom lane.
Okay, the fight didn't work at all for KT, but honestly, the fact only one person died there, it could have been way, way worse.
True.
They are going to lose Dragon.
It's a 10,000 gold lead though, Walks.
Well, actually, it's only 9,700.
Oh, my
9,600.
Oh, wow, they're really coming back.
9,500. You're exaggerating.
I really was. I mean, you know, we gotta try and find some drama. You know, you gotta try and sell it some way.
I get
so
it.
yeah, KT really rocketing back into this game. As you can see, 9.4K. As I was talking about it before, it's like 300 gold swing. Ludicrous work here from KT to get back into this one. 13-3 though is the kill score. 3 Drakes is the big deal. And Keen winning on an 80 carry in the top lane is another one, as he wants to get that monkey off his back. As Perfect looking to try and hit anyone with a button, and
also,
it's just really hard.
One of the problems with it being a Cloud Soul, KT's strategy of engaging, as you said earlier.
The run at them strategy?
Yeah, that's a bit harder to do when the enemy team runs faster.
All right, I got a counterpoint for you.
Hit me with it.
KT, turn the game around. Stack
dragons.
four
Yes.
Cloud Drakes and win the game.
You know what? I like it.
Are you on board?
Actually, I love it.
Well, we'll just have to see whether they can make that happen, because that 10,000 gold lead that we were talking about is creeping up.
You keep saying 10,000. It's 9,800.
It's creeping up. It's going to potentially happen in the future, Orcs. That's all I'm saying. In fact, possibly even like now-ish. As never mind, it's going down again. It's all just a little bit ping pong and minion waves at this point in time. We really do need to see something.
Oh, there we go.
change.
There we go.
Okay.
We hit it. Yeah, 10,000.
See, what did I tell you?
Never mind. It's gone. Lost it.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I wasn't telling you. I wasn't telling you anything. Nothing at all. We are still really far away from a 10,000 gold lead. Ruler does have his item number 3. Rapid Fire Cannon has been completed. It's not my favorite Jhin build, but I don't have very many because I just don't really like Jhin.
Not the most convincing Jhin build, but there's this beautiful thing about Jhin builds I've learned.
What's that?
If you're really far ahead, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. And also, like, your 4th item is obviously the most important because you're Jhin. As there's a flash in from Canyon. Aiming is really dead, ladies and gentlemen, and Duro is going to make sure that they can get even more, as Cuz should be all right here with that World Ender up and available, but Effort is just going to have to run himself away. It is a back out here from BDD, who's been pretty quiet so far this game. He's now looking for an opportunity towards Keen. But yeah, this Varus can kind of stand his ground and do a whole bunch of work if given the opportunity. As now Genji, there is a little ward there, so I think KT knows what's going on. As now Keen running after BDD. Let's see whether this 1v1 will be won by the Rise or by the Varus as he goes golden, and BDD a flash out from Keen, and he outplays him.
That was so close, so clutch.
Well, we've got even more fights. Exactly right. Effort can have to magically journey his way out. Perfect is extraordinarily dead, but does take Canyon with him as Chovy gets on in there to take down Cuz. Effort not long for the world either, as he needs another Conquering Sands and does not have it. As Effort will be able to escape. They take out the jungle, though. That might mean that KT, at least by, you know, a little bit of time. That aforementioned 10,000 gold lead, though, is creeping up towards 11. Hasn't hit 11 yet. I will be clear.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at this 1v1. This was sick from Keen.
Yeah, so it's, you know, BDD has Flash. Flash is the ult, which is a big factor in the 1v1 against the Varus. Look how low Keen gets immediately. Stasis is, and then has the empowered Q, flashes, and goes down to 5 HP.
Yeah, BDD, he wanted that one, but unfortunately did not happen. Let's have a look at this fight as well that broke out at exactly the same time. Man, Perfect took like infinite damage very, very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, they stopped the Baron, but they are very far behind in terms of gold. It is now 11,000.
Yeah.
There's Cloud Soul up in a minute 15. BDD is just hiding in brushes.
And Keen is also level 16 now. 2 levels up over Perfect. Really has turned this Crocodile into a handbag as they are on this Baron once again. Controller does go over the backside of the pit, so Effort does see what's going on. But there's a difference between seeing it and stopping it. Cuz in the area, they should be able to get rid of some vision. There is that handbag we were talking about. Perfect making his way up, and it looks like Genji will be backing away for now. And BDD is going to get turned on. Curtains have been called, but he gets into the fog of war and will be able to escape. 4th shot does come on down. 30 seconds on this Cloud Drake. That'll be Cloud Soul for Genji. And honestly, I mean, if it's not lights out already, that will be lights out for KT.
I think it's going to make it so much harder from that position. BDD is strong, by the way. He's level 16, has his core items, but
Perfect going to be okay? Is Effort going to be
Effort.
okay? No. Tempered Fate for fun. And he's dead.
Yeah, not the play we were looking for.
You know that content that we saw? There was like, you were stuck on the other side during the content, and there was that one moment where you just had a whole bunch of question marks above your head.
Yes.
That's what my brain did.
Yeah.
Just then.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you guys want to know, it's on the LCK Global YouTube channel.
I don't think we need to see this again, but we're going to get to.
Why are we replaying this?
Yeah, that is exactly what happened before.
Yeah, that was it. That's what we were talking about. That means that Gen G gets themselves the Cloud Soul.
You know what?
No.
He's putting the effort in, right? Better for him to go 1 and 5. Because if he goes 1 and 2, that means you stop trying.
True.
Right? He's still looking. He's still looking for his angle.
Yeah, we really are looking to the LEC for inspiration, aren't we?
Hey, we can't say anything bad about the LEC, right? They smoked us.
We can't. That's why a lot of research is now being done.
Yeah, we did his presentation.
What did?
We did do that.
All right. Gen G going to have another go at this Baron. Worked out pretty well last time, although they didn't manage to actually take the buff. And let's see whether KT can do anything to stop it.
He doesn't quite have Actualizer, which is really sad, but he's still very strong. Oh, Cuz.
Yep, Cuz chains corruption, and boom goes the dynamite here as Keen will find him. Chovy the one to take down the kill, but now look at this AoE damage. My goodness, it's BDD on a flank angle, but I don't know whether it's really going to work out as Keen just goes golden to avoid any trouble at all, and the Realm Warp does get BDD out of there, but the Baron goes over to Gen G. It is all Gen G all the time is what it feels like here in this game number 2, as Perfect trying to get himself to safety, but Canyon just dives on top of him and throws a spear into the back of his head.
Does a lot of damage. And Gen G, you know, it wasn't even like a full 5v5. There was like 2 or 3 people hitting KT while the rest of them did Baron. 14,000 now the gold lead. Cloud Soul in pocket, Baron in pocket. I think for the first time this season, we might be going to a game 3.
We might be. KT going to be losing their first game this season as well, which is kind of crazy. Effort going to go up to 6 deaths as well. I haven't seen many 6-death games so far this season. A lot of firsts have occurred in this particular series. Inhibitors going down, and Gen G looking to stamp their name on this series and bring us to that deciding game number 3. Nexus turret's all that stands in their way, as KT gonna try and defend as best they can, but man, these wallets are so heavy. A 16, close to a 17,000 gold lead, Orcs. I'll say it, I think it might get there, and there it is. At least they do manage to take down Keen towards the end, but that is a bare Nexus, and they will be able to take that one down. As never mind, wasn't quite 17,000 in the end, but 16.8 is close enough, and that is the Gen G that we remember here in the LCK Cup. Back again for the LCK for 2026. Better late than never, you have to say.
Yep, they break their game loss streak with that one, and you know, they had a cool draft. Like the flex between the Jhin and the Varus made sense, caused a lot of issues, and I feel like lane dominance has really dictated this series, so it'll be interesting to see how things play out in that game 3. You know, it was a rough game for KT, but you know, you're coming off the back of that really strong game 1. I think it's anyone's series still. With the performance we've seen from both these teams so far today.
Yep, kind of crazy that second pick and blue side has been the victor every single time throughout this series. It's just kind of odd that that's how it has worked out, because oftentimes you do see first pick selected. But now things get a little bit interesting as well, as it is Fearless. We're going to have a whole bunch of extra picks that we may not have necessarily seen so far this season. But time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 3 for the first time in 2026 LCK.
천천히 타워 보면 끝날만한 듯.
라이즈 플래시 있어요.
아 레네가 5초.
옆에 타워 이거 먼저 치자.
아 레네가 5초.
맞춰놨어 W.
타워 깼고 이번 라인 여기 많다. 얘네 스탑
라인
라인. 안 끝내.
나이스.
오케이.
Long last, the time has finally come to highlight the fiercest dragon in Runeterra. No, not that one. There we go.
Time to spread my wings.
Shyvana is a ferocious jungler with more tools than ever before to chase her foes and take them down in one fell swoop. It's time to unleash your inner dragon. Welcome to the Shyvana Champion Spotlight. First, let's look at Shyvana's passive Scale Mail. Shyvana gains Scale Mail stacks whenever she secures takedowns on champions, large minions, and large monsters. Each stack grants her armor and magic resist and strengthens her other abilities. Shyvana's ultimate, Dragon's Descent, will feel very similar to what her mains know and love. She earns Dragon Fury whenever she strikes enemies with attacks and abilities. When the Fury bar is full, she can activate Dragon's Descent to enter her dragon form, flying to a target location, damaging enemies below, and causing them to flee for a short time. Shyvana's dragon form also grants bonus health based on her Scale Mail stacks, increases her attack range and size, and empowers her other abilities. Speaking of other abilities, let's talk about her Q, Ember Strike, which empowers her next attack, dealing AoE damage. It can be recast for another strike after a short delay, giving you a little more control over how you focus your firepower. In dragon form, Shyvana gets an additional recast that deals a burst of true damage, making it a great finisher in teamfights. Basic attacks reduce Ember Strike's cooldown, so if you want to keep the devastation going, be sure to stay in the fight. Her W, Inferno Aegis, gives Shyvana a shield that increases based on the number of nearby enemy champions and Scale Mail stacks. It also grants bonus move speed to help her pursue her enemies. When the effect ends, or upon recast, the Aegis detonates, damaging enemies in the surrounding area. When cast during Dragon's Descent, Shyvana also gets a substantial heal if the detonation hits an enemy champion. Finally, Shyvana's E is Molten Burst. Molten Burst launches a fireball that explodes upon hitting enemies or reaching its max distance in an AoE blast. While in Dragon form, Molten Burst deals more damage, travels faster and farther, and pierces through enemies, pulsing to deal damage each time the fireball strikes a champion or large monster. It also leaves a trail of fire that roasts enemies in its wake, dealing additional damage over time. For Shyvana, stringing the right abilities together is everything. Molten Burst slows enemies down, while Inferno Aegis speeds you up. Using both successfully makes it easier to stick to your opponents and keep the attacks coming. And those attacks lower your Ember Strike cooldown in turn to maximize your damage output. Make sure you stock up your Dragon Fury ahead of important objectives as well, so you can descend into the fight in a blaze of glory. Try casting Inferno Aegis before you transform, then use Dragon's Descent to jump right into the back lines and recast W to hit foes with a burst of damage they never saw coming. If you don't plan ahead, or if you don't time your recast properly, you'll quickly discover that your roar is bigger than your bite. The best way to counter an enemy Shyvana is to maintain some distance with good kiting and strong disengage tools. Shyvana wants to stay in the fight and maximize the value of her dragon form, so if you can stall her out, you'll have a much easier time turning the encounter in your favor. We wanted this update to empower Shyvana mains with more ways to leap into the fight and become their best dragon selves. And for those of you who haven't tried the half dragon yet, if you enjoy divers with high skirmishing potential like Hecarim and Set, you might like bringing the heat to your enemies as well. Unleash the Inferno within and wreak righteous devastation upon your adversaries with Shyvana the half dragon.
Triumph draws nearer with every kill.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Every scar is a
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2 where Gen G did take down KT in very swift fashion. That's kind of what we expect from Gen G overall as a team. They didn't really show up in game 1, but they did absolutely in game number 2. Guys, what did you think about that second game?
I mean, especially I really like the decision that they made for the first selection. I think they picked the blue side instead of picking the first pick, which is kind of normal. And I think they kind of valued the counter pick. They kind of predicted that they're going to have the second pick. So they have the counter pick on the top lane, which made them a lot easier compared to game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the draft was quite hard for the KT because I think the giving Pantheon couldn't be not a problem because they can take the Rise and like a bad jungler there, but I don't think they just expect like Varus is going top and counter bot and top, so it was quite a tough game.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the draft a little bit more, but first we do want to take a look at the post-game breakdown and just show off the gold graph and all the damage there from Gen G. Very one-sided in this second game, and yeah, maybe we see more of this kind of Gen G in game 3.
So one thing I want to ask about the draft, is the jungle matchup, because we all know Varus is good into Renekton, but I kind of want to know how the things are going on when you play the Pantheon and against the Aatrox.
I would say like Pantheon right now, like fighting level is just S tier, and then you have the global ulti, so it's like just SS tier. But Aatrox is a C tier bruiser, I would say. If you're not J4, if you're not Xin Zhao, it's quite hard to against the Pantheon. So, but you have a Rise, right? So you can use it. But since they have the win top lane, they have the win bot lane, now it's very hard to play. Now Aatrox is going gank. Like he wants to farm, but you have to go to gank.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can simply think about how the setup works when you play the Pantheon. All you need to do is just press the button and wish the best luck, because all you need to do is just stun them and Q with the last hit. And I think this champion is such an easy setup for the gank and the side lanes as well.
Yeah.
It really is just that easy, isn't it, Wadded? Let's take a look at the top ganks, since you guys did want to take a look at some of the ganks. We'll take a look at that, and then also the cover on the bottom side.
So Varus' first weakness is like a gank. So the Nico Duro was keep getting a ward and visions for the Varus, and then Jhin was playing alone, and then he actually just made a very good trade at the top. It could even make a kill, but it is almost like a kill because Renekton used the ulti. Now the KT thinks they're using the number at the top, so we have to get something at bot, but Gen G was already ready with the Pantheon, which is Canyon, and Ruler just killed the Bard, dodge the skills, and then kills the both here.
Such a great cover from Kenyan. This is the one that you could do as a Pantheon. I think it was really great roam as well. I think Gen G already knew what's the plan for this play on the top lane, and on top of that, it was really great prediction here as well. Such a great skill shot and the last hit from the Kenyan. I think everything really executed really well from Gen G here.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was essentially how it did go, and that was really kind of what broke the back of this team very early on, KT. And Gen G, they did follow it up with a nice play in the top side once again at about 15 minutes in our second highlight.
I mean, the draft-wise, the gold gap with the draft comp, with the values, the game is already quite over, but now KT is thinking that we need some tricky play. So we need to be like winning with the 2v2 or 1v1. But right now, Cause is at the bot side, right? And then they have the Pantheon, which is having the global ult. But KT still goes for it at the top 2v3 play. I think they were just like quite desperate. But Gen G knows that they're going to come. So they predict and kill them all here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Chovy is like recalling on the bot side. There's no side trades as well. So it was such an easy pickup for Gen G. And I think, again, whenever you don't have the pressure against the global ultimate champion, then the game is literally unplayable. So I think Gen G kind of neutralized it really well. And on top of that, I think second pick right now is most important thing in this meta. I think it's always important to have a good matchup, priority into the objective, into the free win. And I feel like that's why KT just picked the second pick on this first selection here.
Yeah, really helped out to see that, but we'll have to wait and see if they can utilize that to actually get the victory. As we are ready, let's drop back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Our very first game number 3 of the LCK 2026. Very, very cool stuff. As let's see whether KT can bounce back utilizing that second pick, get some counter picks, maybe avoid some shenanigans that Gen G threw their way in game number 2.
Yeah, that flex to great effect, and it feels like the lane has really driven this series so far, having advantageous lane matchups, having Prio in the top lane.
Yep.
You know, Perfect really ran away with that game 1 on the Jace, even though it was, you know, BDD and Cuz, I think, who came in huge in the mid late. And then Varus top, disgusting.
Yeah. Do you know what isn't banned away yet?
What isn't banned away?
Vayne top.
Oh, God. I do want to say, so earlier I said the last time Gen G, I did say I looked up briefly, didn't get like a full spread, it was 2020. It was actually 2023 spring. I got corrected by Mingwin on Twitter, was the last time that Gen G lost that opening series against T1.
Got it.
So it has been 3 years.
And
well, not as long.
How was their year in 2023? It was pretty good.
Yeah.
T1's was better at the end, but still was a pretty good year for Gen G. The Lulu going to be banned away here. It's going to be a new addition to the ban list in the first 3, and in fact, they're just going to try and ban out Effort completely.
Yeah, and in particular, you think of the picks that are left available in the AD carry role and the pairings. So, you know, Yunara, well, Lulu's gone. Corki, well, Nami's gone. I mean, Lucian also taken out in that regard, but I feel like these support bans of Lulu, Nami just kind of trim the power of a lot of AD carry picks without banning them directly. You know, last draft, we did see Gen G banning Yunara, but this time, they're just going to be banning the supports that pair, well, one of the supports that pairs really well with it.
Yeah, it feels like Lulu bans both Yunara and Aphelios, and then the Nami bans both Corki and Lucian. Kinda, right? Like their best forms. So I think it's kind of cute going for that one, sort of getting a 4-for-2 deal. Not too bad. Poppy going to be taken away as well. Can be quite frustrating. Does open the floor to some more interesting picks as well. And let's just see what the last ban is going to be here for KT, and then try and work out what Gen G are going to be picking up first, as Orianna is still available. That is going to be a big one, so that will be banned away.
Yeah, it makes sense to get rid of that one.
Jarvan? Question mark?
You know, I mean, Jarvan's strong, but I just feel like face picking him. I mean, there's a lot of, like, the Ezreal's gone, right? And a lot of the mid laners who can sort of deal well with his Cataclysm, but I still feel like Jarvan face pick just commits so heavily before seeing what the enemy team has. Ooh. The Ambessa I like more, because obviously it is a flex, even though we've seen it more in the jungle. It keeps those options open, strong skirmisher, and a lot of power in that pick.
I like it. So let's see what KT's response is going to be. Yunara, still an option. Not a whole lot of great things to pair with it is kind of the issue.
We have seen Yunara kind of paired with whatever, even though like the best pairing is Lulu. We've seen like Yunara and Nico be really popular. They are going to go for the Jarvan, so I haven't really seen what they're up against, but they're going to commit to that pick. It is a Cuz special, if we're being honest, a pick he's had a lot of success on. True. And is just a strong jungler in general, but does leave room for Gen G to try and make sure they have carries who can evade the Cataclysm and aren't just sitting ducks inside there.
Still just going to be the Yunara by the looks of things as the lock-in. They can, of course, pair something with it in their final pickup, but Gen G now with a lot of opportunities to pick something into this Yunara if they would like to. Hold on to the flex. I actually would really like to see not a top laner and not a jungler locked in here. Make sure that they keep things as ambiguous as possible. And maybe just lock in a strong bottom lane that they do want to play into this Yunara. Could be a thought. Let's just have a look at what they do decide to do. Hovering over Duro momentarily. And it will just not be what I was talking about.
They'll just slam a
Wukong and Annie.
Wukong Annie, that age-old combo when Annie was really firmly in the meta, Wukong Annie was just winning games. It was last year when we were in Legend Rise group. Annie Wukong was just winning non-stop. So
we're going to need to see some Rakan bans.
Yeah, I think so for sure. This is very much, okay, you've committed to this Yunara pick. We're going to kill Yunara. That is basically the game plan for Gen G. We are going to try and dispatch off your AD carry here. And we see KT going for the Alistar. This is definitely a bot lane where you're like, look, we're going to get a lot of value out of the lane. It does mean you are going to be potentially quite weak in the lane because Yunara needs like access to the wave to stack up a passive, you have an Alistar who doesn't really provide that early. The one thing I will say is we've had a lot of enchanters, a lot of ranged champions banned, and we are going into the next ban phase where they can target some more things. The Rakan ban comes out immediately, no surprise there. Rakan with this composition would be disgusting.
Yep.
Would be honestly unplayable for
If you count
aiming.
Rakan as a ranged champion as well, I know he's sort of pseudo not, but that means that there are, what, 7 range supports banned away so far. So kind of ridiculous. Does mean that the Alistar might get through without too much of a difficult matchup, as there is the Nautilus to be taken away as well.
Yeah, Nautilus quite common into Yunara, just that point and click CC that can come through. Something to note.
I like
Nivea is available.
Oh dear.
So you could pick like a lane just to completely choke them out.
And Nivea is hard countered by Annie, right? Because Annie's fire type.
Yeah.
So you can't play that. I mean, you're going to be banned away here as well.
I'm not sure Nivea fully fits with what the rest of Genji's comp wants to do, but the rest of the comp is already going to be diving in. So, you know, you could just pick that just to crush lane. That being said, you could also just go something like the Rel. We know that Duro has a lot of fun playing that, being in thumbnails.
Yep.
Involved with that.
Being a horse.
Yeah.
There is the Zehen. I don't know about this.
Could he get toned down a little bit on this patch as well? It was bigger hits to the jungle than top lane.
Yeah, so that's what he's going to be taking into the Ambessa. Certainly as far as release date is concerned, there's not very many things that beat Ambessa, but Zehen certainly was released later as... Man, okay, Genji really want to win this lane, and with Caitlyn Elise, you can certainly do that.
Yep, I like this. I mean, it's not, you know, the Anivia, but it is just a combo that's like, we're going to crush lane. We're going to look to absolutely decimate.
Is. He's back. Okay, so remember, Effort hovered Teemo in the last game. This time he's back to hovering Nasus.
I remember they lost last game.
Exactly.
In fact, every game that he's hovered Nasus so far this season, they've won.
Exactly.
And every game that he's hovered Teemo, they've lost.
So now Genji obviously going to be sweating because the correct hover has happened. It's also a Kali for BDD, which could be a scary prospect. Obviously, Chovy should be okay for the early stages, but we've seen BDD really get some things done on this champ. However, not a massive amount of range.
Yeah, my concern here is that your lanes are not going to be in a great spot. Mid and bot in particular, Chovy should just be able to harass the Akali out of lane. Bot lane is going to be a terrible time. And Genji have gone, we're going to crush lane. And also, in terms of later responses, or just trying to like hold them accountable, Caitlyn can play at range and use a net to disengage to escape from like a Jarvan Cataclysm. Elise is hard to pin down with the repel.
Yeah.
This should be a very comfortable 2v2 for Ruler and Duro. And I feel like they had a great game 2. Game 1 wasn't particularly impressed. Game 3, they have put all the eggs and we are going to crush aiming, not let him play the game. The composition has a lot of tools to take him out. The lane has a lot of tools to put him behind. So, you put this Yunara in the dirt and I think KT just don't have any legs.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I think there's going to be so much on the shoulders of Cuz in this game. I mean, if this Jarvan can land some ganks that work out against a lot of these pushing lanes that Genji has, that could be what turns things around. But man, it's going to be tough. Let's get another Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3, our very first third game that we've had so far this season. And let's see who is going to be able to take it, as KT have a difficult draft to make work. But if they can make it through the lanes, maybe things will be all right. As BDD, he gets the ward down, but does have to take Shuriken backflip first, which doesn't feel fantastic.
You know, I was thinking about the fact that, if KT don't get aiming out of this lane, that comp doesn't really have legs.
Yeah.
Duro has all the legs.
He does.
Yeah.
A lot of legs.
Also, and aiming... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that, like, Effort does have more legs than usual as well. But Duro really countered him by doubling even that amount of extra legs.
Yeah. Aiming goes cleanse, which completely makes sense, right, into Elise, into Annie. But it means the lane's even harder because you don't have that barrier, you don't have that extra effective HP for these trades, so...
He's
just getting Yeah, I mean, this is how we expected to go.
Yeah, but it's even harder when you have to watch it, you know? All right, zoned away from some experience here as well. KT, it's just not exactly a great time. Speaking of not a great time, Perfect also struggling a little bit here in the early laning phase. Let's see what he can actually get done here, but yeah, level 2, not feeling like the greatest of moments. Should be able to, you know, at least not die.
A little bit scary when Keen gets a level 3.
Yeah, we are just going to pan away. It was too scary.
Yeah.
As now Canyon rotating over towards his top side.
There's no nice lane to look at.
No. Unless you're a Gen G fan, in which case all of the lanes are nice to look at. As aiming with at least a Slurkle last hit, which feels good.
Honestly, the only way I can really see Gen G struggling in the bot lane is if they just step too close to the tower and they get headbutted under it. That is the only thing they have to watch out for. Otherwise, they are kind of chilling. And even then, Duro being able to repel just means there's a good chance he just doesn't... It's such a risky thing that if you go for the headbutt, like the flash headbutt, and Duro repels it, it feels so bad.
Well, BDD trying to do what he can here, but Chobi throwing Pyroblast after Pyroblast at this Akali.
Yeah, so maybe we should just watch jungle if we want to find a lane that doesn't look rough for KT. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
PvE. Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's just stick with the PvE from now on. And also, Cuz is, you know, well and truly on track to PvE at the same time as Canyon. As far, like, if we were to compare this to like Race to World First or something like that, like they'd be only like one or two bosses away from each other. I know a boss can take like 3 days, but still feeling all right as Duro is up here just protecting his Wukong. And yeah, it is like the good news is it's hard to find for KT. So let's just focus on Gen G. Getting back into some form here. Game number 2 looked oppressive to say the least. And game number 3 starting off pretty fantastically as well. Cannon is going to go awry as Perfect does at least manage to pull Keen back. But it doesn't really seem to be too worried about it.
I think one of the things as well with this matchup is once Ambessa gets the Eclipse, it's going to be so much worse. So that's a while away, but it's going to be in a rough spot. It's a good repel from Duro, and that's kind of what really adds to the issues. Because if you're playing into like Lux, like I feel like the Elise is somewhat a bit more similar to Morgana in the sense that it's not just a frustration of the harass and the setup for the Caitlyn, but also it's really hard to actually punish it, to engage on. Morgana obviously has the black shield you can put on either target, but at least being able to repel like that is a real pain. At least with Lux, you know, if you do get on top of it, you can actually engage.
Yeah. Oh man. Keen does take a turret shot, so there's at least something.
Effort's got nowhere to go.
Oh no!
Okay, he walks on the front.
Thank goodness. Avoids the cupcake. Feels good. But Gen G going to be able to grab 2 plates so far in this bottom lane. And no real end in sight as far as the bad times are concerned for KT. 1,000 gold is the lead approximately, as it does tick back to that number for real this time, Orcs.
I think, oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I think Keen might be able to get, he's pretty close to a second plate top as well, so.
Oh man.
Not going super swimmingly. Oh, BDD going for a roam though. This could be big.
Well, let's see whether they can actually lock down Ruler, who does take a bit of damage from aiming, who has at least been able to get towards a minion wave.
Yeah, so see, the thing is, right, they've spent the entire lane hugging that turret. BDD goes missing from mid lane, and suddenly aiming is running at you.
I wonder what's happening.
A little suspicious. Just a little bit.
They seem to have sussed it out as well.
Gen G got the memo.
Yeah, Cuz going to be able to take a crab here. Looks like the first Drake not going to be a Chemtech this time around. Going to be a Mountain instead. And that does mean that going for this first Drake is going to take a really long time. Not sure whether any of our junglers are really going to be looking towards that one. Although, we can see that Cuz is in the back of the pit, at least clearing out vision for now.
Yeah, so the fact that we actually had Cuz, BDD moving towards bot, the wave bounce back has given Cuz a window into the Dragon, but I don't think you have much time to do this. Dragon resets. Chovy has tons of prio mid. This is very risky for KT to go for.
Yeah, right now Effort is rotating over. Let's see, Canyon and Duro here, the monkey and the spider.
It feels like Canyon was doing blue, and he was like, "Wait, they're actually doing dragon, or not?" He's like, "I just want to take the blue." Wait, really?
So ultimately, the blue doesn't get stolen, but they might actually challenge Cuz for this Gromp. You can see KT playing pretty frightened at this point in time, as Canyon might be just heading over towards this blue once again. We'll be starting that one up.
Okay, Chobi's linked up as well. He has Tibbers available, so scary stuff.
Could be a 4v4, but you can see aiming is in that bottom lane, so KT needs to be very, very careful. They will be sacrificing their blue buff, but at least Cuz collects his Gromp, and the Inara gets some much-needed time in the bottom lane by herself.
I do want to make a note that there's a...
Would you like a pen?
I'm okay. I have my own.
All right.
Little bit of a farm discrepancy in the mid lane of 32.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we always talk about Akali weathering the storm.
The storm is raging.
Yeah. Quite viciously. I mean, Annie... Okay, Chobi is one of those players pretty good at farming.
Yeah.
Annie is also one of those champions pretty good at farming, like the reset on the Q on the minion.
Yep. And giving you infinite mana if you are just last hitting with it over and over again.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good. Cuz going to be taking his red for now. I mean, okay, to add a little bit of like a half full cup, never mind. He's just going to take a bear to the face. The half full cup is that we haven't had a first blood yet.
Okay.
You know, and Canyon will be able to take down this dragon, most likely. But, you know, 8.5 minutes, first Drake, not end of the world here, as KT really do just want to stop this laning phase from happening. They want to get these quests finished and then just, you know, go about their business. As there is the Drake going down, Duro back to this lane right now. And I guess, like, one of the positives is that, you know, an Elise isn't that valuable after the laning phase.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, Alistair, you know, you pick those for the team fight value. It's also Mountain Infernal. So when you're playing a team who has a lot of lane priority, lane focus.
Oh, KT looking for a potential all-in angle here. As aiming's level 7, effort's only level 5, but they still manage to get the headbutt back. There's the repel as the flash after from aiming, and he gets the dash to lock down first blood. Still, he is going to have to sacrifice himself for it. Doesn't have... Oh, effort! He's going to be able to get the Triumphant Roar to heal himself back up. So they do get the first blood, but immediately the punish does come in.
Yeah, honestly, I think KT overall okay with that. Bit of an overstep there from Duro, just gets caught out. But considering how rough the lane has been, happy to get a kill onto aiming specifically. He was the one who got rewarded with the kill credit. And let's take stock of actually where the bot lane is. Aiming's actually up in gold.
Yeah.
In terms of plates, they lost those 2 plates, sure. That's about it. The farm's not actually that much of discrepancy.
And aiming was actually ahead in farm for a little bit, I'm pretty sure.
This is the weird thing to me, is aiming popped ult, and Duro just walked so far forward and wasn't ready to repel the pulverize.
Yeah.
Like, it was clear that he was trying to bait for Canyon, but it was just, you have to be ready to dodge the CC.
Was that heal or Triumphant Roar? It might have been.
That was heal. That was
heal. Never mind. I do like just saying Triumphant Roar, but it just wasn't really the thing. Yeah, it's a bit fun.
Yeah, I mean, Genji are ahead, sure, but they're not ahead enough that I'm like, okay, game is over.
No. And honestly, KT's composition will be able to do things if they're able to, you know, stop this lead from being on a more insurmountable side of things. Right now, surmountable, we would say.
Yeah, I love that guy, surmountable.
Oh, he's great. He's a really good horse. As aiming does have effort and Cuz in the area. 2 versus 3, not exactly the greatest for Genji. Is effort just going to get on through? Yeah, just keep going. Drive on by. Yeah, the Ambassador doesn't make her way down towards this bottom lane. Gets exhausted immediately. As that was actually Duro getting exhausted. But still, Kane uses the teleport and gives Perfect a whole bunch of time.
Yep.
Bear.
It was a good flash, though, from Rula. Basically flashed exactly when he had to. The headbutt connects.
Yeah, he's probably just dead.
He is just doomed. So, evading that gank angle, the effort's able to fight. Oh
dear. Cuz gonna have to flag and drag to get himself out of there as aiming. Almost just dead. I believe that was a headshot that did come on forward. There is the Cyclone, and down goes aiming. Canyon will pay for it, though, as Cuz keeps himself alive. Peacemaker, not quite enough. As man, really would have liked to have that ulti, although there is a cow that could stand in the way. Kraken Slayer done a little bit late here for aiming from the grave, but KT keeping things even as far as these kills, and the gold lead has not swayed.
So close there. Also want to note that Ruler's gone for Berserker Greaves early, so maybe if he had a bit more AD, a bit more punch behind his autos, his damage, maybe could have got the kill. But yeah, aiming gets completely chunked out here. And they're like, let's just go for the dive. Cuz even steps in the trap, but look how much damage Canyon takes because there's no minion wave immediately tanking the tower. The Spiderlings, I think, may have helped.
They are.
Yeah. Duro there.
Looking pretty good. And Canyon and Cuz extraordinarily even in this game. We mentioned already that this game is going to be largely about how much Cuz can get done. So far, a decent amount. But would probably have liked to be a little bit more impactful. Just have to see how Gen.G go about navigating this mid to late game as we are heading towards it. Protect the President is likely to be the game plan here, as Ruler will be not in a whole lot of threat once all of the dashes and engage are used up, right? Like, he can kind of shoot everyone and they cannot respond eventually. And that's going to be a difficult time.
I think the main thing is BDD and Perfect getting backline access, right?
Yeah.
Finding angles to get onto Ruler. Because Gen.G going to fly forward, play aggressive, and if Ruler's left isolated, that's where it can be a little bit scary.
Effort is ready to do a thing. Scar Award, beautifully done. You love to see it.
Nailed it.
As sort of quietly, the top lane has been a wash, which I guess is kind of nice for Perfect, who is struggling a little bit in the earlier stages, but haven't really seen too much else out of it.
Especially Keen now has the Eclipse completed, so he's in a pretty strong position, but not really finding angles to push that. Dragon is up and available, and Gen.G are in position to try and start it. Note that now the top laner has TP, so neither one seems to be joining for this fight.
Likely to be a 4v4. As we can see, over the wall goes Duro. But he goes up into the sky. Doesn't exactly have very many opportunities to come back down. But there's a Cyclone from Canyon. Gets in, gets out again. Aiming going to be okay for the moment as BDD has found the backline, but does have to use that ulti to get himself out. Canyon locks up the Dragon. Good pulverize there as the Cataclysm takes out Chovy. Cuz now trying to survive as well as the Repel comes down, and Duro will go 1-for-1 with the enemy jungler. It's a Hextech Soul this game as well. Gen.G licking their lips as they see that one come up, as they've got 2 Dragons already in pocket.
Such a high roll from Gen.G to get that Hextech Soul, considering it was a Mountain and Infernal early. The fight doesn't quite go that way. They get the Dragon, but some missed executions, I feel like, and we saw, see a TP coming in now from the cow. I don't think they will be able to get him.
Well, Headbutt Pulverize does come on through there as Kane gets pulled back in a little bit of a way, but not really too worried otherwise.
Yeah, so Canyon could secure it with the Q Smite on the Dragon to get it.
Oh, effort just to try and stop Canyon there. Does have that Pulverize, but now Keen comes back. There's the headbutt. As they get the knock up at Keen, yeah, that's shields for days, as he does have that Eclipse, and now Perfect could be in trouble as well. Cuz is moving on in though, as now Canyon is just dead. They're gonna turn it. The Grim Deliverance is good, and Public Execution does basically nothing, and BDD is able to help out. It's a double for Perfect, and Cuz looking to try and lock down Duro, who's running the wrong direction. Lands the Cocoon, but Cuz still has the passive available. In the meantime, we've got 80 carries fighting towards the bottom side of the map as Ruler is going to get the flash out of aiming, and aiming would have died. If that Peacemaker had landed, that would have been a dead Yunara, so nicely done there. But KT, some swift kills.
Yeah, Gen.G just fall apart on the top of the map. You know, they managed to get a free kill in the effort, but they overstep.
Effort? Was that just a straight up flash? Did he just think he had Hex Flash? He may have thought he had Hex Flash.
No, he was unlocking Hex Flash.
Aha, there we go. There's the value. I love it. I think, you know, you get more value the more you put things on cooldown.
There you go.
You know, flashes per game, guys. That's what it's about.
Absolutely. But now we're in a situation where, well, we'll see the Dragon Fit. So Canyon managed to secure this with a Q Smite a little bit later, but, you know, we saw Duro going for this angle. The stun is blocked by effort, which results they go for this engage, but aiming and Cuz both get out. And look at BDD on the backline. He doesn't kill Ruler, but he provides so much threat. The follow-up's not there. And now all the engage has been used, so aiming is just free hitting. And Ruler and Canyon have to back away. Duro does manage to get the kill trade, but
Cuz lived for way too long in that exchange, but this is where it all went wrong for Gen.
Well, I think the kill on the effort's completely fine, but you're never killing Perfect here, ever. He has ult, he has flash, and then he goes, I actually can just kill Wukong. And Kanye tries to pretend he's W.
Yeah, it was a bit cute.
Doesn't fall for here. Keen tries to ult BDD as soon as he arrives, but he's a little bit early. Mistimes it and ends up just, you know, airballing it.
Yeah.
So a really big misplay from Gen G, but also just KT coming in clutch and Perfect. 2-0 now. Really was the one who set up that play with his turnaround on a Canyon.
And we know that Zehen can be very, very dangerous in later game teamfights as well. The Grim Deliverance really does create so much area of control. And Gen G are going to have to be really wary of this guy as he builds towards item number 2 by the looks of things.
Especially
coming up pretty soon.
Gen G's comp does kind of struggle to kill in terms of, like, they have a lot of burst. So killing someone like Aiming, easy. Killing someone like Perfect twice, a little bit more difficult.
It'll be a tough one, as well as the fact that, you know, the classic Caitlyn trough situation might be mitigated a little bit with how powerful the 2 items that he's going for, 1 and 2, are going to be. But it's still, like, he's going to have no attack speed or anything like that moving into this mid-game. Could be difficult for them to get that damage down consistently, as Cuz is just kind of running around the enemy jungle with impunity, and KT have a 1,000 gold lead. 1 minute on this Hextech Dragon as well, so if KT managed to take control of this game from here, the Quadra Hextech Soul is a possibility.
Pretty big. But that next Dragon's going to be the main thing. If Gen G get that, it's going to put a lot of pressure on KT for the rest of the game. Yes, KT are ahead, but there's not much in it, if we're being honest.
Nope. And the composition is still good out of Gen G, right? We know that they have tools, they can start fights, and, you know, like the throw a bear at them, throw a monkey at them combo is pretty good.
Yeah, Dura's gone Bandle Pipes.
Oh, he's hyper.
On Elise, which in terms of vibes, great. In terms of what it's achieving for the team.
I think that increases the amount of vibes. The more useless it is, the more vibes it gets. You know, that's how it kind of goes. As Cuz, he's making his way down towards Keen here. Doesn't want to give him a great angle, but still, Keen is going to throw down the ulti. Flag and Drag is going to lock him up, and I don't know whether he's going to escape from this one. Backflip from BDD, but he is surviving for a really long time. There's a Cataclysm in the end. Does no damage at all, but sends a message as BDD locks up his first one of the game. Aiming is just dashing after Duro here as the ace in the hole comes down. Perfect, just trying to defend this outer turret, but man, Crystalline Overgrowth and Ruler is going to put an end to that one, as KT should be able to take this 3rd Dragon of the game.
Yeah, just picked the worst time.
And, oh my goodness, if Canyon got in there, there's a headbutt pulverize. Effort is dead. Okay. KT now underneath their outer turret in the bottom lane. BDD just trying to backflip his way towards it as best he can. The Slurkle value, absolutely astronomical, as Gen G will back away.
Kind of weird play from Gen G on the back end, because they got the mid tower, they got the kill, but then they just like overcommit bot and end up losing their own mid tower in return.
Oh yeah, Cuz also just going to get cocooned. Does get a bunch of his health bar back, and Chovy is going to get taken down by BDD. 5-point strike going to do it. Great repel avoids the shuriken, but still has to flash Hexgate to get out. That was a bit cute from Duro. He is going to survive. However, KT's still just getting stuff around the map.
It's been such a scrappy passage of play, but ultimately KT got the Dragon. That's what they wanted. They got a good amount of damage onto that mid tower, and they get this bot tower as well, so
Perfect is becoming a large problem.
He absolutely is. Effort is having a problem.
He is having a problem. It reminds me of that thing in Dutch that Chronicler taught us.
Oh, I remember that one. But he found a solution. He has Hex Flash again, unlocked and available.
There we go, perfect.
Yeah, Chris ends up just face checking here.
And the ward down value.
Aiming is a big problem when he gets a chance to auto-attack, doing a lot of damage. This was just a very sort of scrappy...
Having a look in live, Duro, not a whole lot of places to go as he's just dead. Aiming grabs his 3rd of the game, and he's Yunara. This is a champion that can become a massive problem, like you were saying. And that is just going to continue here as, okay, Effort taking a little bit of a drive towards the top lane, is looking to try and knock up Chovy. And Chovy is going to do the walking away thing.
If he hit Chovy, maybe he could pull in a headbutt. BDD wasn't that close.
No one was there.
BDD was a little, kinda, maybe, it would have looked cool.
It would have definitely looked cool.
It would have looked sick. That is, again, vibes, impeccable. Actual impact, less so.
Honestly, Effort needs a Bandle Pipes, really, as he's Hex Flashing into the fight here as well. Perfect. Losing some health bar, but isn't really too worried about that. He is Zehen, as it turns out. As Effort going to cleanse himself. BDD dash cannoning over, looking for an opportunity here, but does get on top of Ruler now.
Wow.
And executes him. Perfect execution comes down. The bottom lane is obliterated. And Effort survives! My goodness, Effort has just kind of gone crazy towards the end of this series, for better or worse. Is now Keen looking for the opportunity. The public execution onto aiming is perfect, and Chovy dashes on in. Grim Deliverance is mainly against KT this time as Perfect goes down, and there is the counter punch.
A little bit of an overstep there from KT. They managed to take out Ruler, but they end up paying pretty heavily. Perfect not able to get the res in that situation. This was just Duro. You know, we've all been there.
Yeah.
See that Juicy Control Award?
I'm so safe because I've got Repel.
Yeah. Level 7 Bandle Pipes at least, not strongest.
6 levels behind BDD, by the way.
2 levels behind Effort as well. And here, stuns BDD. It's like, I'm helping. I got you. It's not enough.
No.
Just gets obliterated. But here, there's a bit of the overstep that comes through, and this ends up just being the power of this Wukong Ambessa core. And this is what Genji's comp wants to do. It's just kill aiming.
Yeah. And
you
works.
see, look how close the Grim Deliverance was to stacking it up. Not quite able to get it there. But yeah, so they're very good at killing aiming. So even when he's fed, it's still a little bit of a concern. But the backline for Genji, it's kind of like you guys are on your own. You know, figure it out. We'll do our jobs. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing else. There's
I was waiting for the follow-up, but I think your point was there isn't a follow-up.
Yeah, there isn't. There really isn't. It's just Ruler and Duro.
Maybe that's the engage for Genji, is enemy team kills Ruler and Duro, and then we've got it from here.
I think he'll start to work well when it's only Duro who dies, and Ruler stays alive and can do some damage too. It's a big ask, I know.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That would help a lot.
I think one of the big problems in this game is that Canyon is so fed. This Wukong is kind of massive, almost has 3 items done. And he just, when he presses Cyclone, KT's health bars just kind of evaporate.
Yeah, and everyone's short range, so he is getting a lot of value on a lot of targets.
Well, Perfect does complete his Stride Breaker. There is 2 items on Keen as well, as Effort
that feels bad.
Is just going to tank that one.
With the Celestial Opposition as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, Perfect. Not going to go for anything. Duro is rotating over.
Okay, Dragon's up.
This is the big one.
Yeah, would be 3rd again for Genji, but KT happily just keep stacking them up if they can, but Genji moving into contest. Look at BDD, who has his flank through mid.
Yep, Keen as well with a flank angle, can always get there with the public execution as well as aiming with control of the Drake for now. So we toggle the vision, Perfect makes his way in. Ruler, they just go execute and they take him down. Aiming now in trouble as well as both AD carries just hit the floor, but it's Cuz that locks down the Dragon. BDD doesn't have his ulti, but does still have access to a fair bit of damage. Still the Grim Deliverance, and Perfect is the one to take out Chovy. There are so many decoys in this game as Canyon is going to have his one taken down, but then he dies as well as KT. I guess they don't need their AD carry. The rest of them get the job done.
I think it's just so hard to cut through Perfect, especially once he gets his passive stacked up. When you burn all these tools on taking down the enemy AD carry, Ruler was just never going to survive. You saw BDD wrapping around, and really, it was just neither AD carry got to play the game, but you know, Aiming had teammates who were able to offer up more in the extended fight. Now they're looking for Baron.
And Aiming knew what his job was. He built a shield bow before that fight as well.
Didn't help, but, you know,
wanted to try and survive. There is no Canyon. This should be a Baron over to KT. Genji going to try and make them work for it, as we can see here. As it's going down lower and lower, there's the knock-up. Cuz still in range of this Baron, but you can see now these health bars are just going down. Keen! Oh, Perfect could have just turned around and taken him out. It's a triple kill for Ruler. And yeah, you got the Baron, but was it worth it?
Yeah, you lost so many members. Remember, Baron just doesn't give us much gold this year, so, you know, you lose the Baron buff on a lot of your members. Genji get a chance to push in. They get a lot of gold from that too. This doesn't feel as good as you'd hope. They got the Dragon in this fight. We're going to have a look at, but look at Ruler, by the way. BDD and Perfect. This timing on that flank. Duro like moves over, heals him, and goes, yeah, that's all I got for you, buddy. Doesn't even switch to human form. He just knows.
Didn't even play the Vandal Pipes.
Yeah,
man.
He's like, you're on your own. Comes in the fight. And we did see Chovy and Canyon manage to blow up aiming, but that Cataclysm into Grim Deliverance combo from Curse and Perfect was so slick, so good, and just eliminated them when they had no cooldowns. This is where it got a little goofier.
Yeah, KT couldn't work out whether to burn or turn. And they did kind of both.
Yeah, they did burn. And they did turn in circles.
Yeah, they turned into corpses.
Yeah. At least Cuz managed to dash away.
Get out, yeah. I mean, if they had lost the Baron as well, it would have been worse.
Yeah, if someone had walked up and just stolen the Baron when there was no jungler there, that would have really... I mean, you couldn't imagine that happening, you know?
No, never.
Crazy.
No, I've never heard of that happening ever. Not once in my life have I seen something like that. As Cuz throwing flags at them. Public execution does come down in response, but there is the pulverize as well. Keen going to get punished a little.
Yeah,
south of his health bar and his ulti.
I would have gone for, personally, but I think it was just fishing, seeing if the follow-up could come through, but Cuz able to dash away.
Oh, Baron is still here, remember, so these are...
Ow.
Yeah, things are being stacked up. Effort does sacrifice most of himself in order to try and keep that cannon alive, which ultimately doesn't really work out.
Yeah, Ruler still doesn't have LDR. He is starting to do a lot of damage, but you don't do much damage when you're dead, unless you're playing Kog'Maw or Karthus.
True.
Or like old Zyra, you know, the pre-week.
Yeah, I love
with the little flower.
I always got so much value out of that passive.
Yeah. Honestly, it fit Zyra so well because Zyra is just press all your buttons and die. That is the play pattern.
It was actually the best. You know, as long as you got the Stranglethorns off and then you died, get that true damage.
Yeah.
Oh, man, did so much damage in team fights. But we digress. That was 1 billion years ago. And now KT still utilizing this Baron pretty well. As you can see, a lot of pressure here towards his bottom side as the inner turret had already fallen in mid. Haven't quite got this one just yet. This Siege Minion was doing a fair bit of work as they're looking to steal away the red buff. It is taken by Cuz. Canyon not quite able to lock that one up.
I just love the determination. It's like it's going for a Baron or a Soul or an Elder or something.
I mean, like, I feel like
I have to go for it.
Every time his camps are stolen, he takes it personally.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I know we talked earlier this game when Cuz invaded him and he just kind of adjusted the path. You know on the inside it's really stinging.
Oh, he's seething.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay, game is still very close. KT have gotten the last 2 dragons, 40 seconds till the next one. Either team has a chance to move to 3, but it feels like the game is at this point, if you get a convincing ace, you could just end, potentially, so it's a little scary. But with how this game has been so back and forth, so close, letting either side get this 3rd dragon is going to be a big problem. Right now, Gen G have got control of the area, and when you have a Caitlyn, when you have an Annie or Wukong, so hard to approach, so hard to move in against these champions. So
setup is so important. Setup is absolutely what you're looking for, as the blue buff is secured by KT. Pretty close there. As we have a flanking teleport from Perfect. It looks like KT do want to start off this fight right now. Effort already taking a fair bit of damage here as Cuz engaged on by Gen G. Gets the Cataclysm over onto Chovy as BDD gets in amongst it, but he's taken down very, very low. Chovy the first one to die. His Ruler is dead as well. KT playing it beautifully, but now is the counterpunch time. Keen locks up Cuz. That is the smite now dead. But KT still have a man advantage, aiming, hitting the dragon, and BDD managed to make it out to safety. Perfect. Looking to try and dash forward, gets a knock up onto Duro, who does have a minion to dash towards. But there's the pulverize out of Effort, and he's able to take down his opposite number. Hoof to the head. And now Canyon likely to die here as well as aiming chases him down. That is 4 dead, and KT, they've forgotten about the Drake. They want to break the base.
BDD got so much value there on the Akali, jumps straight on a Chovy and gets Ruler 2 as a bonus.
I just have to say, watching BDD play League of Legends is one of my favorite things. And it's been really nice to do it in the last few team fights. Let's have a look at it again.
The Hex Gate's helping out so much to get these flank angles. They just jump straight on a Chovy and they turn the engage round onto Cuz. Cuz doesn't really care. He's got GA, does his job. BDD jumps over Chovy, takes him out, jumps straight on a Ruler. 2 carries for 1. Call that 1+1 in Korea.
Yeah, we do.
And then they just don't have gas in the tank after that. They spent so many resources trying to peel, and they're dealing with this looming threat of the Yunara. off the Zahen who are pushing forward, and you see Canyon's even like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I've got nowhere to go. I'm just going to like dash in.
Yeah, he wanted
to try and get damage down.
The whole time, Canyon was trying to kill BDD because BDD went down so incredibly low, ultimately dies to him in the end, and it is KT that take down that third Drake. So Soul Point, what I was talking about, like largely facetiously earlier on in this game, KT could make it to Quadra Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
That's a lot of Hextech. We know that too much Hextech is a problem.
A lot of value on these champions. Like a good few of them who get good value from the attack speed, the ability haste, not going to complain about. But yeah, Hextech Soul in general, very good. Because we're seeing all these examples where they get the flank on a ruler and they take him out. And it just feels like he has nowhere to go. If you're slowed as well, it's just doomed.
Yeah.
Also, Ruler has got LDR. He's got a ton of damage, but no survivability.
Oh, Effort looking to try and turn this into engage. Only gets a knock-up onto one, as now BDD looking for the angle. Perfect execution, but doesn't find. They get BDD, and they take him down. Chovy manages to land it, but Keen is also dead. Duro trying to get something done here, but it doesn't quite work out. But this time, Aiming is alive, and Ruler gets put in the Cataclysm and taken down. Genji identified BDD as the problem and forgot that Aiming existed.
Once again, they put so much effort into trying to peel BDD, and the rest of the team is ready to clean up. Cuz charges forward to take out Ruler, and Aiming is there to pick up the triple, and now they're gonna look to end the game.
KT with a perfect week against T1 and Genji. That is what we're looking at as Aiming finishes it off, grabs the ace, and the Nexus is the last to go down. KT Rolster, 2-0 in the first week of LCK 2026.
I mean, I feel like the T1 upset already was a crazy way to start the season. That was enough. The fans were overjoyed. And you were thinking, like, the roller coaster, how high can it go? It's still going up.
It's still, I mean, the crash and burn is going to be astronomical.
Legendary crash and burn.
Oh, it is.
But let's enjoy the ride up. We can see the sun in front of us.
I mean, I think we're running out of oxygen up here at this point in time. Maybe we can escape the pull of the earth and they can just keep hurtling upwards. But look, we digress. KT, a phenomenal start to the LCK for 2026. That's an empty chair. Oh, never mind. That's perfect. And he's looking real good today as well. I mean, it was a good bounce back after that loss in game number 2. The Varus was a struggle. But man, BDD on his Akali every single time, taking down Ruler. As soon as they turned their attention to him, Aiming was there to pick up the slack.
And I think it's very clear this team had a lot of struggles in the LCK Cup. Yeah. You know, effort coming in seems to have helped a lot, but I think as well, they must have been doing a lot of work between then and now to get to this point. They just took down, I mean, we saw all the teams saying before the start of the season, 9 of them said Genji were going to win. It was Genji who said T1 were going to win. Well, KT just took them both down. Yeah. It's a great look for
Why
the
didn't
LCK
anyone say
season.
KT were going to win? Oh, wait, because they're KT. And I don't think I would say it. Anyway, but do you know what's happened, Ox? And this might be a little bit selfish to think of it this way, but man, the Pog State's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be filming that one on Sunday, and we've got a lot to talk about. Let's just say that. This is an incredible start for KT, and I don't even think we're allowed to talk about what it might mean, because it's KT. That's the thing that's really rough about it. But man, they played this beautifully. They played their last series beautifully. And I can't believe that adding Effort, who has been just not on the greatest of teams over the last few years, to be honest, he manages to turn it around like this.
Yeah, I mean, it was clear that they were struggling to figure out the support situation. Some stability there definitely helped. And I say that even after he had that Bard game, which was certainly
great. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a great bounce back, and this game was close. This was scrappy. This was hard fought. You know, the other 2 games of the series were pretty one-sided, but this was one where we really saw KT just executing on what they wanted to do with their composition. They suffered in lane quite heavily. BDD was really far behind in the matchup. Bot lane was suffering too, but did I'd say a bit of a better job of mitigating. Yeah. When it came to those team fights, I love the collapses. Whenever you see these angles of approach, They just
always, BDD and Cuz are in there together as well, like every time.
And Perfect too. And I feel like the Hex Gates helped, and it's reminiscent of that game they had in summer playoffs last year when they beat Genji. When they had the Lissandra, and they had to keep getting those flags. It was just so beautifully played.
And of course, I mean, this is what happened at Worlds last year as well. We just thought that with the loss of Dr. and Peter, who were really so much of that core of what made KT so great, that beautiful storyline last year, we thought that maybe things would really change. And it looks like they're getting some of that back. And the fact that it's on the back of Perfect having such an incredible performance, that wasn't on my bingo card at all. Keen did do way more damage than him in this particular game, but KT were able to just turn it around.
Yeah, Perfect did a lot more Nexus destroying in this game, so I think he won out in that regard.
50% advantage in Nexus destruction.
Yeah.
And it's going to be BDD that picks it up. I think the Zoe game, even though that scoreline doesn't look great, my God, he was so good.
The bubbles were insane, and then the Akali game was just vicious. You can never really feel sad about a BDD POM, and this one was pretty crazy. I think, obviously, it was a whole team effort. They popped off, but BDD, he brought out the classics.
Yep. It never feels bad. And now we get to have a chat with BDD as well. Kind of crazy that it's both of the solo laners from KT as well that have picked it up. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was only BDD that gets POMs. I would have also not been surprised if KT didn't get any POMs this week. They're against T1 and Genji, and they managed to come out on top. So hearing from BDD and about what has changed in this team to bring them to this level, that's what's going to be the most interesting.
For sure, for sure. I'm ready to air it.
Yep. I don't know whether we're quite ready for the interview, as I believe BDD has walked out, because I did hear the roar of the fans.
Yeah.
But man, I am looking forward to seeing what he has to say. But I just don't know what it means. It's so hard, right? Like oftentimes after a victory, we're like, oh yeah, this is great. Like all of this has come together and it's all cool. But it's so hard to talk about KT.
I think we just enjoy the moment as it is right now. We don't think about the future or the past. We just enjoy this week today for what it is.
Yeah, all right. Let's enjoy the interview with BDD.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation, joined by BDD on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations! Thank you. The KT roller coaster just won't stop going up. 2 back-to-back wins. How do you feel? It was such an unexpected result, and it just feels really surreal. It feels like a dream. From T1 to Genji, KT is sweeping every powerhouse. So how were you able to pull this 2 back-to-back wins? Yeah, after effort was able to join the team, just practicing with him during scrims, actually it went really well, and I feel like that actually led up to this good result. And so how is playing with effort? You know, given how much of a veteran he is, he doesn't get nervous. He's actually very clear with his comms and his shot calling, which actually helps a lot. Did you see this POM coming, BDD? Yeah, after that game 1, you know, I told myself, maybe if we win today, I might be able to get it. But game 3 was just so difficult. Maybe it was the Baron Seal that made you think that you got the POM. Yeah, Baron Seal was really good, actually impacted the game. So this moment, can you walk us through how you read the seal? You know, I figured maybe this is something that I can steal. I was in the good position, but I think it was more luck that actually played a big part. I guess today was my lucky day. It just worked. Everything worked out today. How was the comms like here? Everybody was just kind of in a rush. It was quite chaotic in the end. Yeah, a good start of the series after getting that game 1 secured. But you guys dropped game 2, so what was the mindset going into game 3? Game 2 was actually not too bad, but because we had some shortcomings in the early game of game 3, you know, we just had to focus up, and that's just something that we had to discuss as a team. So in which moment did you feel like you guys won the series? Honestly, there was no answer to my laning phase. It was so difficult. So I was just thinking, oh my god, my teammates, please, team, win for me. And they were actually doing really well in the end. So I'm very grateful for them. Every team fight, we were actually taking a little more advantage each time, so it felt like we eventually had the edge. And your next opponent is Nongshim. Are you ready for your third win in a row? Watching how Nongshim is playing, they're doing really well actually, so I'm sure that as long as we are well prepared, we can definitely win. And any word for your fans? We want to prepare and perform well against Nongshim and keep our winning streak going. Thank you. And that's all from BDD, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for the awesome translation. As KT, they take down T1, they take down Gen G. They look unstoppable so far. We'll have to wait and see if they can actually keep it going. What do you guys think about that game 3 here?
Me? I mean, just like, I don't know. Now I'm more thinking about my prediction because I think my prediction is doomed because...
Your prediction? What about
our
prediction?
I guess, you know, like I didn't see this coming, and especially, you know, from their gameplay wise, I mean, I'm kind of surprised how they perform so much better compared to LCK Cup. I think structure is there, and the fundamentals, and the macro, and the draft as well. I just really like to see it, and maybe it's a effort effect. Even though like BDD picked up the POM, I feel like the team is more kind of calm and collected, and I think, yeah, KT looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think already BDD mentioned, I think effort came in as a Baron and then like make a call is really good for them. But still, I think Perfect is actually being really good these days. He's like form laning, like laning form is very important in this meta, and then he's playing really well. So I think he's growing, and it's very good news for the KT fans.
Yeah, it does feel like all the individuals are playing really well on the side of KT, and even as a team as well, everything seems to be coming together. But one individual was able to pick up the POM for this one, and obviously it was BDD, as we did hear from him in the interview.
Oh!
7 out of 13.
That was close.
I thought this would be a lot more one-sided, guys.
Yeah, same. I mean, I think they all deserve it, though. I respect all the votes. I think... as we mentioned, Perfect, playing really well individually on the top side, and also the setup from the jungle and support, the synergy is right there. So I think everyone in the KT played really well.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that everyone played well, but the Joey game and the Kali game, which is he had a tough life at the level 1, and then he still played well, and he just like resist himself that he's not like inting, or I would say. Like, that was quite a wonderful performance, yeah.
Yeah, it just felt like another BDD classic here, and definitely always the guy you can trust to just do incredible stuff for the side of KT. Let's take a look at some of the comments here. The Palm comments.
What can I say? I just love him so much.
Are you confessing?
Maybe. No, I mean, I just love him on the Rift because like he engages with the Zoe, and he's still the Nasher, and at the end he plays like, what do you mean, bro? Like, you don't love BDD? No! I love BDD.
I love BDD so much.
I just love him so much.
I like BDD.
Like, I want him to be my mid laner. That's all.
I agree. Well, Umti, seems like you have a lot to say. What did you say about
Even
comments?
Canadian ruined his level 1. No one could stop BDD.
Nah, I'm disappointed. Because like he's known as like cringe comment, you know, the comment, but it's gone now, so I'm kind of disappointed. I was expecting something like, I don't know, Big Daddy or something.
Wow.
But man, you gotta work on it, bro.
Yeah, I have to work on it, but I just too impressive because even though he lost 1 million and it started with half HP and the BDD still performance in the game, so no one could stop him.
True say.
It does feel like nobody can stop BDD, and we're going to hear from Cloud Templar, Jungle President Cuz, strong, composed leadership in tough situations. And he had a lot of flashy plays as well, even on Xinjiao flashing over. We got the slow-mo of that. So I think Cuz votes are fine. I think Cuz votes are good. Effer votes are good. Perfect. I think the other three probably I would have gone for the other three ahead of him, but he was also strong today. Let's see what the other guys on the Korean side did have to say. Pony says, I wish my house got cleaned like Cuz clears the jungle.
Yeah, I think his house is pretty messy. I mean, I think it is, yeah. He definitely needs some Cuz for his house, yeah.
Rule clearing.
Rule clearing for sure.
Well, calling out Pony, we'll have to let him know. Prince says, got Doran and Keen, now who's next?
I mean, we all know who's next is Zeus, by the way. So we call like Zedogi, right, in Korean, like Zeus, Doran, Keen, and now he got two of them. Only one left. It's Zeus.
Well, they're playing against an Ongshin next, so...
Oh, yeah. I mean, Kingen first, right? But
Kingen first, and then maybe eventually...
Step by step, step by step.
Who can stop Effort's passion?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we could actually hear him. Like, we could actually hear it from him as well. Like, he's got so much motivation from just watching it from the CL, and now he's got to play again on LCK. It seems like he's more chill. Like, as BDD said, he's a veteran player. He never panics or choking on stage anymore. Like, it seems pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think I played with F4, and then...
Oh, whoa!
Yeah, I actually played with F4.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. What happened? Like, how do you feel? Like,
he's a very chill guy, but sometimes I felt he's too chill, so he's not fighting at all with ADC.
But more passion right now.
Yeah, he's like now passion, so he's like perfect, I would say.
Maybe as much passion as Wadid has for BDD. Let's take a look at the standings here after this match. And we're going to have KT at the top, 2-0. They did lose one game to Gen.G, but I mean, if you take a series against Gen.G, you really cannot, you can't argue with these results.
Now I can literally say our top two team in LCK right now is KT and HLE. I'm really expecting more from them as well. And also Nongshim on top of that, because Scout is back. New blood, by the way. So I'm really excited for next match as well.
Yeah, I mean, KT, the first game, they go to the 2-1 in this LCK. But I think the game was against the Gen.G, and then they won the Gen.G at the series. This is quite rare situation. I think KT can go up higher.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we all like to make jokes about KT, but it really does feel like they have a good recipe for success so far after this first week. And guys, next matchup will be FearX up against Hanjin Brion. You won't want to miss it. Will be a lot of fun. We'll see you there.
Brion! One more upset?
Hanjin!
The present and the future!
I don't just win, I lift my mic into the stone. to go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mic into the storm.
BFX 화이팅!
화이팅! BFX 브리온 화이팅! 브리온 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. We're still the AA broadcast. It is Atlas and Orcs here to bring you BFX versus Hanjin Breon for our second series of the evening. This is going to be an interesting one. Hanjin Breon have already had a bit of a rough start to the LCK thus far, but looking forward to seeing what BFX can bring.
That's the question.
Yeah.
You know, we just saw Gen.G kind of continuing their unfortunate momentum.
G2 hangover.
Yeah. Will BNK BFX end up in a similar position? That's the question.
Got no idea. A few fun things here for this particular matchup, as of course there are a bunch of players that are sort of switching sides, and by a bunch I mean one, as Raptor did debut on Bro. Kind of fun there, but so far we haven't seen BFX at all so far this season, and we'll just have to see what they're going to be bringing here in today's match for their first one of 2026 LCK.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it was less of a shock than Gen.G, who were undefeated in the year until they got beaten by G2. But still, BNK BFX, you know, went 5 games against BLG, who ended up winning first stand.
Yeah.
So the fact that they got 3-0'd as well, pretty unceremonious exit from the tournament. You will see that domestically against Breon, they've done pretty good.
Yeah, we're going to go with well, I think. Yeah, 16 matches, 32 games. That is a lot. So, I mean, at least Hanjin Breon have 2022 LCK Spring Round 2 to lean on.
And it was a 2-0, you know?
Oh!
Convincing victory.
Man, my cup half fulleth runneth over, or something, as it turns out. As Raptor, his debut was for the Bros back in the COVID times. He was actually filling in for Umpty, who was sick at the moment, is not sick today, as he is in fact on the space. But this was where Raptor started off in the LCK and actually came up with a victory.
Yeah, a long time ago now, even the Raptor, I feel like that's that thing, he's kind of like in that Lucid space where he still feels like a recent addition, but he has actually been here for quite a long time now.
Yeah.
Overall. But started obviously to make a lot more of a name for himself this season with him going to his first international and having some great performances in the LCK Cup.
And also looked fantastic in the LCK Cup as well. Was a large reason why FearX were able to come out on top. Well, let's have a look at the tees.
BNK는 뭐 그냥 옛날부터 바텀 빼기하고 한채 그냥 적당한 픽에 하던 대로 그냥 똑같이 한 것 같아요.
상콩이랑 브라질 가봤는데 재밌었던 것 같고요. 심적으로나 개인적으로 좀 평등한 것 같습니다.
디아블 선수도 이제 한결같이 옛날부터 이제 약간 작두 타는 사람 같아요. 외주 타기를 많이 하지 않나. 저도 옛날에 외주 타기 많이 했었는데 그게 좀 재밌긴 하거든요.
원딜 처음 시작할 때 테디 선수 보고 시작했었는데 옛날 원딜이라고 해야 하나? 이제 같은 프로 대 프로로서 배우는 입장이 아니기 때문에 갈라보도록 하겠습니다.
그냥 애교로 보입니다. 베테랑의 이제 품격을 좀 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
첫 경기 기분 좋게 이기고 시작하겠습니다.
All right, a lot to look at after that one. I think that sometimes when you hear like Teddy say things like that, it worries me just a little bit because I do feel like FearX are looking pretty good as far as this matchup is concerned. We'll see whether Teddy's veterancy is going to be able to help him out. But right now, you can see that FearX have plenty of help themselves. Man, those ears look completely unruly, do they not?
Absolutely. Do you want to know what's messed up?
What's messed up?
You know what BNK for X's April Fool's joke was?
What was it?
Was that they were getting rid of Nex.
What? Wow, I'm glad.
And you know what? Of all the jokes for April Fools, none of them got me. And that one, for a split second, I was outraged. I was like, okay, it's April Fools.
Did you get in the DMs immediately? like, oh no. You've never argued on Twitter though, so
no, I'm not known for that.
Something that you would do.
I love how they have to.
I can't believe the ears clear. They clear the route
with some guidance to get them through.
Yeah, nicely done. They did manage to get Nex out of there. Very well done. As here is FearX, our runners-up of the LCK Cup. Pretty surprisingly as well, big grin on Vicla's face, and let's see whether the year of Vicla is going to continue. Right now, it is being overshadowed by the year of Perfect. And, you know, just KT in general after what they managed to do earlier in the week and today. But FearX have been a squad that have been great to watch develop further throughout this year. This is a team, though, that have had some troubles, you could say. But now, with a big name in front of them, Hanjin Brion are looking to see what they can get done. Loki back in the mid lane once again. No Roma this time around. Loki's haircut looking absolutely fantastic. Also love that color. I'm going to say every time, by the way, he walks out on stage, how much I wish I could pull off that color.
Yeah.
But I can't. I never will be able to.
No, I'm the same.
Until my hair just goes that color anyway.
Yeah.
It's probably like a couple of years down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately for Hanjin Brion, they had a tough matchup first series back. It wasn't completely smooth sailing for HLE, so it wasn't like a complete bowl over, but no, it was pretty one-sided overall.
It felt like once the gears started moving for HLE, they did just kind of crush them.
Yeah, so there was the Namgun Pike was pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
Getting some good plays with that. So
I mean, the Teddy Mel actually kind of worked. Like,
yeah.
They cooked a little.
한진 브리온 하나 둘 셋.
All right, Gideon catching them a little bit by surprise this time around, although they did do that last time when they played against HLE on day one.
Maybe it was a different set of fans.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it probably was, because it was a different day.
Well, no, because there's some diehard fans who come every time.
That's true.
Like, I actually saw one in the crowd by the name of Daniel Gonzalez.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he here today?
Yeah, you can see him over there. Look in the corner.
It's not April 1st anymore.
No, there he is.
Oh, wait, I can see him. There he is. Hi, Dagon.
Yeah.
Aw, that's pretty cool. All right. He actually is there. I thought you were tricking me.
No.
I thought you were getting me with a trick.
No, he's actually
Oh,
there.
he is actually there, and he waved back. That's really cute. All right.
I hope we get him on camera. Oh, if he does the Dagon distressed face.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready for that.
And normally we do get him on camera when he's on the space as well.
Yeah.
So it could be that we just have live reactions in the arena, which would be very, very cool. All right, Gideon got his work cut out for him up against Raptor here today. I think even though Raptor did debut for the Bros, he did really come into his own on FearX. So could be a rough one. But Gideon has had some great moments. We all remember his Poppy being like really, really cool. Like
his
there've been
grubs.
some good time. Yeah, his grubs. Exactly. Loki did a lot of side lane farming in their first series. I'd like to see him do more team things.
Yeah.
In this one.
You know, I think it's a tough fair schedule for Bro. Even though I've made, I think, like 74 jokes about it being HLE the 10th place team.
Why have you been counting?
Yeah, I just keep track of these things. It is a tough first week, but it's just showing promise, right? Showing what you've kind of been able to do as a team, form together with the addition of Loki. And when I look to the next week's schedule for them is Kirum DRX, so maybe a team that seems
winnable-ish,
and then it's KT.
Winnable, 100% winnable. What are you talking about? Actually, everyone's going to predict KT in that series.
True. Actually, can you imagine KT week 1, smash T1 and Gen G, and then lose to Bro week 2?
Dude, yes, of course I can imagine that.
That would be such a timeline.
It's KT.
And then
that wouldn't even be unexpected. I might even pred Bro just because it's probably the thing that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's like outstanding KT.
Okay, you've
so double winnable. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. So, just show some promise this week and see if you can just, form things together, get some data to work on going into week 2. But it's still a winnable series. We don't know what form BNK FearX is going to be in because losing to G2 apparently does a number on teams.
All right, well, FearX have gone with first pick this time around, so we've got the old starting on red side as Hanjin Brion elected to head over to blue. And let's see exactly how this one is going to shake up. I imagine Rumble will be banned. That's my hot take for this one.
Yeah, so Karma left the ban list, actually, in the last series for the first time in the LCK regular season.
And we learned why she was on the ban list.
Yeah. Whereas Rumble, still 100% ban rate so far. Yeah.
I imagine that should be just removed now. It's clear. You should probably have that one banned away. But Pigeon first.
Yeah, I mean, Azir against Vikla makes a lot of sense. Azir Rise just been first picked a ton. So we're getting the Azir Orianna trade, which is kind of LCK Cup meta, but we'll take it. Vara's going to get taken off the cards.
Should I ride in Rumble now? Like, what are we doing, Hanjin Brion?
I prefer a Rumble now because then your third ban's a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, there we go. Finally.
You were safe to ride it in.
Yep, 100% banned away here. As Vikla's like, man, I can't believe they banned Rumble. That wasn't. He just looked like he was a little frustrated about something. Trying to work out what we're going to be banning next here. Probably aiming for a Ryze first pick, so they might ban something that could be played into it, just to force it, maybe.
I don't like the Cassiopeia and Nivea bans to set it up because
That's what they're doing.
I mean, I guess if your goal is like force them to ban Ryze so we can first pick something else, sure.
Force them to ban Ryze, pick Panth. Sounds pretty good to me.
That's a strategy you can go for, but it does just very much like... I mean, I guess it forces them on that Ryze ban. But maybe they prefer the Anivia anyway.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe you ban Pantheon here instead. Call their bluff.
Maybe you don't. Maybe, you leave it, and then you just go, Karma ban. If you pick Ryze here, then they can get Pantheon.
Actually, I think this is really, really smart. So the Ryze is going to come in for Vikla, but now you can pick the Pantheon to answer it and choose whatever else you'd like to play into the Ryze. Loki does have a bunch of other champions that he could head towards.
Even Pantheon, and then you could grab an Anivia and flex it.
Oh, true.
Or you could grab it later. I don't know. A lot of options.
Lissandra was buffed. Maybe that could be a thing.
Maybe.
Don't know whether that'll be a good thing, but could be a thing.
I think
just naming other champions that go into the mid lane.
It is another champion.
Pantheon is obviously what is going to be collected, though. That is the prize that Hanjin Brion managed to make for themselves. And Gideon on that is fantastic news, as there is a Jace as well. Flexible, in theory. Could be played into the Rise, but I don't think that is going to be the choice.
We've seen Jace really just be a problem in a lot of games.
Doesn't lose a lot of lanes.
Yeah, a lot of good matchups, and just starting to be a big menace again when we get to the later stages of the game.
I do think that this is a pretty good Yorick angle. And then you can 1-3-1 pretty comfortably with Rise Yorick.
True. You go Jarvan Yorick and you have the big Cataclysm, little Cataclysm.
Oh, yeah, true. The Ghoulie Wall Cataclysm.
Yeah.
A Ghoulie-clism.
What if you just trap someone between the Ghoulie Wall and the Cataclysm?
Oh, true. And then you have Vigar support to put a cage on top of that.
Wow.
Damn, you'd be having to really stand in pixels. Okay, the Jarvan will be locked in. Rise Jarvan has been a tried and true combination, so Vikla can play around with Raptor there. Is the Bard going to be a consideration and locked in here for Kellen?
Okay, so a lot of pieces, I feel like, for being KFRX, but not fully committing to anything yet. A lot of setup from the Jarvan and the Bard. And now for Hanjin Brion, I expect a mid lane pick coming in here. They want to match the Rise.
Yes.
And there's that Anivia to flex, though. We don't know. Is it mid? Is it support? You have the ability to do both.
True. Kind of fun. Is Anivia support a good pick in what's represented right now for FearX? I'm not feeling like there are like the classic we can trap you over committing type champions.
Yeah.
I know Jarvan does go in, but you can always just flag and drag over the wall. You're not really too worried about it.
Yeah. Also, Bard can just portal.
Yeah, just go through it.
Yeah. Well, Cassante gonna get banned out. I wonder, we've seen like Cassante Scion sometimes banned when you're picking Jace. Like those are the tanks, so like, you know, I can kind of weather the storm. But you mentioned the Yorick earlier. That could also be an avenue.
People do like it.
Go for, so.
See whether Clear does want to be playing it. He does feel more like a Cassante guy, absolutely.
Interesting, we get the... So Corki ban makes sense because Corki's pretty good in the job and you should have the Valkyrie to get out. But I feel like sometimes in situations like this, you would ban like Nami, Lulu, maybe. Those are two picks that, you know, the Nami, Corki, the Yunara, Lulu have really strong pairings. But I guess they aren't sure if the Anivia's just going to go support. So they're focusing on the 80 carry bans instead of the support bans.
Yeah,
I guess that makes sense.
You get a bit more value in theory. The Sivir Bard was what they were a little bit scared of, and they can't pick the Sivir themselves, so they do ban that one away. But it does leave the Yorick up and available. Hanjin Brion now considering what they want to go with, and I think Ezreal does make a lot of sense, given the fact that it looked like something that FearX wanted to go with, as well as something that can get out of a Cataclysm.
Yeah, gives us safety, gives a way to disengage from both the Tempered Fate and the Cataclysm, which are the main ways that BNK4X are going to get on top of you. And it keeps that flex of the Anivia alive. We still don't really know what they're doing with it.
Not 100%, although I do feel like it's a good matchup into the Rise, or has been in the past at least, as Jhin going to be the choice for Diablo, says Atlas reluctantly.
Yeah.
I mean, Diablo did look fantastic on this champion earlier on in the LCK Cup, as there is that Yorick we were talking about. Kind of surprised that Hanjin Brion did not ban it away. But Elise, Elise mid, the classic answer to the Rise. We've been seeing that many, many times.
Maybe it's Jace mid, Elise top, the throwback, you know.
Ah, of course.
Ezreal jungle.
I mean, Elise is a top laner originally, right?
Once upon a time.
Yeah. All right, there's the lock.
Okay, well, I think the Yorick top wasn't too much of a surprise. I think BNK4X have a strong 1-3-1 with that composition.
But the Elise top was really a surprise.
Yeah. I'm just a little bit concerned because, like, you have the Ezreal, Elise in the bot lane. You know, if Kellen missteps, can maybe get punished there. You have the Pantheon, you know, so much early pressure. I think Nivea has a good matchup, but
I feel like win lane, win game for Hanjin Brion is certainly there. The problem is, can they win lane, win game hard enough in order to overcome this? Because I believe Yorick is going to be a big problem in side lanes, absolutely. And if he can actually win out in this matchup, which is absolutely doable, into the Jace, then things could just fall apart for the bros.
I think their comp just feels hard to play. And, oh, there he is!
There we go. Breon, the moment. Beautiful. Look at how serious Dagon is.
He's locked in.
He's not often this serious, but things are getting real.
He's really focused. He knows how much they need this. Yeah, I think the composition looks a little bit tricky. I do like that they're kind of cooking a bit with Namgoon again, but we just saw an Elise be kind of useless. As much as I love Bandle Pipes, I hope it's not a Bandle Pipes Elise. I'm going to put that out there.
Well, I mean, you say that, but what are Hanj and Breon, if not the Vibes team?
Oh, so true.
And Bandle Pipes bring the vibes, as does starting the game. Let's jump in. All right, bro fans, we got to work out what we're yelling.
Oh, they killed the ward.
Oh my goodness, a huge start here for FearX.
Shoveled it.
Yep, infinitely more stuff has been claimed.
Okay. So bot lane, Namgoon even went Ignite. So there is mega threat on the Kellen.
I love it.
He wants to kill his Bard.
They were like, win lane, win game, bet.
We talked about this a little bit in the earlier series. Bard, he's got a lot of hitbox. So that cocoon, it's not hard to hit.
No. Well, we'll see whether... Okay, well, never mind. As it turns out, Orcs, harder to hit than you may expect.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
See, the problem there was that Kellen moved.
Oh.
Yeah.
I actually think even if he did, it just wasn't going to hit.
It was a zoning cocoon.
Yeah, got it.
So what you do is you throw a cocoon when you don't have kill threat, and Kellen thinks you're not going to aim cocoons.
No, it's calibration.
Calibration, right.
That's what it was. So now Namgoon has got it locked in.
Yeah, he
As
knows.
Clear hit an E, and that means wins trade. That feels pretty nice. Speaking of feeling nice, Loki going to be able to connect. However, does take a bunch of damage back from this Rise.
But being Innovator, you do have 2 health bars, so...
That is a good point.
Very okay.
You are... Okay, that could... See? Calibration right there! As Diablo not going to have a spider falling on his head, but that is going to be a really nice trade for the bros. Okay, Casting has things where he wants them now, which is shoved all the way up towards Clear's turret and forcing him to farm as best he can. Shovels the minion, though, the cannon, very, very nicely. Let's see. Just got to count the E's. Clear keeps hitting those. Going to be feeling all right.
Yeah. Oh, big bunch of ghouls ready there.
That's
and
the army.
we see Raptor coming in for the gank. No ward up.
All right, let's see where the Casting smells it.
And...
Well, it's going to have to flash. Flashes the E. Gets out of the morning mist.
I think he kind of walked back just in time to not die. I think if it was like a second later, I think he was just dead, even if he flashed.
Yeah,
so.
Raptor's wraparound, as it were, was exactly what he needed to do, as he goes back before taking the Scuttle.
Yeah, so first Scuttle's actually not worth that much. It's like the first respawn of Scuttle is worth a lot more than the first one. So I heard about junglers reneging on the first Scuttle, actually.
Just protesting against it.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, there you go. Raptor is going to discover that the bottom Scuttle was taken. Gideon happy to take the Scuttle Crabs. As Loki kind of would have liked to have been a little bit more alive than he is right now.
Usually you'd use the time where you don't go for that skull to get a gank off. But
Kellen lit on fire here. Magical Journey comes on through. Namgoon follows him with the repel. Diablo has vision, but isn't able to quite land the Deadly Flourish, and therefore the bros do manage to make it out alive. Looking a bit dicey here towards the bottom side on both sides of the rift. All right, Teddy just arcane shifting on top of him. Great cleanse, but unfortunately the damage still goes through as Namgoon is able to lock down First Blood.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanse was perfectly timed, but the damage, you can't stop that. Even though Teddy missed some key skill shots, it just didn't matter.
Yeah, Namgoon's Q's targeted, as it turns out.
And an execute, and Diablo just ran out of health. So we'll see this replay.
It was a sick cleanse, though. If we cut the video after the cleanse, it'd feel great.
Yeah, he's trying to be in XP range, and it's just...
electrocuted.
Not ideal. Well, it's a good start for the bot lane for Anjimbrion.
Absolutely. We have a Brad in the mid lane. Loki doesn't have a lot of blue stuff, so he's going to go back. Namgung turns up just to babysit. Should be heading away, though, as you can see. Oh, just barely shorts it. This teleport will bring Loki back.
Yeah.
He's only level 5, but very close to 6, so we'll have access to the Glacial Storm, and then minion waves will just disappear.
Got the tier and the double ruby crystals, so going to be pretty hard to force on lane at that point. It does look like B&K FearX are making a move for casting.
We've seen this so many times before. 3 people killing a Jace as Clear tanks up the turret for a few moments, but isn't too worried about it. Will be Raptor taking the first kill for FearX.
It's just so easy. And a big reason why Ryze has been so valued. Now, they're fishing for a dive in the bot lane. Pantheon, Elise. Such a strong diving combo.
Yeah, it's pretty unfair to have 2 junglers, isn't it? As there's Gideon diving on forward. Diablo doesn't have anything that he can do to mitigate that, and up goes Namgung. Down he goes once again without turret aggro. It feels absolutely fantastic as this Elise is working out so well for the bros.
I'm not going to lie, Kellen gets the stun. That's basically as good as you can play it, right? You get the stun on the person as a tower aggro, and it was so close to the Elise going down, actually. I thought for a second he was just going to die, but he gets the repel off, and it's like, okay, well,
and it's
aggro.
It's exactly the timing that he needed to do as well, because otherwise they'd still be in the middle of killing Diablo when he has to go up into the sky.
Yeah.
And then somebody else picks up the turret aggro, and maybe they're in danger. But this was casting very, very dead. A bit of a set play here from FearX, just overload the top side, take them down, but the answer was good here from the bros.
Namgung gets aggro with the auto first, and then that stun. Actually, yeah, so close. It looked like he was about to go down.
And then Spiderlings actually got turret aggro back just for a couple of moments as he was making his way back out. A little bit scary for a second there, but
kind of felt like everything went right for Namgung to survive that.
Yep.
Despite Kellen playing it as well as he wanted.
It's been a really long time, and I didn't even... It's All In was playing the Anivia mid lane on the Afrika Freaks a million years ago. He didn't play for Afrika for very long.
I guess that's because we're not including like stats from LCK Cup, so that's why it's been so long.
Ah, yes, true. And not from internationals either.
Yeah.
Our LCK players have certainly played it. But interesting. That's what I don't like about the fact that LCK Cup stats and LCK stats are separated, because a lot of those things feel disingenuous.
Yeah.
You know, it's my least
weird
favorite part. But I understand the separation, you know, just keep the LCK Cup as its own thing, but still, it's weird. Anyway, 800 gold the lead for the bros.
And I mean, you look, it's still in the bot lane. This is 30 CS lead between them, 1-0-1 for both of them. Namgung is building a Hextech alternating, he's building damage. He's not building a Bandle Pipes like we saw last series. That's crazy.
Insane.
He's
going to build a dash cannon.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I
that.
guess you can just do that. I guess you can just be.
I mean, you shouldn't do that. It's unprecedented, obviously.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should do that. Perhaps a little bit.
There is precedent,
especially because the Bandle Pipes only procs on this stun.
Yeah,
that's the only way to proc it. So if you miss your stun, on Elise, you're useless. But if you miss it with Bandle Pipes, you're even more useless.
It makes it even more of a vibes pickup, though. You know, you're that confident that you're going to be able to make it work every time.
True, because when you, I'm going to be honest, when you have Ignite and you have Dash Cannon and you miss your Cocoon, you just dash in and just Q them anyway.
You just kill them anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
That certainly works. There's Teddy looking for another go at it. Does land the Mystic Shot this time, but there's the Cocoon going wide. Minion gets temperedly fated.
Yeah,
Teddy gets himself out of there with a flash.
Very respectful flash from Teddy. Not 100% certain he needed to use that, but I guess the threat is, do they follow up with a stun? Does Diablo ult after that? So just was like, nope, playing it safe. I'm not thinking about all the potential consequences. I don't want to die. Flash down, especially on Ezreal, not as big of an issue.
Also keeps up the pressure as well, is allowed to then crash that wave in as Cocoon connects onto Raptor. Does get electrocuted momentarily there as well. Good for the bros, just to make sure that they stay on the front foot. As Loki clearing out waves over and over again. The Maiden, oh dear, 50 gold for casting. Clear, gotta protect her, man.
I feel like our Yoriks just haven't been great at protecting the maidens.
Dudu was really kind of doo-doo at it. Pardon the pun.
Wow.
It was definitely not intentional.
Yeah, only 1,000 gold lead for Hanjin Brion, but, you know, it's a good start. It's positive. It's what we're looking for. We did say they wanted to get some advantages in lane, and considering top lane hasn't really gone swimmingly, everyone else is doing pretty well, but I am still concerned about this Jace, who's very low, and there is a Jarvan coming over.
Yeah,
Gideon's there to cover.
Yeah, Gideon's actually going to be the one that Raptor decides he wants to kill. Cataclysm goes out, and Flash? Okay, really scared of how this one's going, and that was largely because casting was very, very low. Vikla still here in this mid lane as Cocoon from Namgung does come on in. He gets put into the prison, though, and does need to vacate with his repel. Does do so successfully, so no harm, no foul. And Teddy with some free time in the bottom lane.
Gideon just kind of able to create some space for casting to clear the wave, but unfortunately him now being down Flash is the cost of that. I'm going to be hunting. Oh, that's Cocoon.
Flash out from Kellen. We got flashes flying out left, right, and center in this game.
Yeah, so many being bin, which means hopefully we're going to get a lot of action coming up because, you know, Flash is down, means you can make some aggressive plays.
But also, flashes are down, which means you want to play more defensively. Because it's on both sides.
No, because we have BNK FearX in the game.
Oh, that's actually a really good point. What am I saying? All right, Raptor going to be flashing as well. There is a mini wall to come on through as Raptor down to 50%. Now, BNK looking for a little bit of an option here as Callan has to magically journey out. Namgung just gets on over with the repel. Teddy wanting to take down this Bard if he can, but Callan gets to the relative safety of his turret, and that is all she wrote, really, for this engage.
I like how, you know, the normal thing of chasing the Bard through the magical journey is always very scary when he gets stunned in the wall.
What would have been the difference of Namgung doing that instead of just repelling over?
Well, I think it's a bit quicker and didn't give time for Kellen to like prep the Q or get the cooldown back up. So he's like, I'm not going through, I'm going over. He's thinking outside the portal.
Yeah. I like that. They just needed a Rek'Sai so they could also go under it.
Yeah.
They could just do all of the different things like that song that you used to sing as a kid. All right.
Man, you are so dead.
Yeah. Yeah, last time there were 3. Now we got a Tempered Fate. At least he stood in it. Might buy some time. Flash is out of the way. Why put it on cooldown? I guess this is the game where you want to flash.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you probably should have just saved it, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah.
Especially against a Jarvan. Might have been useful later.
5 people in the top lane?
Yeah, wow.
That was a lot of people in the top lane.
They really wanted him dead.
Yeah.
They really didn't like the casting.
They will also take first turret, so that is certainly a good news. As Diablo doesn't actually have his quest completed yet, so being up here is kind of annoying. That's fine. Going to be able to get the money for taking down the turret. And Teddy has completed his. He's got his Trinity Force now completed as well. I mean, man, he is so far ahead. 1.4K.
I mean, this is the thing with how this game is kind of played out, is the overall team goal is quite close, but, you know, certain lanes have massive leads. And, yeah, I mean, you should see 3 show up. Clears there. They have the Jhin for backup.
And he sees them all there. He's like, I can outplay this.
Yeah. You can't.
Sometimes you gotta make them work for it, you know? And they worked for it.
You know what? I think he just said, you guys gonna bring 5. You know what? You deserve my flash as well. Everyone else is flashing.
Honestly,
I don't want to feel left out.
I mean, the bros, they are the ones that came up with Gentleman's League of Legends. You know, the bro and brew, that's their thing.
I'd like to think if they only brought 3, he would have been like, you know, you get the kill, you're not getting the
Yeah, you're not getting my flash. However,
5? Okay. Okay.
Well, Hanjin Brion do manage to get themselves the Drake as well. Hextech Salt. My goodness, we had Infernal into Mountain into Hextech again. We've had a few double-ups as far as our Drakes are concerned. But this is a fun one. This does mean, I mean, we remember KT managed to turn the game around and then stack up a whole bunch of these. Let's see whether Hanjin Brion can hold on to this game and get themselves a soul point in 4.5 minutes time. As Namgung going to get knocked up, and Teddy just throws a True Shot Barrage at Raptor. He decides that he wants to Cataclysm the Ezreal, and now Diablo is going to pay for his sins after he already tried to pay for them. Oh my goodness, Diablo is going to survive, so never mind. But Raptor not so lucky.
Yeah, at least not the easiest target to go on. We talked about...
Oh, circles everywhere. What the heck was that? Was like a peace sign or something like that. Oh my goodness.
Well, that was the intent from
They
Loki.
are pulling shapes in the bottom lane.
Yeah, keeps himself safe, you know, splits the Gully wall in half.
It's a stop sign, isn't it? Basically. No, it's not a stop sign. What is it? It's just like a do not do stuff sign. All right, now I'm going to be walking over the Anivia teleport as Clear is in a lot of trouble. Circles are going down, and there's the stun. Namgung has a fair bit of damage there, but the flash out from Clear may have got him to relative safety. He's looking to try and turn it onto Namgung, who has to flash. The Maiden is getting angry, but he stops the vision, and now the Maiden's going to be taken down as well. Namgung somehow still hasn't died, and Gideon walking amongst 3 people. Teddy turns up though, and he's real scary. True Shot Barrage helps Gideon grab that kill as the Blast Cone's trying to get Kellen out of there, but Casting is flipping into the battle. And yeah, not going to be getting that Realm Walk off anytime soon is Vikla. And in the meantime, Loki is just killing a turret.
You know, there was a slight gold lead, but now Hanjin Brion really pulling ahead in this game. I mean, you look at the bot lane, 3,100 is the advantage between Ezreal and Elise.
My goodness. All right.
Yeah, Kellen.
This looked scary for Gideon.
It did, but the thing with Pantheon, one of the reasons he's so strong is you can just buy so much time and you have the ability to turn around, so they felt a little bit cautious about engaging onto him. He ends up jumping in, he ends up blocking all that damage, and then it's Bro able to move in and turn this one around. The flash done just to secure that kill there as well.
That's vintage Teddy today as well. He really is playing pretty aggressively. We saw him miss a few of those skill shots on the bottom side of the map. Since then, every time we check this guy out, he is just pumping damage. And Raptor is the one that's paid for it twice in a row so far. And it's a 3,000 gold lead. Like, this is a big lead. It's 2 minutes on Soul Point as well, and it's not looking like things are going to get better for FearX in that time. It's a great look here for Hanjin Brion, and I think we were beginning to write them off after how, you know, things went badly against Humble Life Esports. But, I mean, Humble Life is a super team, basically.
Well, I mean,
they're tough ass.
They were 10th place in LCK Cup, so...
That is a good point.
Yeah, that's why people were like, you know, you lose to the 10th place LCK Cup team.
There weren't too many people under Hanjin Brion in that tournament. Humble Life Esports was one.
Was one of them, yeah.
Yeah.
But now, looking in great form, and BNK FearX just struggling, really. The bot lane, which is normally the point of strength for this team. Oh, Teddy's in a bit of a pick. No, he's okay, he's Ezreal. Yeah, so normally, even in the series that didn't go so swimmingly, in well, the earlier series, I'd say, in Fear Stand, everyone was eyes on Diablo, right? Him and Kellen. And I feel like they struggled a lot into Hansam and Lavrov in that G2 series. And now they're struggling to Teddy and Namgung. They just don't look like that same bot lane we saw in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, it's not quite working out. One thing that I just realized is, you know how we do give titles to all of the bro players? Lieutenant Loki is pretty good.
Oh.
Pretty good for it. Like, it's just, it feels like it's the obvious choice, like the only choice that you could go with. He was born to be a bro.
Yeah.
I think that's just how it shakes up.
It just fits.
It's hard to find one for Namgung, though, I'm not going to lie. I feel like, I think Dagon had one, but I don't know whether I liked it.
I mean, I would say... I was like, what was it? Obviously,
I can't remember.
Yeah.
Does anyone have it in the chat? Let us know. But it's like Lieutenant Loki is so good. I imagine anyone would come up with that. Like it's not like a.
It just fits. So it rolls on the tongue.
Too well.
Rolls on the tongue.
All right. Let's see whether FearX can figure this out, because right now, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I'm not going to keep counting. The Drake is now live. And they are positioned, 5 members of FearX here. Could be a full-on 5v5. Gideon staying out of sight for now.
Yeah, Clear has this kind of flank angle, but it's a Yorick, so...
Flanking Yorick. The Ghoulie wall flank.
At least you're not flanking alone.
True. Well, neither are Hanjin Brion, as Shelly gets involved. She is going to take down the outer turret in mid lane. Never mind, she's not going to take down the outer turret in mid lane.
Yeah, kind of a waste, honestly. You could have used that for the fight.
Does mean that now they do get like full priority on this dragon, but Raptor uses the Hex Gate to get himself over. He wants to drag to that flag. And Gideon spots him. Raptor is just really squishy in this game, and he is just going to die. Gideon finds the Q, and now Smite is his alone. Does go down to a scary level, and Teddy's still looking for Vikla. True Shot Barrage connects, and there it is. The Grand Starfall, and down goes the Rise. Pantheon is a really strong champion, Ox, and I think that maybe we should be banning it more often.
You know what? I agree. I'm with you on that. I'm right there with you. And now they're just going to go straight to the Baron that spawned. Clear's going to take a tower, but they don't really care. 3 dragons in pocket with a Hextech Soul. Baron secured at 20 minutes.
I mean, it's all coming up bros, isn't it?
All coming up bros right now.
And do you know what I did this time around that is different to the first series? I paid the bro tax. I forgot it in day one. And so this time around, put that in there. Maybe that helped give them the energy.
I think that might have been it.
Maybe
some people helped out as well. Yeah,
he was so far behind. He's 2 levels down.
The thing is, as well, he was so focused on contesting the dragon. He went in early, and they were patient with the health. They played it really well. They kind of bidded him into it, and then just jumped on him. The ult from Gideon as well to secure that kill onto Vikla. Because getting just a jungler does make Baron possible, but a 20-minute Baron, you'd like to get a little bit extra to really feel comfortable, and getting the Rise too was just like, okay, 100%. And then look, towers dropping across the map. You have Kellen was hovering on the bot side a second ago.
Oh no! Okay, Diablo is going to be able to walk around the wall. Took him a really long time.
Yeah, I think BNK Ferox was trying to set up a pick in the bot side. Like, Kellen was hovering towards the bot, Clear was there, but they just lost so many structures in a second.
It's a 5,000 gold lead. This is kind of crazy. Hanj and Breon just kind of taking whatever they would like, and maybe G2 broke 2 of our teams.
The G2 effect, honestly.
G2 effect, it's powerful. It is definitely powerful. That's all right. The Maiden's doing some stuff here in this inner turret, but
he gets the gold credit for it as well, so that's something.
There we go. He might die, as there's a shock blast. There's a lot of non-committal buttons.
We have so much terrain building, by the way, in this game. Can I just say?
It's too much. You've got the ghoulie wall, you've got the regular wall,
the
cataclysm wall. Oh my god. You've got the Maiden's not that.
Is it another?
Clear. Get the plate and then get her out of there. Get the plate and then get her out of there. Get her out of there.
Wait,
get her out of there.
No, I don't think you can, by the way. I think once you send it in a lane and you decouple it.
Oh, you decouple it.
It just pushes till forever.
Just pushes until the dawn.
So, he said, "Go free."
Yeah, go free, my mate.
Live your life. Yeah. We're losing horribly. Just go push your side lane.
Like in solidarity. Yeah, I completely forgot about the decoupling. I take it all back, Clear. It's fine. She was gonna do that anyway.
That was a rough divorce.
Yeah. It's all right. Hopefully they can reset. Okay. Hanj and Breon now 2 minutes on this Hextech Soul. And from that point, I mean, it's already, we're staring down the barrel of, 2.5k Rebel Baron power play. They've got 8-2 in kills. Like, I mean, everything is the bros right
when you have a Jace Ezreal with Hextech Soul, it's pretty rough. Because if one of those kill shots lands, you're slowed. Suddenly there's a wall behind you. There's a Pantheon on top of you. The game's already in a terrible spot, but if they get Hextech Soul, it's just done. So, BNK Ferox kind of need a miracle to figure this one out. And unfortunately, Vikla, I mean, he's getting stronger, but he doesn't quite have the actualizer or level 16, but he is looking...
Oh, he is behind enemy lines.
This is a dangerous position to be in, and they are somewhat aware. They're very aware.
Oh, he flashes to try and get on top of Loki. Maybe it was the best option he could have hoped for. It was bad in the end, though, as now Kellen going to have to try and get himself out as he's down to about 300 health. Teddy wanting to get that snipe, but doesn't have ulti. So they're not going to be able to quite get there. Crystalline Overgrowth all over this turret. So that one is going to be taking a whole bunch of damage. As you can see there, immediately 3 plates go down, make that 4, and there is a dead inner. That is going to move them to about an 8,000 gold lead. 40 seconds left on this Hextech Soul. And it's Ezreal Pantheon with Hextech Soul. I mean, it's a tough ask. Let's just say that.
Yeah,
winning the game after that moment.
I think they figured out where he was.
Yeah.
And he tries to flash in just to burst the Nivea with egg, by the way. So, not the best angle.
I mean, sometimes you just got to take what you can get.
Yeah.
All right, Grand Starfall.
He's clearly trying to make an
Oh no, straight into the goalie wall! That is not what you wanted to be doing. Although it does look like a second Cataclysm with this skin.
Yeah.
It's not a very ghouly wall.
He was sending a message, this is our jungle, you're not allowed in. They got the memo, they are not approaching, but they're kind of hovering around Baron. It's not up for a minute and a half,
Why?
so...
Why are they
I think they're trying to set up vision and maybe look for a pick. Okay.
Oh yeah, maybe they thought that somewhat like they were going to overextend.
They're like, we're just going to clear out vision, we're going to wait for someone to come over, we're going to pick them.
Wait. Okay, well now...
Oh, the slow...
Oh dear, there's a True Shot Barrage. So we're seeing what this Hextech Soul can do. Oh, maybe they have overextended. All right, Deadly Flourish comes down, but the Spider goes up. And down he will go. There is the Tempered Fate. And it actually kind of messes up Diablo momentarily. They will be able to grab the kill, though.
Okay, guys.
Yes.
You've got the Elise.
Uh-huh. What now?
That's it.
Casting does get 2 plates.
Yeah.
40 seconds left.
The thing is, the game's a desperate spot. I don't hate the concept of the play. It just didn't amount to as much as I think they were hoping for.
Outcome-focused assessment says it was a terrible choice.
Oh, that's true. I can't argue with that.
But you're right. Sometimes you just need to go for anything that's possible, right? And doing the unexpected is absolutely how you catch them off guard. Diablo was caught off guard by a bajillion damage.
Also, we now have the Actualizer, Anivia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teddy also has 3.5 items completed. I mean, the Pantheon is almost 3,000 gold ahead. This is kind of ludicrous. Is now casting, possibly caught out, never mind. He just walks far enough away. Should be Fearx being able to take an inner turret towards his bottom side, just needs like 1 auto, but there is no wave, so they're unable to quite get there. As the Baron has spawned, and Hanj and Brion are looking to try and just kill it.
They did get this vision earlier, but it is going very fast and they need to get there.
Well, they are going to walk over. Diablo is looking a little worse for wear, and Raptor, he's the one that cannot die in this instance. There's the Grand Starfall, and Diablo has to flash immediately to get out of the way. Movement speed absolutely there for Gideon. He's very scary, and if anything hits onto Fearx, they get slowed down, and then they probably die.
When the slow clipped them there and chained, I was like, oh no, this is not looking good. But they kind of just scare them off. Now they're moving back towards the Baron. I will say it's kind of a squishy team, so that you take a good amount of damage doing this.
Oh, there's a Tempered Fate. It's going to just delay things for a few moments, but so is that wall. Oh man, Loki, that was really nice. Raptor goes in, that gets steal from Diablo! They're going to have to try and win the fight on the back end, though. Let's see whether they can. Never mind, they do just get out of there. They pay, like, Raptor goes down, but this is against Hextech Soul. The fact that you go 1 for Baron?
Yeah.
Not bad.
That's great. And you had like the Cataclysm and the mini Cataclysm. Oh no.
Oh dear. Teddy
dead?
Teddy is
okay, no.
He's going
nice
to
dodge.
He does need to hit those in order to get the slow and like that.
Here's the win con for BNK Fearx. You
kill the Nexus.
You stop them from having Baron, which is good because if they had Baron, you'd be trapped in your base, you'd be pushed in, you wouldn't get access to Elder. Flip Elder, win game. It was like 1700, so like Smite ult combo.
Actually perfectly done.
Yeah, it's just, it's really hard to do anything about that. Now though, Kellen is really struggling to stay alive.
Yeah,
it's 2.5 minutes till Elder, guys. We don't need a...
Back to live felt a lot like back to reality, didn't it? In that moment?
You know, Kellen still hasn't died this game. That's impressive.
Yeah.
And kind of shocking.
66.6% kill participation as well.
Yeah. Cool. You know, it's not even like he's not been present. He's been there for 2/3 of their kills.
Just none of their deaths.
So, we're flipping Elder. That's the game plan. Now, if you're Hanj and Brion, you should never even let the Elder get low.
If you're Hanj and Brion, though, you're gentlemen.
Oh, true.
And perhaps a 5v5, like Muskets at Dawn, around the Elder.
No, but the 5v5, that's good for Hanj and Brion. If it's a gentleman's agreement, you put it down to a flip, smite off. Okay? Winner takes all. Whoever smites the Elder wins. If you do a 5v5, they have Hextech Soul, they have a gold, of course they're going to win, right? If you put it down, who has the better smite key? And it is stacked in Hanj and Brion's favor because they have Pantheon. Pantheon with a Q smite, so... You know what? I'm feeling it, honestly.
Maybe that's what we go for. Clear has a 2-level advantage. It's kind of crazy that Dark is this far ahead in experience and in gold. Like, he's 2,000 ahead.
Yeah. He is struggling to do that. I mean, everyone's struggling to do that much in BKFX in the team fights. But, you know, he is a big presence. He is pretty strong.
Yeah. It's just surprising that it's sort of... He's launched himself to a 7.
Also, I want to note, Vikla, Actualizer, he's past level 16.
Yeah?
This Rise can do Rise things. He has his flash available as well. He can flash for the egg once more.
Yep. And they're on item parity.
Wait.
You know, it's one component of Azonia's and all the other items.
I don't think Loki's had his egg activated this entire game yet.
Wow, he's been misusing his passive?
Hasn't used it once.
Oh, God. High value, but not able to get the cancel, unfortunately.
Kellen got out, gets the McHales, some more wards. 30 seconds.
All right. Line them up. It is a gentleman's agreement here, ladies and gentlemen. And Hunj and Brion, they are just going to wait for FearX to meet them in this river. There we go. Loki's like, none of these fancy fandangled plants are going to mess with our team fight. Do they have the designated amount of wards down? Yes, I think they do. 2 towards the north, and then there's 2 towards the south here for FearX. Good. Yes, even. Oh, wait, never mind. There's 3. I think we need to be a little bit more careful about the amount of wards we're putting down FearX. As you can see, the bros only 2.
Okay, resisting the urge to start the dragon up. We have got, you know, there's a huge wave pushing in top that's taking plates.
Yeah.
Players trying to push in mid, and Vikla's pushing in bot, so...
All right.
Hunj and Brion kind of...
Wait, hang on, are they just going to give Elder? Is that what's happening here?
No.
Hunj and Brion. No, what? Guys, hey! Hey, we were supposed to...
Guys, that's not the gentleman's agreement. That's not... Guys!
Loki, what are you doing?
Guys, the Elder!
Well...
No, this is the gentleman's agreement!
Down he goes! What? Vikla takes it! What the heck just happened? Oh, God! That's... Oh, no! All right, he's going to respawn. He's going to die again. And Hunj and Brion may have just thrown this game.
That was truly a gentleman's agreement. We boil it down to a smite fight. We flip the game on the Elder, and unfortunately, Hunj and Brion lost it. I thought they would all show up. I mean, they lost the smite fight. I thought they would all show up for the smite fight, though. They just sent Gideon in. That bit was a little confusing.
I guess maybe they thought that it was just like, send your chosen champion.
Oh, they thought, yes, that's what they were like, we send our champion in to smite. And he got confused because he turned up.
You know, get everyone killed in the battlefield.
He turned up, he's like, why is everyone else here? Why am I getting bot ulted? Yeah. A little bit of confusion in the rules, I think, there, in the gentleman's agreement smite fight.
And I think Kellen, so down he comes and predicts, and the dragon wasn't in the Tempered Fate. Man, that is actually so beautiful.
That's like pixel pivot. That's insane.
Yeah,
Kellen.
That was really, really cool. However,
did break the spirit of the gentleman's agreement, though.
It did. And also, that whole sequence of play had no right to happen at all from the beginning.
Yes. I mean, okay, the way it happened, BNK4X had pressure in the side lanes, pushing in, and Hunj and Brion eventually just went, guys, we have to deal with these side waves. And it's like they just, you know, when you just blind to things you can't see.
That is generally what blindness means.
No, I mean specifically like you only see what's in front of you.
Ah, like a T-Rex and things that aren't moving.
Yes, and they just, as soon as I took the eye off the Elder, they forgot it existed. Seemed to be what happened. And now they lost Baron again. There's no way they lose this game, right?
I mean,
they have Hextech Soul.
Yeah, FearX are about as close to Exodia as they can possibly get. They didn't get a single elemental dragon.
They're 10 kills to 4.
Yeah.
They have a 5-1-2 Pantheon.
It's Hextech Soul Ezreal.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man. If there's ever a team that could lose with a lead like this, it's either KT or Bro. KT's already done it.
That's true.
And Bro are looking to do the same thing.
Yeah.
They don't have to contend with an Elder for another 3 minutes, though. And maybe they've learned their lesson. Maybe the gentleman's agreement will evolve.
Earlier we saw Digon looking very serious.
Yeah, he might have left now. No, he's not. He's just looking a little bit concerned.
A little bit.
A little bit
concerned. I think he's probably looking somewhat somber.
Yes.
No, but the game's not over yet.
It is not. Nexuses are alive. The Nexus for both teams is still constructed.
Okay. The thing we got to focus on is that there's another chance to flip the game over Elder in 2 minutes 40.
Yep.
Right? So we can just send it again.
Well, the problem is that Fearex have got to like gold parity, and they now can play this 1-3-1 and be unanswerable.
Yeah.
And right now, Clear is demonstrating exactly that.
The Hex Deck Soul's not helping too much. When is the last time we actually had a fight? Like an actual team fight?
Well, the Elder happened...
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't the Elder, it was like even before that.
It's been a long time. Let's see whether the Bros can actually make something happen here as Vikla is... Oh, he flashes into the Realm Warp and gets himself out, and Nexus turrets are falling in response. They went all in to try and kill the Ryze, and it just didn't do anything. As Casting also just having to contend with the Maiden. She might get taken down, but Clear has still done so much work here. There is the inhibitor falling in the mid lane as well, and Fearex, even though the Elder wore off, they are still in so much control, utilizing this Baron and the army of minions. True Shot Barrage isn't going to be doing too much of anything at all. The world's smallest magical journey almost gets Clear out of there. The wall's great, though, and Clear is going to go down to the GA. Raptor in a lot of trouble as well. And he flashes to get himself out of the way. Shock Blast comes in as well, slowed down by the Hextech Soul. And the Bros feel like they might be onto something. Kellen, how dare you survive?
There's just so much terrain. There's so much terrain coming down.
They're just living through everything.
And the base of Hanjin Brion is just in absolute shambles.
Where is that going?
At the Grom.
Ah.
I've never been more confused.
Neither have I. And Clear is now Bandle Piping, man.
Okay.
Oh, God, the vibe shift in this game is absolutely ludicrous.
This was a hard game to track the tempo vibes, but I think we can clearly see the one team
had them until they lost.
BNK Fearex have 2 Bandle Pipes. Bro has what? Look at him.
Yeah, Dagon's pre-checking Reddit to see how bad things are.
He's devastated. He's cancelling the dinner reservations. He's going to go home afterwards.
I'm sorry, babe. I'm just too sad.
Oh.
Understandable as well. Oh, my goodness. All right, 24 seconds. Let's see whether
you know what
Fearex...
makes it really sad?
What makes you really sad?
Today's his day off, and he came in. He came in on his day off to watch them. Come on, Hanjin Brion, you can make it happen still.
Do you know what the best part is? This is a best of 3, so we could have another one. As Clear is likely to be going down, Casting close behind him as teleport in from Loki. There are Fearex members up here as well. The Elder is live, but it has been forgotten. As gentlemen do not require dragons. Now Raptor is caught out of position. Teddy looking for some Mystic shots, not quite finding too many of them. There's the curtains. They haven't been called. Loki might be going down to his first egg mode, and it's not quite going to happen just yet. Gideon puts up the Aegis and survives absolutely everything. That's a teleport and a half right there as Casting makes his way in to immediately go to the skies in every sense of the word. Vikla is going to be traded for it though, so maybe it actually works out as Teddy's Arcane shifting forward. He finds it as there is the stun Diablo. Oh, the Mystic shot misses, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, the slow!
The Diablo trying to stay alive. True Shot Barrage.
Oh, but the base!
Wait, are the minions just going to win the game? I think they can make it back in time as the Nexus turret falls, but there's another wave. Wait, all of them? Why is everyone going back? Why can't we? One of them's respawn. Guys, could they not have just tried to push something else? I guess Clear some respawn.
Okay, they should have time to get the Elder. This game is truly one of the all-time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Clear buys a lot of time. It takes him a while to take him out, gets a good amount of damage onto Casting, but eventually he goes down, and then this is just such an awkward position to navigate from, where they're trying to reposition, they're trying to get an ult off. Casting gets a recall off the TPM with a shield, and I'm going to be honest, he actually gets a decent amount of damage down, considering the TP that he uses.
Insanity.
Yeah. It does result in Vikla's death, but it was a very odd TP. And then the Hextech slow is coming in huge here. Diablo's dodges were crazy, though.
Yeah. And Teddy almost dies to that 4th shot.
The slow from the W on the minions and the sidestep, but Teddy has it on lock. Oh, man.
Okay, so Bro have Elder. It's their turn. What we didn't understand about the gentleman's agreement was Bro were winning, they got the soul, and so therefore the first Elder must go to FearX.
Ah, yeah, that's very polite.
And so then,
oh
second
my god, they're just gonna rush the base.
Baron for Nexus.
They're gonna ult the Baron so they can't get the fast recall.
Well, oh, and Baron's gonna interrupt both of them!
But they didn't keep pushing.
Wait, they didn't commit. This game's crazy! Why are the things happening? Why, Orcs, are the things occurring in this game the way
crazy?
they are?
You know what's actually crazy?
What is crazy?
If they had Ryze with TP, I actually think they just end. Because Ryze could have TP'd in, Realm Warped the minion wave, and they could have just rushed it. They actually could have just ended, but he has Ghost. So, and he has Rocket Belt.
He could Rocket Belt Ghost and almost be as fast as a TP.
Maybe not, but it's a good effort. Okay, they're pushing up mid. They have Baron, they have Elder.
Wait,
they have Hextech Soul. Guys,
what could go wrong?
This is everything.
Well, Diablo, oh dear, he's just dead. The dragon comes down from the skies, and they've lost their AD carry. These turrets melt at the sight of Hanjin Brionne, and it took some time, but they got there in the end, I guess. As Loki is going to go golden, still wanting to protect that egg that he hasn't quite used, and FearX still got some fight left in him, but they're fighting an Elder buff. Vikla's gonna go golden, but will immediately fall afterwards. It's a double for Teddy. Make that one a triple as he might be locking down the Quadra, but it's Nungun that collects it. And the Bros give us the most value on the day is 42 minutes, and they take down the Nexus.
An absolute battle, and I think it just goes to show that you will never be punished for having good manners.
Absolutely. It also shows that sometimes limit testing is a dangerous idea and you probably shouldn't do it. All right, I think they don't quite know that they've won yet. They've just decided to opt out because it was too stressful. And honestly, we do not blame them.
You know what? It's not about the outcome. It's about the journey. And that journey was confusing.
No, I prefer to focus on the outcome. Can I just focus on the outcome? The journey was weird and I didn't understand it.
Yeah. Teddy doing a lot of damage on the Ezreal. That was a game. That was just so much game packed into that.
Do you know what I love about
game.
This game the most?
What?
We get to hear from Umpty afterwards.
Oh my God. He's gonna be like,
General himself.
He's gonna be like, this is the classic bro strategy.
And see, I taught them this. Oh, I just cannot wait. All right, now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, a delving into the minds of a true bro as Umpty's going to break down that beautiful bro win.
칩시다 얘들아. 다이브 쳐줘.
진 노플이야 얘들아.
아 칩. 올라가. 아 끝났어. 얘들아 천천히 봐.
라인 쳐 라인
타워 쳐.
천천히.
끝났어. 천천히.
애니비아가 쓰게 해줘라
격팀 풀 다 돌았어 얘들아.
내 W에 형전. 라이즈 한번.
애들 앞부터 쳐 앞부터.
나 준했어.
알 없어?
알았어.
잡아봐.
바로부터. 가리지 말고.
맞아.
이집어줘.
싸워 봐줄게.
야 요릭
여기 간 있고.
끝내.
나이스
라이즈만.
다행이다 사이드 관리만 좀 잘하자
내 사이드 관리 좀 너무 안 됐어. 까비. 나판 잘하자. 잘했어.
잘했어
At long last, the time has finally come to highlight the fiercest dragon in Runeterra. No, not that one. There we go.
Time to spread my wings.
Shyvana is a ferocious jungler with more tools than ever before to chase her foes and take them down in one fell swoop. It's time to unleash your inner dragon. Welcome to the Shyvana Champion Spotlight. First, let's look at Shyvana's passive Scale Mail. Shyvana gains Scale Mail stacks whenever she secures takedowns on champions, large minions, and large monsters. Each stack grants her armor and magic resist and strengthens her other abilities. Shyvana's ultimate, Dragon's Descent, will feel very similar to what her mains know and love. She earns Dragon Fury whenever she strikes enemies with attacks and abilities. When the Fury bar is full, she can activate Dragon's Descent to enter her dragon form, flying to a target location, damaging enemies below, and causing them to flee for a short time. Shyvana's dragon form also grants bonus health based on her Scale Mail stacks, increases her attack range and size, and empowers her other abilities. Speaking of other abilities, let's talk about her Q, Ember Strike, which empowers her next attack, dealing AoE damage. It can be recast for another strike after a short delay, giving you a little more control over how you focus your firepower. In dragon form, Shyvana gets an additional recast that deals a burst of true damage, making it a great finisher in teamfights. Basic attacks reduce Ember Strike's cooldown, so if you want to keep the devastation going, be sure to stay in the fight. Her W, Inferno Aegis, gives Shyvana a shield that increases based on the number of nearby enemy champions and Scale Mail stacks. It also grants bonus move speed to help her pursue her enemies. When the effect ends, or upon recast, the Aegis detonates, damaging enemies in the surrounding area. When cast during Dragon's Descent, Shyvana also gets a substantial heal if the detonation hits an enemy champion. Finally, Shyvana's E is Molten Burst. Molten Burst launches a fireball that explodes upon hitting enemies or reaching its max distance in an AoE blast. While in Dragon form, Molten Burst deals more damage, travels faster and farther, and pierces through enemies, pulsing to deal damage each time the fireball strikes a champion or large monster. It also leaves a trail of fire that roasts enemies in its wake, dealing additional damage over time. For Shyvana, stringing the right abilities together is everything. Molten Burst slows enemies down, while Inferno Aegis speeds you up. Using both successfully makes it easier to stick to your opponents and keep the attacks coming, and those attacks lower your Ember Strike cooldown in turn to maximize your damage output. Make sure you stock up your Dragon Fury ahead of important objectives as well, so you can descend into the fight in a blaze of glory. Try casting Inferno Aegis before you transform, then use Dragon's Descent to jump right into the back lines, and recast W to hit foes with a burst of damage they never saw coming. If you don't plan ahead, or if you don't time your recast properly, you'll quickly discover that your roar is bigger than your bite. The best way to counter an enemy Shyvana is to maintain some distance with good kiting and strong disengage tools. Shyvana wants to stay in the fight and maximize the value of her dragon form, so if you can stall her out, you'll have a much easier time turning the encounter in your favor. We wanted this update to empower Shyvana mains with more ways to leap into the fight and become their best dragon selves. And for those of you who haven't tried the half dragon yet, if you enjoy divers with high skirmishing potential like Hecarim and Set, you might like bringing the heat to your enemies as well. Unleash the Inferno within and wreak righteous devastation upon your adversaries with Shyvana the half dragon.
Triumph draws nearer with every kill.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Welcome back to the space. We are here after Bro was able to take down FearX in the first game, and boy, it was a doozy. Left us all very confused at the end of it, and for some reason, Gen.G and BNK, FearX don't exactly look the same. What happened over
I'm
there?
sorry. I just have to say sorry because I think G2 completely broke them after the first and the 3-0 situation, you know, like they are just lost. And also, I have to apologize to the bros as well because I'm the one who hates Namgun's Elise the most. But I think he literally 1v9 this game, you know, he was killing in the bot lane and also like just roam around the map. He was proactive as well. Like I think he was the playmaker with his jungler.
I mean, I can't believe that I am living the world that Hanwha Life dominated Freon and Freon just won the FearX here. Like, what did you do? What did you do?
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, they're not Brion. They're Hanjin Brion. They're completely new.
New blood. There goes a new blood again.
So guys, we did have a draft that did happen here. I'm not sure how much this factored into what happened in this game, but I suppose we should talk about it anyway.
Well, I'm going to start with the BNK because we know how they play, how they win. They just play on the bot lane. They just pick the hypercarry in the bot lane, winning bot lane, but now they just pick the Bard and Jhin, try to try some out different playstyle, but it didn't work out that well. And also playing against Ezreal and Elise and Pantheon, I think you're gonna get easy though.
Yeah, and then I think BFX thought that Ryze is gonna be the high pro if they ban the Orianna and Cassiopeia, but there goes the Nvidia to counter set, and then the Pantheon's tier is going higher and higher. I think it was I said like it was a SSS tier. Like I don't know, I can't calculate now. It's just God tier now. The Pantheon is the GOAT.
It does feel like Pantheon is winning and controlling every single game, and we do have to talk about what happened in the bottom lane very early on in this game, as 4 minutes in, Diablo took a death, and it was followed up by a dive down in the bottom side.
So at the first, they traded really well against the Bard, and then like I think Diablo thought that he had the full spell, so he could just dribble this. At least electrocute damage with Namgun killed him, and then they were playing the topside game. So now the no spell Diablo couldn't survive against Elise and Pantheon.
I mean, he's not used to play with Bard, you know. He like always Kelly was behind him, you know, playing for him. But now I don't know, that was unforced error, and that made the bot situation even like worse.
I agree. I think he is good at he's not good at dribble, I would say. He's like good at killing dribble, like going for like suicide bomb like there. Yeah, so that was kind of funny.
It was kind of incredible, and that led to a really nice early lead, of course, for the side of Bro, and they followed it up with some extra stuff halfway through the game. 15 minutes in, we did have this Yorick pick into more.
So this one was very interesting because Namgun played well to be a sneaky play to bot with a Lucky's TP. So they killed the Yorick. Okay, this is a really good play from Brion. So now that FearX is going to topside, which is it's gonna be 4v3. So they thought they should win the fight there, but there was a Pantheon.
Yeah, I kind of want to blame their lane assignment from BNK because I feel like you have fed Yorick. I think you picked because you want to play into Jace, but the issue is that you just put Anivia into it, and I think Elise is so free here, like just ganking Yorick, and I think Anivia is having fun time against Yorick. So I feel like they just had misunderstood the matchup after the laning phase, so the lane assignment from them was kind of poor.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah, and then of course the game ended.
Yeah, it was really clean win by Bro.
It was really
the
clean
game.
win in Brion.
And that was it. It was just over, and there was nothing else to see. We definitely don't want to see any of our highlights in this one. No,
no,
put it away.
No.
What is this? No. Why are you? No. Just
Okay,
no. Nothing happened.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That was an accident, guys.
Yeah,
we didn't see anything. Yeah, so Brion wins very close. No.
No, put it away.
No more. No!
Close your eyes.
Stop the clip.
Okay. So the Brion sailed out there, and then they just finished the game cleanly. Okay, that was the good game, Brion.
Clean victory. It was just over. I love how they cut the clip right before Kellen's like amazing Bard ult as well. It's like, no, like not allowed to see that.
But yeah, I mean, I gotta say, like, BNK, they have to like do something for the game too, and then they choose the blue side instead of the first pick. And now we're gonna see what's gonna happen because Bro also picked the second pick, not the first pick. So the new strategy incoming.
Just pick second pick, and you can win all your games. This feels pretty good in the current meta. Either way, guys, Bro is able to take the first one. Hanj and Brion feeling pretty good about their chances here up against FearX. We'll see what happens in game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I feel like we missed out, Ox. We missed out on Umpty's deep breakdown on what the heck happened after Bro were like winning consistently and then decided not to.
I wanted to know. I wanted to know.
Maybe there's like, is there like a code? You know, it's like the whole Freemasons thing. You know, it's all just really secretive. And once you've been a bro, you're still sworn to secrecy.
That would make sense because he doesn't want to give away their strategies.
Yeah.
Because I think a big aspect of that last game was just being unpredictable because no one could have predicted that Elder Dragon passage of play.
No, it was definitely keeping everyone on their toes for good reason. The Varus going to be taken away as well as the Rumble. Rumble will be just perma-banned, I guess, for the remainder of the LCK for 2026. We're just not going to see the Yordle in a mech as Pyke removed. All right.
That's some respect towards
Honestly, Namgung had a great game on the Elise, and taking away his comfort sounds like a good idea.
But also makes me think that maybe they're trying to lean towards like an Ashe Seraphine, because that's specifically what they played Pyke into.
Yep.
So, you know, maybe that's going to be something they threaten. So then note that obviously Hanj and Brion banned Rumble, they banned Azir, and they banned Karma. So we've already seen them pick up this Nocturne ban, so Azir, Karma, Varus has been banned again by BNK FearX, but Orianna was another one of their bans. So there's a lot of picks in rotation that were banned last time, and we don't have enough bans to take them all out. So that's going to be a question. What are you going to take away?
I feel like Hanj and Brion probably want to funnel them into like a first pick Orianna scenario with an answer. Maybe, unless they just ban the Orianna here because the Azir was taken away. Karma, though, is such a strong first pick. I wouldn't be surprised if the bros just ban the Karma, and then they can just Ashe Seraphine in answer to the Orianna if they'd like to.
Definitely can. Definitely can have that as something to threaten. So it's the Orianna ban comes through.
Never mind.
Karma's open and available. That's something they can go towards. And they are just going to first pick that.
I think this makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's Kellen as well. I mean, he's a great Karma player. I know it's kind of an oxymoron, weird thing to say. Karma isn't necessarily the most complicated, but still.
And yet, we do see people miss the Mantra Q, so...
That is true. Hit skill shot is generally a thing that you want to do.
Ezreal not available, though. So Karma Ezreal not going to be possible as a duo. Be interested to see what it is paired up with. And
I like Karma Sivir quite a lot.
Pretty good. Pretty solid. That double movement speed power. But I think would maybe be a little vulnerable to an Ashe Seraphine. I
guess be.
If you get some momentum, can just wave clear. If you get to like a stable point in the lane.
I don't mind the Zin's out just because it denies Karma's in, which is very, very powerful.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Honestly, I think Hanj and Brion have to start thinking about what they're doing with the bot lane now.
Yeah.
Because it's crazy, but maybe even you could deny, like, you could go like Karma Ashe if you wanted to deny like the potential of an Ashe Seraphine. If they pass it over to you again.
Ooh, Caitlyn's an interesting choice.
Okay, so not even engaging with the prospect of a Ashe Seraphine.
I wonder what this means as far as the support choice is concerned into the Karma. Because there are a lot of different things that pair very well with Caitlyn that you could play. Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Morgana, these sorts of things.
Caitlyn Morgana's not really good into
you get
Karma.
your shield broken pretty easily.
Elise is gone. Lux is a possibility, but Lux's skill shots are a bit harder to hit than Karma's. So it really comes down to who's connecting. They do end up going for the Ashe Karma, so something that can match the range of the Caitlyn a little bit.
I don't know how happy I am about the Ashe Karma necessarily. However, it is a lot of CC. And with the arrow and the tether, you can chain it more effectively Oftentimes, you'll just break the leash of the Karma.
It does also
the arrow,
give them
helps.
some extra engage, which obviously having the Karma, they were just kind of banking on the run at them strategy.
True.
So, you know, and bear in mind, if being, I mean, I'm not sure they were thinking about this, but BNK FearX, if they wanted to win, if they want to win the series, they do have to win two in a row. So Fearless does come into play.
Yep, no Ashe Seraphine available, as the Seraphine is actually locked in alongside the Caitlyn.
Yeah, interesting. I would have figured they maybe would have like tried to snap up. Like they could have just gone the Ashe on 2 and then lent into the Ashe Seraphine. They could have secured the Ashe Seraphine if they wanted, but they like notably didn't opt for that. Maybe they were scared of a Caitlyn Karma.
Yeah,
but
that actually might have been the thought process, as we've actually seen a fair bit of Caitlyn banned away earlier on, as the Mel is still going to be banned here. Kind of interesting, as they've banned the entirety of that bottom lane.
Yeah, maybe just a lot of the times we see Ashe arrows fired up mid as a way of setting up plays, and Mel kind of makes that difficult because anytime she has a W up, it's like, okay, well, you can't.
Yeah, Mel into Ashe, pretty good. Although we did see a little bit more egregious use of the rebuttal from Teddy when he was playing it. He did rebut a lot of volleys in that game. Syndra going to be denied as well. This mid lane pool is actually going to get very thinned out as this game continues, as there've already been 3 mid lane bans.
Yeah, there's still like an Annie to pair for BNK FearX. There's still Ahri, still Aurora. There's still a lot of things that go well with the Wukong. Annie's taken away by Hanjin Brion, so that one's going to get secured there. Honestly, you could even go Galio for BNK FearX. You have
Galio
the
Wukong pretty good.
Yeah. I do prefer, like, if this composition had Rakan, it would go crazy, but, you know, the Wukong can still set up the Galio and you have the movement speed for them all.
Oh,
that is a pretty...
to it as well.
Yeah, I like that. I like really just consolidating it all, because I feel like just the Galio Wukong, it's good, but the Kennen on top...
There is no way. What? Remember when Kingen did this? And he won? That was weird. It's okay.
It was a very different time. Very different smolder.
It was. That's Cassante. Okay.
Yeah,
back to normalcy.
I think BNK FearX are pretty happy with how things have panned out.
I would agree.
You know, they have this really dive-focused composition into a Caitlyn Seraphine. You can just explode them. And once this bot lane dies, what do you have really with this Hanjin Brion composition, right? Yeah. Annie is a base champion. Xin Zhao does have some sustained DPS in an extended fight, but, you know, he's not like a DPS carry. And then you have a tank. I think that BNK FearX, I think they should be in a good spot with this one. I also think that the 2v2 bot should be more comfortable for them.
Yeah, should be fine. Karma is just extraordinarily strong at this point in time as well, not to mention the fact that you can provide Diablo with a bunch of extra movement speed and a shield, and we know that he is pretty good when he has that protection, but you must believe in bro magic. It's absolutely true. There is also FearX magic as well, as we can see here, BNK fighting. But can the bros pick up a 2-0? Is the G2 hangover real? That is the question, because both of our first stand teams stand to lose today. That is what could be happening. Just have to see what happens as we dive onto the Rift for game number 2. Hanjin Brion with a match lead. Oh man, what an incredible fan chant there from the bros. We are on the bro side of LoL Park, which does often catch me out, but they were quite loud. I did say that they had a match lead. They've got a game lead. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
It always makes me feel awkward when I say something going into the fan chants and I can't correct myself immediately, so I have to sit there and stew on it.
Oh, that's the worst.
The whole time. It happens more often than it should.
It's a Fierce Dragon Chemtech. And here's the thing, right? Not only does that mean you're not getting the Chemtech Soul, but that Chemtech Dragon value, both teams have a lot of CC that their Tenacity is going to help with, and both teams have enchanters.
Yeah, the healing and shield
power, pretty big.
It's actually a really big thing for the bros, right? Like healing and shielding for like Molten Shield and the surround sound and the healing for Kellen? Kellenbraiding.
Yep.
That's what we're doing. You cannot doubt Kellen's mechanics after what he did around the Elder, but that wasn't a great cue.
No.
As Teddy also is, you know, he's the veteran here, and Caitlyn is a very old champion. So that's going to work in his favor as well. Arguably, Ashe is older, as she was released with the game. Caitlyn wasn't quite.
Yeah, you remember when Ashe, you got to activate Frost Shot, and it cost mana every time you want to attack?
Mana.
Yeah.
And you remember when you were taught to build a Thornmail on Ashe?
Yeah.
I do. Good times. It did really help mitigate the physical damage, though. The flash is going all over the place. Raptor looking for Loki, who is now in a lot of trouble. He's wandering the wrong direction, and Raptor is just going to be able to boop him. Does manage to get the stun off. All right, going to take him on a merry jaunt around the jungle. Blast Cone's here. Wait a second. Hang on. He's wasting so much time for himself. Oh, never mind, the flash to make sure that he picks it up. Okay, nicely done there. They lock down first blood, and they waste so much of Loki's time.
Yeah. I mean, it does waste a lot of Raptor's time, and Vikla doesn't get the assist. But yeah, Loki out of lane for a while. He will just TP back in, though. I think a bit unfortunate that Raptor had the flash for that. But to be honest, in the first clear, so you do your first clear and first scuttle, and there's usually just a lot of downtime.
True.
There's like a decent chunk before your camp spawns, so it does mean that Raptor kind of has to, you know, he now has to focus on his clear. Might get double scuttled, but it does mean that he's not going to miss too much.
Ooh.
He was spotted on the ward for sure.
Well, Vikla is going to make his way out, but does get stunned up. Taunt comes in. Loki avoids it. He will have another Q pretty soon. Just needs that one, and there's the knock-up. Justice Punch doesn't go off, and Loki gets that one. Gideon flashes for no reason at all, but this is the Hanj and Brion way. They deserved a flash in that moment.
I think he was worried about the second tower shot. I don't think it would have killed him, but I think he was just panicking.
I thought that he was out of it.
I think he was close, but like the minion was being annoying. I'm pretty sure that he was close enough to the ward to be spotted. Maybe I was wrong, or maybe just no one was tracking it.
Or maybe this series is just confusing.
Maybe. Hard to know without seeing it. We'll maybe see in a replay. Either way, though, both junglers getting a gank off mid.
Yep.
The one from Gideon, a lot more rapid, a lot less time wasted, a lot less chasing, but also an assist in for him as well.
Let's have a look at this.
This is one of the ones where you just eat instinct flash, right? And flash to the side, and it just unfortunately ended up being the side Raptor was on, really tragically. Then this long extended chase, and Raptor eventually says, okay, I have to flash.
Thumbs up and then dies. Ah, beautifully done.
So yeah, he's...
Oh my goodness.
Okay, fair play.
That's why he felt so safe.
Fair play. Yeah, I thought they had it covered, but just outside.
And huge props to Jonah Strong for letting us know that as well. Thank you, observers. And yeah, I think he probably could have walked it off, but better to be safe than sorry. Looked way more weird when I watched it the first time.
Yeah. As did Vikla dying, because I was like, did he have vision? No, he did not. So great gank angle found there.
See,
from
everything
Gideon.
looks silly when you don't understand.
That's why we need replays.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm thinking back to the Elder Dragon last game.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe.
That whole period of play.
Maybe.
This is what I was talking about. I mentioned it on Twitter. What did my tweet say? I'm going to quote myself because I do think that it was the right thing to say. Hold up a second. This is going to take me a little while. Where am I? There we go. Explaining what bro do on Summoner's Rift is like trying to explain quantum mechanics to an 18th century stonemason. You know, they just know something that we don't.
Yeah, it's
Daniel
on another plane of understanding, and we just can't fathom it.
Exactly.
We're just there to witness it. We can witness the amazing things they can do, but we're never really gonna get it.
And we don't need to, because we're not the bros. We're just here to see their glory, or not, whatever it is. Experience with the bros, whatever it is they're doing. They are going to take themselves this first Chemtech Dragon. Next one going to be a Cloud. Teddy going to eat some honey fruit and head back towards the lane.
Nice early pickup.
Yep.
So far, top and bot a little bit favored towards BNK FearX with some pressure in the lanes, but not a massive amount.
Oh, Kellen. Going to take Namgung for a walk momentarily as Teddy does net away from the volley, but it does mean that Breon do have... Oh, was that barrier? It was. Okay. Making sure that they're not getting as much value out of the Mantra Q as possible. It does mean that FearX have a lot of control here in this bottom lane. Now have the Summoner Spell advantage as well. Teddy really protecting his health bar as much as possible. That barrier was very weird.
I think it's just one of those ones, the tempo barrier, you know, keeping yourself healthy.
It does have a low cooldown.
Yeah, it's like if you're not using it for anything else. Didn't run the cleanse this game. Neither AD carry's doing it.
Really hoping that we can get the Seraphine some money.
Yeah.
So that Mikhail's
also, something to note, we just don't really see exhaust anymore. Like in general.
Except for on top lane Varus and Vayne.
But when there's a Kennen in the game, it always used to be like, Kennen in the game, we need exhaust. Like, mandatory. So it feels pretty good knowing that there just isn't one for when you get into those team fights. Going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I do think that they have other things to mitigate it, right? All Out can be really helpful getting rid of the Kennen.
Yeah.
They have Namgung there for beat drop and encore to try and hold him in place. Certainly some options here as the arrow.
Ooh.
Nice. Looked really cool there.
Yeah, this is kind of why I felt like they didn't want to play into a Mel, because then you can just fire ults up the mid lane. It's what we see so often. Just fire the mid, the angle,
that being
try
said,
and catch a pick, but
the Mel isn't a problem if you miss.
True.
So maybe they didn't need to worry about the ban.
Yeah. But you know the Mel would just run in front of it and fire it back.
Flash in front of it.
Yeah.
In a game like this, where flashes are just being thrown out all the time, you can understand that maybe just a flash in front just to rebut it would have been the option. As Raptor heading over towards the Grubs, should be able to take these. There is no Xin Zhao in sight. And that is going to be FearX with a little bit of an advantage.
Coming out, it looks like they're trying to move over, but I'm not sure they're going to be there in time. We saw Raptor early smite.
Oh, okay, casting, looking for a bit of an angle here as Clear with the slicing Maelstrom, but he gets slowed down by that Q. See whether casting can actually make something happen, but it looks like he will not be able to get on top of the Kennen. So the all-out will dissipate, and not too much more will happen. Cyclone does go down here as Gideon and Raptor are fighting, but actually it kind of looks more like Raptor is fighting and Gideon's there because he took so much damage. There is the Bear fighting the Gargoyle as Loki moves back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the ult from Xin Zhao, so much power in a fight, but against the Wukong, who's on top of you, not really helping out too much. It does let him disengage, create some space, but Raptor just confident in the power of his champion there.
Yep. Kellen walks on over, does get himself a Mantrad Q onto Teddy. Didn't elect to barrier it this time. I believe Kellen was out of vision. Kellen and Kennen in the same game. That's going to be rough.
That was a really weird time to ult. So normally, I feel like you ult on Caitlyn when you play into like a Karma when the shield's on cooldown. You wait for the shield to be on cooldown, you ult. He just ulted when the shield was available.
Yeah.
But again...
And also there was zoned out cannon as well.
I am not informed enough to really start to dive into
things.
It's bro logic, okay? Yeah. I'm not informed enough, I'm not knowledgeable enough.
Everything looks weird if you don't understand.
I can only comment that I find it weird. That does not mean that it's wrong. It just means I don't understand.
Sometimes you have to default to trust. And trusting the bros is what we're all born to do. Okay? That's how it goes. Let's see whether FearX can manage to mitigate the amount of external trust the bros have in order to pick up a victory and bring us to our first 6 gamer of the season. As it would be a 5-er if this was a bro win in this second game.
We did at least break the 2-0 streak. You know, I was getting a little bit concerned. Were we ever going to get?
Maybe we're just never going to get a 5-game day. It's just always going to be all or nothing.
4 or 6?
Yeah.
I mean, we do call I mean, originally it wasn't 5 gamers, it was 8 gamers, but it is cringe to...
Oh, 8 gamers are so cringe, though.
Yeah, but 5 gamers are kind of similar energy.
Yeah, except not quite as dire.
Not as dire.
If you go to 8, you just don't have the payoff of the 9th, but you are still absolutely exhausted.
True.
Wasn't it your very first Challenger cast? Was a 9-game day?
Yes. Yes, it
remember
was.
that.
Yes, good times. Good times.
And you were unwell. I remember I had to solo cast for part of it.
Yes.
Oh, great times. He just arrived.
It wasn't the 9
straight
games
onto
that
the
made
desk.
me unwell.
Yeah. And that was because Chronicler just decided that he didn't want to work that day, if I remember.
He said he was, and I quote, tired of dealing with you.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess I was doing my job well. All right, it's an Ocean Soul. Oh god, yeah, we're talking about enchanters and dragons and things like that. Triple Ocean sounds like something that neither of these teams want to deal with. The Bros have decided not to deal with the bottom lane. That's something where we're going to do the ostrich treatment, where if we can't see it, it can't hurt you.
They got so much plate damage down there.
Yeah. That was kind of insane. We do have Gideon in the vicinity, but we also have a Gargoyle moving down. So Vikla with the heroic entrance could certainly make this dive happen. I believe Hanj and Brion know exactly what's going on here. And
I'm just going to keep leaning.
Yeah, the tower will just be taken. First turret going over to FearX. That moves them up to a 2,000 gold lead. And Hanj and Brion are just kind of bleeding money all over the place.
A lot of bit.
A lot of it, exactly.
Yeah, at this point.
One of those days, isn't it?
This day has just been a journey, you know. The KT series.
Do you know what the best part is? Mao's actually in chat.
Oh, wow.
He's upset about being slandered. Isn't it such a good day?
Oh, you know what?
Beautiful.
You know
He's watching a bro game as well. We know that he hates it.
That just brings up puts a pep in my step.
I know. Don't we have just like so much more vigor and energy now?
Because the thing is, I'm gonna be honest, I say these things, right? I slander Mao, and I don't know if he's listening.
Yeah.
I hope he is.
You just have to hope.
Yeah.
As the Bros had to hope that there was no one here to save Clear, and there wasn't anyone here to save Clear. He just died.
Down. You know, and just to get confirmation that yes, he was listening, and even better that he was bothered by it.
Yeah, and now everyone in chat is calling him Mao House as well. Oh, it's just beautiful. They didn't even need us to tell him anything.
Oh my god, what a great day.
What a time to be alive.
Oh, this is so good. He's literally in a different continent and we can still bother him.
Yeah. Glorious. Okay. Loki and Vikla have forgotten which lane they're supposed to be in. They've decided to be top laners for now, as that was a very satisfying peacemaker from Teddy. And the game has continued to slow.
Yeah, this is feeling a bit like a bro and brew.
It really is.
Yeah.
We were not punished for talking about Mao House very much at all, as far as things happening in the game are concerned. As 30 seconds until the Herald, maybe that means that there's going to be something worth fighting over, but it looks like FearX have all the control of the area.
That's a lot of plate gold. For one side, not for the other.
Yes, it is. 0 G. It's not a lot of G.
No, it's really not. Also, it's such a 979 is so specific.
It really is. You'd think that we'd be rounding it at least to 980.
Yeah.
That's all right. Teddy just going to take a bunch of poke and does manage to get the cannon, so that's all right. As casting teleports back towards the top side of the map, and it looks like FearX will just take this Herald, and there shouldn't be too much of an answer, I do not think.
Raptor's just having a good time in this game, you know. Got his grubs from Gideon, of all people.
Oh, true.
Picking up the Herald now, and that tower mid. I don't even know if they need the Herald.
I wonder what the exact plate money is now. Like 1,083?
Oh.
A bit more than that. Can't count good.
Yeah, don't do math on broadcast.
Let's not do that. All right, Gideon's going to be able to grab these Krugs and wander away. And yeah, we really have just slowed this game down. We can really study every movement that the players make.
I think the lesson was...
Look at that, casting. Moves into the wall, inside the wall, brings the cannon under the turret. Clear does take turret aggro. There's the flash from casting. Really wants to commit to this one, as Clear does have his flash available, does use it, and the Q misses.
Okay. So little trades there. I think the flash pretty valuable for the Kennen though, so that being done is
Okay. Teddy is going to survive as in goes Raptor, looks for an opportunity here. And in goes the Gargoyle as well. Gideon in a lot of trouble, but he's got Crescent Guard. The answers are all there for the bros. And they get themselves out. Kellen has another shield. Teddy, stop doing that. Every time.
Just straight into the shield.
Yeah.
Oh,
Raptor fighting against Raptor. Yeah, gets flashed on there as the 3-talent strike gets the knock up, and that is the kill going over to Teddy. Finally, another kill in this game. And there might be another one as well, as never mind. Vikla doesn't really take damage, especially not from Loki.
These fights, I mean, it's a slow game, but the fights also feel slow. People
yeah,
are struggling
right?
to die.
It feels turn-based.
Yeah.
Turn-based League of Legends.
Okay, well, Nigerian will get...
This is the first time I've casted Riftbound, I think.
Yeah, well...
You know, that's a bit turn-based. I know it's card game.
Card games are pretty turn-based, right?
It's a bit turn-based. You do have a turn. However, you can act, can't you, during the opponent's turn if they're doing a showdown-y thingy.
You tell me.
That's just a thing within the turn, though.
Yeah, so Diablo was very focused on getting the tower here. A little bit too focused, a little bit of an overstep. And then it kind of looked like everyone was just going to back away. Gideon gets focused down, but gets out. And then Raptor ends up going super aggressive and overstepping here. Just a bit too close to the sun.
Yeah, I think he maybe thought that he could just go into the enemy jungle because Gideon had gone back to base or something like that, perhaps. I'll hold that thought. Casting is going to ignore damage for a bit. And in fact, doesn't really take any at all. And we do just have the game resetting. The gold lead did not change, but the bros have infinitely increased their amount of plate gold. Kind of ridiculous. And as this game goes on, casting is going to get more and more relevant. He's also gone the Aftershock Cassante, you know, the I'm probably not going to have enough stats in a team fight style Cassante. And so he'll be pretty tanky once they get on in there.
That's the thing, you know, the Ashe, Wukong, good amount of damage into him, but being able to build the Koenig Rukin and having an AP top and an AP mid feels so nice. And just be able to match up into them. People are actually getting pressured in a good amount by this Sante. I do feel like, though, for Anjumbrion, they're not in the greatest spot in terms of power.
Oh, arrow connects as Teddy does get the kills. Good cooldown to pick up here. I believe Diablo will have the arrow back up before the item does come back.
Yeah, they're not in the greatest spot in terms of power. You know, Teddy's at that awkward Caitlyn spot. They do have some base potential from Loki, but there's a lot of, like, if the Galio gets up in your face or the Wukong, harder to cut through these targets.
That's a good point. And, you know, the Fearx team fight is just so scary if it does work out. There's a lot of circles, right, for them to work around. Should be that Diablo will have a lot of power, especially with 2 items now complete. And the Phantom Dancer. Infinity Edge is just the recipe away, the worst feeling in the world here for Teddy. Just wants to be able to go back and put that one together, I believe. On this back, he will have that 2-item spike. 2 minutes until the Drake. As the Baron just spawned now. I don't think anyone's going to be going for that one as Loki. Another thumbs up for Vikla this time. And there is that IE that we were talking about.
Okay. Still not like an amazing spot to be in terms of damage for the Caitlyn, but it does mean if you get that crit, get a headshot.
Yep.
Can do a lot.
We actually, we saw when Ruled went this exact build in the previous series. He was actually doing a lot of damage on these items. Ultimately, they didn't win the game, but still did look all right.
It is
always
that 50%
like
crit point, though. It's just, you crit or you don't.
Yeah.
50-50.
That's a good point. Still, it reminds me of the like collector IE 2-item, like let's try and be strong on 2 items as best we can type moment.
Yeah.
But of course, you do kind of want 3 or 4 as the Caitlyn. And I think they'll get there. I don't think this is a game that's going to end very quickly.
No, it does not seem so.
I feel like glacial is how I would explain this game.
There is an Ash.
Yeah, all right. There is Kellen, not with shield available.
Yeah, ultimate shield was down.
Character development right there. It's like a turn-based RPG version of League of Legends. And there's the flash in from Loki. They look to get on top of Diablo, but he flashes, gets out of the way, misses the arrow. Loki's still dead though. He puts the arrow in him. As now Vikla could be following suit here, trading mid laners, and now Clear looks for the back line. He gets on top of Teddy, gets Mikhails, but still the stun comes in. Teddy cancelled a bunch of autos there, but there's no attack speed on this Caitlyn. Still finds the double in the end. And Hanjin Breon win the fight and might be able to transition that into Soul Point.
BNK FearX think they have the engage, they think they have the threat, but Teddy didn't even have to flash there to get away from the cannon.
I think Namgung's having a day out today as well.
Yeah, pretty strong performance there, able to find a way to peel for his AD carry. And I think part of the problem was that it just wasn't the layered engage we'd really hoped for with this composition. Loki started off by getting onto the Ashe. They do manage to take out the Annie in return, but a lot of the tools from BNK FearX have been used. A lot of the engage from Vikla and Raptor, and Vikla goes down. And then Clay comes in and he's solo. And between the Mikhails and the barrier, just doesn't have the solo damage to kill out a target. If, you know, the cannon had been there at the same time as that Wukong engage, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah, and Teddy cancelled one auto attack, so I apologize for the slander. That was completely uncalled for. As Hanjin Breon, they just moved to a gold lead. Just like that.
We'll stick to slander in Malhouse. Okay.
Yeah,
no slander for Teddy.
I apologize. I think I was just feeling it, you know, because he was in chat. Just put me in that antagonistic way.
Just firing strays, you know.
Yeah. Didn't deserve it. I apologize. Anyway, Rapid Fire Cannon has been put together here from Teddy as a result of that killing spree that he put himself on. And Hanjin Breon are just looking great, like really mitigating that trough by grabbing that third item for the Caitlyn.
And
now
also,
400 gold ahead.
With how these fights are going, I know Ocean Soul is a soul that we are least enthused about, but these are slower fights. And the Ocean Soul does have time to get a good amount of value.
It's probably one of the best turn-based souls in the game.
Yeah, you know, if you have a lot of time to sit around, it can heal you up.
Yep. I mean, you're never upset when you get that regen potion. Know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Slay the Spire. All right, Loki is going to be able to dash cannon out of the way of the heroic entrance. The arrow sails by majestically, but doesn't do anything of note. Loki's still in a lot of trouble as the taunt does come down. Decent encore does come in, and the cannon just dies immediately. Raptor's underneath the turret. In fact, everyone's underneath the turret. The Incinerate just stunning them up so they couldn't get anything done. FearX, they were mind controlled.
Trying to go for a dive. And the bros just turn it around and now looking for the Baron here. No jungler, no real engage to offer, so many ults on cooldown. This game, it was a slow and steady, a slow burn. The Hanjin Breon firmly taking control of it now.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. And we thought that this FearX composition was going to be like the easier to execute one, right?
Yeah.
But it feels like Hanjin Breon just have all the answers. Now they have a Baron. And Loki moving towards this outer turret on the top side of the map, going to be getting some of that coveted plate gold that they didn't get very much of earlier in the game. It's still there for them. And they have now 3,000 gold in the lead. As casting also hits like the only tank in this game. I guess Vikla on the Galio is, but from now on it's probably just going to be building damage. And so this Cassante is going to be so hard to kill as this game goes on, and they're in such a good position to get towards the late game on pretty much parity.
Yeah, I mean, just the situation, the stun that comes out from the Loki, no, it didn't. It didn't.
Yeah.
It was just sending the message.
That Incinerate, the fact that it tagged, oh man, really nicely done.
It's just sending the message. Imagine we have this powerful ultimate for the Seraphine, don't even need it. Yeah. That's the bro way. That's
zoning.
Teddy's doing the same.
Zoning.
He just ulted into the shield again. He's like, I don't even need this.
Yeah, I mean, like, so the rook that's like on the chessboard is still really useful in checkmate, even if you're not actually going to be moving it around, right? That's exactly what that encore was. We've got a team fight breaking out. Raptor is going to get charmed up this time around. That time he landed it, and he just dies. Arrow.
There's the kills.
Turn-based, man. Straight up.
I like how they just like process for a moment, like,
yeah,
I'll use it.
Yeah. And
he is looking for the flank angle here.
Well, let's see whether he finds it.
The flangle.
The flangle indeed.
But Loki's watching him. This is a yodel off.
All right, Loki's spotted by the hawk shot. Oh, clear. He is being very patient in a game that's all about patience. Does move back down towards the bottom lane now, though, because casting is knocking on the back door. And should get some decent damage there, but the Bros going to answer one more time. 50 seconds left on this Baron. They should be able to get this inner turret. They'll just be able to overload, and there it is. Raptor taking a moment to grab some wolves where he can. But it does just leave look at the army of siege minions. Wow. Casting is really creating tokens in this game, as I did not know Cassante was a summon champion, but he absolutely is.
You know, it just makes me think of Banner of Command.
Yeah, it really does.
And it's just so funny.
It's Z-Rock Portal.
We would so often have Banner of Command against like a mage who would just be unplayable.
Yes.
What could you do?
Man, I want them to bring back Z-Rock Portal. What a silly.
Honestly, it was not good for the game, but it was such a funny meta.
So
I'm
funny.
so glad we had that.
Yeah. I want Fortify Rally to come back. What about that, Ox? Do you remember Fortify Rally?
No.
Yeah, it's because I think it was only around for like a year. Still, it was very, very fun.
Long TP flank from Clear.
He's invisible.
Yeah, his position is not clear. There's a lot of wards covering where he might end up being.
Clear the card can be played hidden, as the arrow is once again going to sail by. Raptor taking a lot of damage from Teddy. Does go in with the Cyclone. Decent knockups there at the same time. Heroic Entrance goes down as Teddy trying to keep himself alive as Diablo gets on top of him. They do manage to get it here as now Gideon just trying to zone them away, and the rest of the Bros just deal with them. Clear gets taken down. Raptor's dead as well. And Vikla wants to be that front line, but this is Ocean Soul on the table for Hanjin Brion. And they don't have a lot of cooldowns left remaining. Teleport back from Loki will be available. And he is going to go for a flank angle as well. And yeah, FearX, no, they cannot do anything about this. There is the Ocean Soul over to Hanjin Brion, and they are in such a good position in this game.
About 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead. They have a soul. I hope this doesn't mean that they're going to do the gentleman's agreement Elder again, but we'll see.
Oh, no. It was actually part of the FearX strategy to give them this.
Oh, fair. Yeah, makes sense. So I think they kind of overcommitted on the Teddy here, because look at Clear. He starts running as if he wants to go for Teddy, but Teddy's already dead. He gets dragged by casting. Then he's like, oh, I guess I'll ult Loki. To me,
he just ulted because he knew he was dead at that point.
But I think if he ulted as soon as he came over, because he kind of waited, it felt like he was trying to get towards Teddy. Like, that was the call, like, kill Caitlyn, kill Caitlyn. The rest of the team had Caitlyn undercover. If he'd ulted as soon as he appeared, I think the fight would have gone better. Do I think it would have 100% won it? Not necessarily, but I think the problem was he waited, and then that allowed casting to, like, ult him and peel.
Yeah.
Either way, you're starting to see some of the difficulties they're having. Even when they take down Teddy, with this much of a deficit, they just don't have gas in the tank left afterwards. Devil is starting to get a good amount of damage, but you're dealing with this, tanky Sante with Ocean Soul. Yeah, Gideon's so strong.
It's a real rough time. And look at Clear's items, man. It is so sad. Like, the makings of a Morellonomicon after Shadow Flame Dash Cannon just doesn't feel like he's doing very much damage at all, especially not to casting, as another arrow sails by. Does look glorious, just isn't doing very much here as Gideon goes in. Half health, the decoy to send a message as the Justice Punch comes in. Loki gets the Flash Bear. There's the Encore landing onto 2. And Raptor cannot do anything but Clear does find the backline. Heroic Entrance comes on in as Clear just not doing the damage that is required. And Teddy's free hitting. It's a double as he takes down the Gargoyle. And there is the bottom lane just running for the hills. At 30 minutes, the Bros are looking to break open the base.
And honestly, I mean, there's 3 members up from BNK FearX, but the sustain that Hanjin Brion have, the front line that they have, they could try and push for more here.
Yeah, they could look for the end. Teddy has a lot of damage with these 4 items complete. Collect a 4th, by the way, Ox. Let that sink in. And you know what he's about to do? He's about to win the game. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of things to frustrate everyone today. As Gideon goes in, there's the knock-up, pullback as well. The all-out from casting will be the end of Diablo. That's a lot of the damage missing. Cyclone comes in from Raptor, but Loki just stands his ground, and Teddy knocks out the Monkey. They're going to try and get some kills, but the Nexus goes down, and bro, 2-0 over BNK FearX. Unbelievable, breaking a winning streak that FearX have had since 2022.
It's been a long time coming.
It absolutely has. And Ox, to quote you, I think they were due.
I think they were due indeed. And you know what? Bouncing back from that loss earlier this week to HLE, Hanjin Brion needing that little pick-me-up, getting a big win against BNK FearX and Sheer. BNK FearX didn't have the greatest finish in first stand, but they were a formidable team in the LCK Cup. This is a meaningful win.
They took BLG to 5
There
games.
he is.
There he is. He's here for the 2-0 that the Bros managed to put together here in some of the weirdest League of Legends I have ever witnessed. But I'm not going to doubt it. I'm not going to question it. Because when it comes to the outcome, which I am focused on assessing.
Oh, yes.
The Bros won 2-0, clean. Nothing to see here. They tested things a little bit by giving away an Elder and a Baron in game number 1, and you know what? Did not phase them. They came back, they picked up the win. Game number 2, much cleaner. And playing around Teddy, who said at the very beginning, I will show you what it means to be a veteran, and he absolutely did. He may have inspired Diablo. Diablo said, no, I do not need to learn from you anymore. And Teddy said, yeah, sorry, you do. It was nicely played. I really thought that the Bros were going to struggle here today. I would have predicted a 2-0 if it was possible for BNK, but very happy to be proven wrong with some great play out of the Bros.
Yeah, honestly, really impressive from them. And especially, I mean, it's been chaotic, right? Let's be honest. Bit of a chaotic series. I think holding strong after a scrappy game 1, we'll call it.
Yes.
But the game 2 is a slow burn, the Bro and Brew, and they managed to pull out ahead.
And, I mean, Clear, there was no exhaust to worry about, but he was put so far behind. And Namgung actually having a great game. I know we just watched his Encore go entirely wide, but it was a zoning Encore.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, the thing that I hate, right, is having to now talk about the FearX that we saw here today, and there were a lot of very questionable decisions that were made.
Yeah.
I feel like this game was well and truly even, and then a few mistakes, a few unforced errors, and this happened.
Yep, they just looked not the same team that we saw earlier this year. They just don't look as coordinated, not on the same page, and really struggling to execute. I feel like it's twofold. Hanjin Brion have leveled up, and BNK FearX just not performing to that level that we'd hoped to see again from them. So definitely have to go back to the drawing board.
Yep.
We have a lot of time in the season, ultimately, so...
I think that there is a clear positive to draw from this, though. BNK FearX and Gen G both went off to first stand. You know, a lot of traveling had happened, but it shows that our teams that stayed behind put in the work.
Yeah.
And kept grinding, kept making sure that they were building that synergy together with these new rosters that have come in just in 2026. And it just shows that the LCK is leveling up, getting better and better, moving towards MSI. As Teddy going to pick up player of the match. 6-0-10 on the Ezreal. That was an incredible performance. And then only dying once on his Caitlyn. Really looking fantastic here today. And honestly, it's been a while since we've had the true Teddy carry, you know?
Yeah, he was in really solid form. I think him and Namgung, just the 2v2. And especially you go up against Diablo Kellen, that's often a really difficult match.
Oh, absolutely.
That is even before the LCK Cup, where they were one of our top teams, even last year when they were more middle of the pack, BNK FearX, their threat was always the bot lane. So I think them both matching up well today into that matchup.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. Yeah, they were leading in duo kills throughout all of even last year when BNK FearX were, you know, they were a Rise Group team, right? So really, really cool stuff for Teddy and Namgung. Namgung especially, because this guy did not receive a lot of accolades after his performance during the LCK Cup. and that is putting it as politely as I possibly can. Certainly did. Part of the reason we were discussing the lack of supports in Korea was due to some of the things that had occurred.
Yeah, but you know, we grow, we improve.
And he absolutely did. And effort coming back, proven that even if you get someone that's a little bit older, it's going to be working out as well. As Loki is on the space at the same time. Oh my goodness, this is very, very fun. There's going to be a lot of Korean pro gamers that have played in NA on that space.
There will be. Did Brendan play in NA?
He grew up there.
Oh,
so
true.
I imagine he must have played.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there we go. Now it is time for the interview with Teddy.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Teddy on the side of Hanjin Brion. Congratulations. Thank you. You just secured the long-awaited first victory. How do you feel? Well, we felt like we were playing pretty well during the practice, but it was a regretful loss against Hanwha. We just wanted to bounce back. And I'm just glad and so relieved that we were able to close out with a 2-0 against BFX. And it was the first match win against Pure X after 4 years and a 2-0 sweep too, and it must mean a lot for the team. So what do you think was the drive for the win today? Well, BFX actually pushes aggressively towards bot and plays around bot a lot. But I think we just had the better direction and overall a better objective in the game compared to them. And in game 1, you took bot prio, starting off on a good tempo, but the mid to late game looked pretty dicey after giving away Baron and Elder. So what was the discussion with your team like? Yeah, I felt like, compared to how we started out the game, macro-wise, it felt like we had been playing making some misplays and giving away the Elder. It actually dragged out the game too much, but since we have the better comp, I feel like we just played it out slowly and we had the value, the late game value, and we just tried to get focused in the game. And in game 2, you struggled a bit early, but were you certain that you would win towards the end? Yeah, I think the enemy mid and bot comp was kind of hard and tricky to deal with. And I think there definitely was an opportunity for us to turn things around. And I think we had a better understanding of the matchup in the end, just getting those items and then just being able to secure the victory in the end. And any areas you feel you've grown since LCK Cup? Compared to the LCK Cup, I feel like overall, we definitely grew in every area. Feels like we have better communication and movement. And I think individually we have actually improved in terms of our mechanics and skills. And your rookie player Loki has been in the starting lineup. And as you play with him, is there anything that you would like to praise him for? Well, Loki, yes, he is always full of confidence, and it actually feels really good to have him on the team. Very reliable player. And even the Anivia pick, it was actually not something that we had prepared. We didn't practice that pick, but he did so well, and I just am so grateful. Thank you, Loki. Would you like to say anything to him? Nice, good job. And Hanjin Brion, it's a fresh start with a new name. So what is your mindset going forward? We have a new name. We definitely did well securing the first win, and I hope that we can keep it up. Did you see your fans crying? Tears of joy? Yeah, I actually did. I found them on the screen. Anything you would like to say to the fans? Yeah, we'll work even harder and we'll keep winning. Thank you. And that's all from Teddy, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome translation as always. As bro, taking the 2-0 today, not exactly what we expected, but it was a very dominant victory, and they absolutely deserve it. So great stuff from them.
I don't know, my prediction is doomed. But anyways,
all our predictions are
it was really clean game by Brion. I mean, I think the difference between the last season And today is that they have so many good macros. Like so many good macros, and also the laning as well. We could see like how hard they prepared for this season.
Yeah, I mean the top, mid, bottom was gonna have a hard time at the laning, but they actually just stand and getting the creeps, not even having a like solo death or something. So it was a quite good game from Breon.
Yeah, it was really good stuff. Let's take a look at the Palm results as this one felt pretty obvious for me. It did feel like Gideon was going to get some of the votes, and in fact, our very own Ox did go for Gideon, so props to him and one of the KR cast, but they were wrong this time around as Teddy did get it, and yeah, makes sense. I mean, he was really clean.
I mean, especially I really liked the game 2 on Teddy because the bot lane, they had the worst matchup. They had to pick Seraphine because they didn't want to give Ashe Seraphine over to them. So I think it was really rough matchup, by the way. Like they had to play Caitlyn Seraphine into Ashe Karma. And I think he went almost same CS. So that means they can actually scale better. And that means he's just steady. And his name is Teddy.
That was a good line.
Steady.
That was a good
That's actually really good.
Yeah,
no
like,
notes.
I wonder how they're going to translate in Korean, but we'll see. Yeah.
Steady. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so my PO man is coming out. Young man, I already played your playstyle, which is Teddy said it already in the interview with Diablo. So it was quite funny for me.
True, true. He was the guy who wants to play aggro all the time, and now he's a veteran. And he knows how to deal with the pressure, yeah?
He's been around the block more than once, and you guys had some really good comments. Let's take a look at Ox's comment, a gentleman jungler.
He is a gentleman.
Jungler.
I mean, he's not wrong. He is a gentleman, and he is a jungler, so
Yeah.
I'm not really sure exactly what he meant by that.
Same. I mean, same. I mean...
He's got to work on the comment, yeah.
Yeah, it was just jungler.
Yeah,
Maybe he just ran to the
I don't
restroom,
get
I don't know.
Feels like Ox is kind of losing his passion for the comments. We'll have to talk to him about that. Let's take a look at the rest of the comments here on the Korean side. Nope, actually we don't have any more. Never mind. So, guys, we do have a very special guest, of course, as you may have seen it in the lower third. We do have Loki joining us here, so welcome, Loki.
Welcome, Loki! Welcome, Loki! Yeah. English speaker as well, by the way!
Loki!
Welcome, welcome!
Loki!
So, first of all, congratulations on your win. How do you feel after the 2-0 victory today?
I mean, I also expect we're gonna win 2-0 today because we did it pretty well in Scrim, and I have confidence in the morning. So, yeah, it's simple and easy win.
Whoa!
Confidence.
Easy win. I love that. I love that. So the second question is gonna be, what do you think about the Azir versus Rai? No, it was Anivia, right?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to ask about the Azir Rise matchup because it's kind of hot topic, you know?
Okay.
Like, Azir is better or Rise is better? What do you think?
I mean, it depends on player hands, but I think Rise can push early lane phase, but
yeah,
later game, I think Azir is better.
Oh, okay.
So
Good
Rise
insight.
Rise have to snowball.
Yeah, good insight, yes.
Does make sense. We did want to ask as well about, and you don't have to give away like too much team strategy, but Bro did go ahead and select second pick instead of first pick. So what was kind of the reasoning behind that? Do you feel like that's kind of a meta shift nowadays?
You meta?
I didn't know that.
Oh, what? You picked the second pick. So, like, what's the idea behind? Do you feel more confident on the counter pick, or first pick is so much better?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Okay, he's the mid later.
All right.
Rocky is the player.
Makes
Just
sense.
play. Just play better.
All right. So, like, you literally just had the clean 2-0 today. How high can you reach on this season? How do you feel?
I think we can win.
Win the LCK?
Yeah, in the HK.
Oh, that's the confidence. I think that's the mindset that you have to have. Because when I was a player, like, I was always thinking about just winning worlds, you know? So I think Loki is the guy who thinks the same. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Winning worlds. Sounds like good.
I mean, it's always good to have, high hopes and see how far you can go. So you picked up or rather, I wanted to ask, what do you think was the biggest cultural difference? Obviously, you were playing in NA for C9 for a year, and you were playing for, I think it was Hamalife Esports Challengers before that, and then, of course, you've come back now to the LCK. What do you feel like the biggest cultural difference is playing for the different regions and the different teams?
When I was C9, I think American is more free. Like, they did workout every day, and they did Scream 5 games in a row, and then that's it. Just free. But Korea is different. Korea is just did play game a lot and then play a lot screams.
Yeah.
And whatever.
Yeah, you have to play until like so late, right?
So late.
Yeah, so many practice.
Let me defend the LCS a little bit there.
No, you don't.
No. I am the LCS protector here.
No.
Okay, no.
He's just being honest, you know.
Yeah.
And now I gotta ask, because LCK is known for being an especially unforgiving environment for the rookie mid laners, because we have so many good mid laners like Faker, Showmaker, like BDD, Chovy. So how do you feel? Finally, you're in LCK, playing against the legend players, and now you're here. How do you feel about it?
I feel like they are pretty good, but I can win. And then, honestly, in Scream, I did pretty well against other mid, so I don't care too much.
Wow, that's the confidence. I think Scream gives a lot of confidence boost when it comes to the on-stage game. So I can literally see it. Like, he was the playmaker today.
Yeah, does make sense. I was also curious, follow up on that question. What do you feel like is, what makes these Korean mid laners so good? Like, why are they so much better than some of the other mid laners around the world?
I don't know.
But laning phase is better?
Maybe laning phase is way better than other mid lane.
And the side plays or team fights?
Team fight, I think all good.
Yeah,
all good.
I think, mainly whenever we talk about the Korean mid laners, it's a laning phase. So I think, that's the main part. Yeah. Lastly, do you have any message for the fans?
Thanks for keep cheering me, and then we're gonna win this place. So keep cheering for me and my team. Thank you.
Wow,
that was a really good English.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Loki. This was an awesome interview, and best of luck to you and your team, and hopefully you get some more wins for Hanjin Bro.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you. Thank you for the interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Loki. Thank you.
We have random fan?
Wait.
Just running into here?
Hey.
Who is this guy?
Hey. Who is this?
Oh my.
Loki.
Lieutenant Loki.
Congratulations. Woo! Thank you, Loki. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look at the standings, guys. Bro with the victory today, as they do have the 1-1 scoreline. Unfortunately, a quick loss in the beginning, but they quickly and swiftly got it back with the victory here tonight over FearX, who are going to start off the LCK at 0-1.
Wait, we have new top 5 in LCK. KT, DNS, Nongshim, HLE, and Hanjin Brion.
Wow.
They're placed at West now.
Hey, guys, earlier we were saying nobody knew what could happen today. Nobody knew. I was over there at the cast, or by the casters. I was literally next to the Korean caster. They were like, oh, Degon's here on his off day cheering for the bros. That's right. Deliver. This way, the moment! Deliver the moment!
Degon just delivered the win to Hanjin Brion and cheer.
No. I didn't do anything. If I got a vote, I vote for the Gunger. Namgung played so well. Elise, the only reason why they got rolling and never looked back was because the Elise got going. And then there, with all the Mikhails, the Mikhail was never off of cooldown.
All right.
Every moment.
I think that's enough, guys.
No, it's not.
Lost his mind.
No, it's not. Come here.
Thank you, Degon.
Come on.
Coming.
I'm
the first win of 2026. Yes.
I'm glad we gave Degon his moment, because we don't get him up here every other time that he voted for Bro when they didn't win.
That's true.
But I'm glad you did get your moment either way. It was still a very good 2-0 victory. But guys, tomorrow, Saturday Showdown is back. T1 versus Hamalife Esports. And, Hamalife on form, looking good. T1 taking a loss. We'll see how that one's going to go. And then, of course, Kium DRX up against T plus Kia should be a fun day.
Such a banger. And Saturday Showdown is finally back with the pre-show. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, the T1 versus HLE, like HLE is, I heard they're playing really well at the Scream and that they actually play well against the Pro. T1 was quite struggling.
Yeah.
But we can't predict the T1's full moments.
I don't know. Like,
so that's like very hardest moment to prediction.
Uma really said on the stream that they're gonna win the LCK without like losing dropping single game. So we'll see.
We'll see.
You never know. It's a new year. It's a new LCK.
We'll see.
Hey, you know what? That's tomorrow. For today, we got to go through everyone, right? We've got Nightmare Namgoong. We've got Tycoon Teddy. We've got B Roamer.
Anyway.
B Roamer's right there. Lieutenant Loki.
B Roamer.
You see, he knew.
Very creative.
He knew. I gave him the salute. He was ready. Count casting. That's right. Did you count how much pressure he soaked up on the top lane? It was great. And Gideon Grubbs.
I did notice. Yeah, he did play pretty well. Anyway, thank you so much, Degon, for joining us.
This is weird being on this side. Sorry. I see what it's like now. You just want to mess up the host all the time. I get it.
You know, it's really easy. Guys, we are done here on the LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
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 I don't like the present and the future.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.